characters like that. Like,
He's trying to become a flat earth professor.
yeah. Well, he's very spiritual too, and like he's discussed these moments of he felt like there was a spiritual confirmation from a creator or whatever, like that there was a message behind some experience he had, which that is indicating to him that he's on the right track. Like he talks about he was like laying down, just looking up at the roof and thinking about dielectric acceleration, all that stuff, like electricity and stuff, and the lights flickered or something like that to that effect. And he was like, it's just like the impression I got from what he was saying was that he took that as a sign, like. So you got to be careful, like with that, because with delusions of grandeur and things like that, like I'm chosen, which he may very well may be, no, I don't think so, but. Like he's like Sesu said, he's gaining momentum because of that personality and because who he is and he presents himself, and does reflect onto the rest of us. Like as far as society goes, they think, just take it as that's what they all think. This is what flat earthers are all about, right? He does that responsibility, right? Having that position, he has a big responsibility now. Careful with what he's going to say and present to an audience, and to not take it too far into the realms of the speculation and airy fairy stuff. We want this to be taken seriously by academics. We want the world to know that we have legitimate points to make, right? This measure's fucking flat. Why is the focus on fucking ice rings and 24-hour suns and fucking outer ponds and ether and all that other shit? Like, just fucking stick to the fucking topic, man. Geometry of the surface.
Yep. I've had similar conversations with Whitsitt, and I mean, this was 3 or 4 years ago in 24/7 when it was kind of still, on and popping. It makes me sad. I don't know if anybody else can kind of relate to this, and this is sort of prior to even in Flatsy's or Kimbo's stint, but 24/7 was a happening place. There was, ladies' night there Fridays, and it was a full VC, and people were coming in all the time, and it was great. And so, I had conversations with Whitsitt, spiritual ones, and the same kind of thing kind of occurred. But what's crazy is the Whitsitt that I see today is not the same Whitsitt that I had conversations with 4 or 5 years ago. Which is I think probably the frustration that QE feels. Like you weren't this guy when you and I were having conversation about whatever. So, and I was teaching you this or that. And obviously, even though I don't know if he even says any different, but I'm sure he's frustrated that I took the time to train a kid that I saw that had promise, and wanted to kind of like get neck deep in this thing and push it forward. And now he's spouting off at the mouth about stuff that's totally unrelated and totally unprovable. So, but it's just bizarre, the transition that has occurred with Whitsitt and the things that he chooses to talk about. Why can't we just talk about the flat Earth? That's the ultimate goal. If it's anything else, we're wasting our time.
Right. And it's funny you say that too, because like we're talking about, Witsit. Because I remember a couple of years ago there was he had a debate with some British guy, and they went into a lot of the celestial navigation stuff and all that. And QE came into 4/7 live stream and posted it and said, "This is how you debate. This is what I want, right? This is what you got to do, flat earthers." Right? He was using Whitson as an example of a good example, right? This is what it's all about, right? and it wasn't long after that things went south, between them. Like, I think at that time too, QE was letting slide. He was just like, probably just muttering under his breath when Whitsit would bring up things like dialectic acceleration, that like gritting his teeth about it, right? Not saying anything, not mentioning it really, but then it just started, that just escalated, and I think that happened after like Ethan was critiquing some of Whitsit's material, and then Whitsit came in to defend himself, and then it started from there.
Yeah, it's gotten ugly. And, I don't want to say that I don't have a dog in the fight. But Quantum Eraser is an interesting character. He's a very no-nonsense empiricist that, he's got a military background. He's got a scientific background, a real one, and he knows his shit. He just does. And so he has a low tolerance for baloney. I don't fault him for that. And he also doesn't want baloney to contaminate this particular movement, quote unquote, meat hooks on meat hooks. And I would say that we're better off for it. It's like I told Quincycodal a while ago, like it's a weird time to be alive. And it's what a stupid life, quite frankly. Let's just put, a spotlight on it. What a weird time to be alive. And what the hell are we doing here in a Discord VC talking about the frickin' flat earth? And one of the people who's sort of leading the charge, for lack of a better term, is a former military, biochemist that really has a no-nonsense attitude for fallacious reasoning. And frickin' Nathan Oakley, who's just some dude from the UK that has a background in sales and computers and theater, for crying out loud, that are trying to push a movement forward in the world that talks about the fact that the Earth is everything that we experience it to be. My goodness gracious, what a life for everybody! What a life for everybody who's here and talking about this and even being involved in the drama, of Whitsit Gets It and Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley and all of the conversations that they've had that are public and private. My goodness. But I can appreciate QE, he's hard to talk to because he's like, if you say something wrong, the motherfucker's going to climb all over you. Pardon my French. But I don't mind that. I think people that are have an appreciation for what's true and what's not true, or what's logical and what's not logical, it's so rare. Like, where do you come across this anywhere else in nature? Nowhere. It's a valuable tool. He means what he says. He's very devout. He's intense. He's an asshole. But I would say that we're probably better off for it. And we sort of apply that now to everything that we like. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I apply the same no nonsense approach kind of to every rhetoric that I receive out in the world today. And I'm better off for it. So if we don't hold firm, if we don't continue this no nonsense approach to things that are not true, then the society is lost. People have to stand firm on what's true and what's logical, or we're screwed.
I agree with everything you said, even Kiwi being an asshole.
Yeah, and he's an asshole, but he knows that.
I know. It's funny.
But they're not going anywhere. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say that there was spaces on X where somebody was saying that they didn't like Nathan at first, and then they kept hanging around, and they're like, he's actually quite pleasant. And I unmuted my mic and I said, did he just say that Nathan is pleasant? And then I busted out laughing because it could be further from the truth. But we don't hang around these guys because of their pleasantries or lack thereof. Like, it doesn't matter, It's like, that's not a quality that you take into consideration in like a subject like this when you're just being objective. Yeah, sometimes they let their buttholedness like cloud some things here or there, and Nathan will shout at the wrong person in the VC and completely not have any situational awareness. But for the most part, these guys are really on it, so I like it. But pleasant, I would never use that word to describe Nathan. So funny that somebody did. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Peter.
These guys aren't going away. I mean, all the Dave Weisses and the Jarens and the Whitsits and all the rest of them are toast, right? Guys are still going to be there, standing strong, and people are going to go, oh, there's still these guys here. Well, let's hear what they have to say. I think that might be, that be a good thing, Yeah, shit.
Kind of like we got our own checks and balances. Yeah, kind of like we got our own checks and balances in the flutter. Like, if I've done something that needs exposing, please expose it and demonstrate it, because I'd like to learn and grow to be better always. So I don't mind being critiqued or having something pointed out to me. That doesn't ever offend me, and it's not going to. Like, I'm happy to concede if I've ever been wrong. If I just misunderstood something, that's all right. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah. For starters, I've got a list here. Hang on. No, I'm kidding.
You've been listening to what?
Said no. For starters, hang on. Just let me get my list. I've got a list here. I'm keeping track. And then I said, I'm just kidding.
Good one. I just ruined it, didn't I? Because I'm cooking and trying to talk to you guys.
That's okay. I caught it. I chuckled, but I was on mute. Yep. So Flatsy, let me start at point number 98.
Yep. Let me have it.
No. So interestingly enough, Flatsy, you're an interesting individual to me. I celebrate you. You're a mom. You're a wife. Live down in Alabama. I went down to Dauphin Island on a vacation with my family. I don't know, like a month and a half ago. But I was like, oh man, I'm in Flatsy State, because I've driven through Alabama, but that was the first time I actually visited it. But I can tell that you've spent the time to research, to learn. I can tell you have a passion for this subject, and also just kind of like a passion for truth. which is great. And so I just kind of want to compliment you on that and celebrate it and tell you to keep going. The weird thing is like I wonder what Flatsy's husband thinks about all this. You know, I mean, we got Booger on there, we got and he is like a superstar in his own right. Like when he is 13 and when he's 21, he's going to remember every Ball Busters. You know, like where he got to go super chat. Like it's a great memory. He'll probably be a flat earther forever. But I sometimes wonder how, like, what does your husband think about all this? And you don't have to answer that. I don't want to get too into your personal life unless you're willing, but it's just interesting to me. But anyway, yeah.
Well, he's got unconditional love for me, and we've got a great relationship, and I drive him absolutely nuts.
Sure. Great.
No, but he does love that I'm passionate about teaching Booger, you know, homeschooling him and stuff. So he's all for it.
Well, good deal. So I don't care about where you live. So when I say Dauphin Island, have you ever been there? Have you been so far south coast of the ocean? Okay.
I meant to say that to you when you said that. I was like, I sure do appreciate you for all the kind words you said, of course. And yeah, I feel the same thing about each and every one of you that I'm really good friends with. You know who you are on here.
Yeah.
I very much appreciate you guys just being in my life, and whether it's online or not. So I like this little niche of the internet more than any other really degenerate ridden places. So yeah. And it leaks over to us too sometimes, but we can always bring it back. We're good at that. I was going to say Dauphin Island is beautiful, isn't it? We went there.
It is.
I don't know if you went to the beach where we went, but there's a little strip that you go by before you go down to the island part of the Dauphin Island. Like there's I can't explain it very well because I'm not there. It was just kind of for a little bit we were staying there, but our Toyota Matrix is maybe it's still sitting out there broken down. I broke down coming back from the beach with Booger one time, and we just left it there because we can't go get it. We have no way of getting it, and I don't know how we're going to fix it. So it might have gotten towed. Hopefully somebody just got it for parts. I don't know.
Are you talking about the bridge that goes to the island?
It's before you get to all of that, actually. But I was
okay.
It was trying to remember exactly what that town was called. That you go. We were staying in a hotel out there for Sterling's job, and so we weren't right there at Dauphin Island. We had to travel a bit down the road to get to that bridge that you're talking about. But the town that we turned off into, there's like a strip there. It's where our car broke down. And as far as I know, unless it's been towed, it's still there.
Well, I saw no Toyota Matrixes on the side of the road, so it's probably gone. But yeah.
Yeah. I did some long distance observations at Dauphin Island. That was my first place that I ever did any kind of long distance observations. So it's really cool that you went there and you know where it is, and you might have been to the place that I went and did. There was a lot of oil rigs out there.
Oh, there's a ton.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, they have a lot out there. They have a lot of like things that you can see off in the distance, and the way that the island will it kind of crescents around, and you can see like really far out, like 8 miles to the like peninsula of the island. If you're not on the edge of it, or you're over there by like the condos. You're over there. That's where we went. We were there to that beach area by the condos.
Yep. No, so if you head south and you cross that bridge and you get into the island, so the little VRBO that we stayed on was, I would say, if you head, okay, so let me get my orientation, my azimuthal orientation on a flat Earth. If you go right, you'll head I guess that would be back west. So you go back west, and then the island narrows out. There's a lot of houses on stilts and VRBOs, and then it turns into a beach, and then that beach kind of just tapers off into nothing. So yeah,
instead
we
of
went
going
that
down
far.
the road, we went to where the condos are and parked over there.
Okay.
Where they have a lot of pavilions and stuff. So that's where we went to the beach out that way. So I think that you and I are familiar with. It's just been a lot longer since I've been there versus you being there.
Sure. Yeah, it's pretty fresh in my memory. We crawled all over that island, and then of course, if you go to the east, then you're going to go down towards that big fort, which is I don't know if you went to the fort, but anyways, that's on the eastern side. So I know what you're talking about, but I was kind of in the middle of the western side, and yeah, I mean, I was thinking about doing observations, but the wind was really kind of nasty, and I was like, this probably won't be worth it. I don't even know the distances to these particular oil rigs, and I was on vacation, so I didn't bother. But I'll tell you one dang thing: anytime you go to the ocean, you know the Earth is flat, right? Like, oh man, it's ridiculous.
And it's so
There's no
beautiful.
question.
I'll send you some of the pictures that I took out there. Just
Okay.
hanging out with Booger on the beach while I wasn't there for vacation, but we kind of let it be like that. My husband was working out that way. And anytime he goes away from us like that for a while and he has to stay in like a hotel or something like that, it's usually maybe a week at the most before he's sending for us to come and stay with him. It's like as soon as he's able to, and it's just because he doesn't like being away from us. We're family, and it doesn't matter where we are, as long as we're together. That's home, man. So it really just So he likes having us out that way, and I like it too. I like that he likes having us with him, and I always want to be there if he wants us there. If we're not distracting to him, because I know he's got to work. So I love it.
He sounds like a good dude.
Yes, I will, baby. He is. He's my favorite. After the kids are all gone, it's going to be him and me again. So, I got to let him be my number one, my favorite. Yep,
I feel you, 100%.
We call that ride or die.
Ride or die, 100%.
Snap, I think they just announced the winners to the singing competition. I gotta go check it out. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
You guys there? Oh my god, that was so funny.
We are there.
created here, but it's not really real. The only thing that's real is God, and somehow we're witnessing all this. But they change God to supercomputer and our consciousness to spirit, or spirit to like they're just rewording some sort of religious explanation as to why or how we're here, but they don't want to admit that it's actually that. It's kind of funny.
Well, how does he know that he is the primary identity creating everybody else? Maybe he's the imaginary identity.
Right. Well, his claim was all he knows is that he's here. That's the only thing he can actually verify. So on that principle, everything else he can't really know. So, which I see that line of thinking. It is a coward's way out. But in a way, there's something to that, in that we are like what we perceive through our senses is, quote, the reality. But there's ways to it's that, I guess, yeah, that's solipsism, I guess. Never really delved into it too much to know the ins and outs and the technicalities, but I guess that's what it sounds like.
Well, I mean, it boils down to, they take the metaphysical view that there is no objective reality, that all they know is that there's a subjective experience, and that everything in the external world could just not be actually real and just be generated by their internal subjective experience. It could actually be 180 degrees opposite of what they actually interpret the world to be, right? So it's just stupid. People think they're so clever. Well, maybe what I see is blue, you see is red, and like that's some new shit that, like, it amazes me how, like, people nowadays, they make these arguments that were made like 1,000 years ago as if they just invented them and that they're new and novel. Like, dude, like, people thought about this a long time ago. You didn't invent anything, and it was figured out a long time ago that you're just doing mental masturbation, right?
Exactly.
Like, you're not inventing anything novel.
Exactly.
Yeah, the blue and the blue.
That's exactly why the principles of logic were even formed, so people like that could be shut down at a fundamental, basic level.
Yeah, like the color thing. I've heard that one before, but the common denominator in that is, for example, the wavelength or the frequency of the light. So you can measure the light being emitted off a thing. I see the grass is green, you see it as orange.
Well, actually,
technically, I used to know a guy who actually said that. He says he sees orange.
I don't know if I said, sorry, Mick, I think there's some latency issues. So, yeah, I did I say invented? That's not even the right word. What I mean, the reasonings with
formulated.
They needed to be kind of like established as
codified.
Such. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because they're laws, and it's how we can reason things in the physical and natural world. So those laws really do help us at a fundamental level. That's how we've created, or not. That's how we've developed languages, symbols, and mathematics, like all of that, and how to reason through syllogisms. Those are amazing things that we're able to do through those laws.
Well, yeah, and Flatsy, to argue against the laws of logic, you have to use logic to argue against it. So you're in a performative contradiction by even trying to do it.
Tautology.
But we know these people don't actually believe what they're saying. They're just trying to, win the argument or, create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Nobody knows anything. Yeah, like you don't actually believe that. Otherwise, you would never get up in the morning.
All right. On that note, I'll wish you guys a good evening. I'll be back a bit later. Just gotta do some shit. Nice chat.
Take
All
care,
right,
buddy.
man.
Later, bro.
When people say bye, they should give people enough time to say bye back.
I don't. I usually like bye, disconnect. That's because usually by the time I say bye, I've already 5 minutes passed when I should say bye.
Yeah, I get it. I usually stick around for the return buys. Unless I'm like, I gotta go really quick, and then I go. Or I'll just not say anything and leave. Like I've just slipped out the back door. Like Mickey did. He slipped out the back door somehow. He's just gone.
Yeah, he's doing a space tonight, so probably doing what Mick's doing, right? Tying off all the loose ends so you can pull another 8 hour, globe fest.
That's gonna be something else. I'm serious about having to get a nap in before that. I'm probably gonna do that. Um, let's see. I was gonna say something, but I've completely forgotten. I'll just mute up.
the perspective of the reflection of the ovaltality of the situation of possibly a creation. Who is one to say? Not me, nor you. Thank you. Moving forward, love you all.
Better be globe proof, I hear. That sounds like pretty good globe proof. Wow. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Well, that was fun.
I just get so horny when I think about the Earth being flat.
Hello.
Where the heck is everybody? Earth to flat earthers. Earth to flat earthers. Where did everybody go? Hey, Heretic, where'd everybody go? What did I miss?
I don't know. They cleared out.
Yeah, like from everywhere.
Not enough Globers.
Exactly. Is that it? That's what happened? Wow.
I think so. They just lost interest.
Man.
What's a guy got to do to get a Glober around here?
Yeah.
Oh, there's one. Maybe.
Yeah, they pretty much showed they don't have anything for their spinning globe in a vacuum of space, unless Kept has something new.
What happened, man? I'm just zooming around. Oh. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Wait, is someone talking? I can't hear them if they're talking.
No, we're just waiting for you.
Oh, for what?
For a globe proof.
This is flat Earth. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, do you have any proof of the spinning globe in an endless vacuum of space?
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, they tell us that we're on a spinning ball and that it resides in an endless vacuum.
Endless vacuum. I've never heard that.
You never heard of the spinning globe in a vacuum?
No. I thought space had a vacuum. I thought Earth had like a stratosphere, no?
Yeah, but we're talking about where space exists. Is supposed to be in Earth's supposed to exist in space, which is reported reported to be a vacuum.
Oh, so they're talking about space being a vacuum.
Yeah, that's where Earth is supposed to be, in the vacuum of space.
Oh, you don't believe space is a vacuum?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
That's an experiment on Earth, though.
Okay, well, we know we have gas pressure here on Earth. Do you have a demonstration, or do you know of one where anywhere else or any way possible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
But you're within Earth, man. Yeah, you would have to leave Earth to test if space is a vacuum. Why would you experiment in a non-vacuum to see if, like, you realize we can just test it? Yeah, like, what's that one thing going around the Earth? It's like the space station. You ever heard of that?
They tell us that Earth is an open system, so that means we have gas pressure without a container. So we here are just asking for an actual demonstration of this, because the only reason you have to think that this is an open system with gas pressure is because they told us so. So we're asking for an actual demonstration of gas pressure under any circumstances where gas pressure can be attained and maintained without a container.
But I was saying, I don't know that's possible because we live on Earth, which is not a vacuum, man. Like, it's by definition it's impossible, kind of.
Right.
But so you would have to, right? You can test it if you want. You know, we can send you in space and see if you become a vacuum.
Well, what we're saying is gas pressure cannot exist without a container, and any circumstance that we would have, in other words, they say gravity. So, do you have an example of gravity maintaining gas pressure?
What? I don't know what that means.
Well, they're saying gravity is what's keeping the atmo down around the Earth. They're saying it's gravity.
Yeah, it points to the center. What do you mean it goes down? Like, you're saying it goes to the center? Are you trying to prove gravity goes to the center?
No. What the globe Earth is saying is gravity is causing gas pressure.
Gravity causes gas pressure?
Yeah. They're saying because, see, we know gases move in all directions, rapidly in all directions, until they hit the walls of a container, which is the That's a definition of gas pressure. We know that to have gas pressure, you have to have constant volume, and you have to have surface area of a container to obtain gas pressure. That's why we measure it in things like pounds per square inch. So you have to ask yourself, square inches of what? It's the square inches of the container.
Oh, I see. Okay. I see. I'm looking here.
Right. So follow with me. So they're saying
I just looked up if I'm checking Google some of the truth. I looked up, is space a vacuum? And it said yes. It said outer space has a very low density and pressure and is the closest physical approximation of a perfect vacuum. So technically, it's not a vacuum, right? It's just it reaches such a low density and pressure that it would be considered a vacuum.
Okay. Okay, so you have to ask yourself, we have gas pressure here on Earth,
hydrogen atoms,
and this gas pressure system is supposedly next to a near vacuum without a container. And they're saying that the gas isn't fucking off because why?
Well, it could be space, right? That could be the possible. If you want to call that container, it's up to you. It would just be space, right?
And space is not a container. So it has to be a physical container to obtain gas pressure.
No, man, it would. You're talking about the molecule, like how they go back. I'm just saying space would be considered the container. That's what I'm getting right here. Yeah, I'm looking at this. The mango sheets.
Okay, so they say it's a vacuum 10 to the negative 17 torr. So the most that I'm aware that they can even create on Earth is a -6 torr vacuum. But really, that's not the point. It's as close to a vacuum as we possibly could imagine, and they're saying that this gas pressure system that we have on Earth is next to a vacuum system. So
why do you keep going back to Earth, man? Man, you think we can make black holes on? But they exist in the universe, man.
Because we're here on Earth.
No, but I'm saying to you, you keep going like, oh, a vacuum doesn't exist in space because we tested it here on Earth. I'm saying to you, we can observe black holes, but how do we test a black hole on Earth? Like, the evidence is out there. It's not here, man. So if you want to look for evidence of a vacuum space, you have to go out there, not in here.
Okay.
So maybe you test it out there, and
the evidence of a black hole is the same thing as evidence of the vacuum of space. What proof do you have of that? What proof do you have of either?
Well,
like actual evidence or actual proof of either one of those?
But you don't believe in black holes?
Why would you have to believe something if it was proven? I'm asking for the proof. You're talking about belief, which sounds more like a religious concept.
No, I believe stuff. I don't.
You believe the Earth is a ball. Also, you don't have proof that it is. You just believe it. So that's a religious belief system. You don't have proof to back it up. You just have a religious belief of it.
Do you not know that you can have a belief that could be backed up? You don't realize that?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about here on Flat Earth. We're talking about a justified, verifiable belief. So a belief in the flat Earth is backed up by actual evidence. But the globe
what's that whole tirade about me? You were saying it's just a belief, it's not a fact. But now you're saying, yeah, we do have beliefs, but they're backed up. So you just contradicted yourself.
No, I'm not, because there's such thing as
you do have a belief.
No, there's such thing as an unjustified, unvalidatable belief. That's just a blind belief that you have in the globe.
Okay, man. That's okay, right? You could think my belief is wrong. I was just it's kind of weird. You were saying say something about belief in itself is somehow wrong.
No, if it's validatable, is it justified and valid? Are you able to validate it through proof or evidence?
Yeah, I can validate it.
So how would you validate your belief in the globe?
I trust NASA. That's how I validate.
So appeal to authority is a formal logical fallacy. It's illogical thinking. So do you have anything else other than your formal? Well,
I'm just interested. When a doctor tells you have cancer, do you believe him or no?
Can it be backed up with fact?
What if he doesn't show you? He just says, "You gotta believe me." Would you trust
Yeah,
him
but
right now?
still, can it be backed up by fact? With fact?
Well, you wouldn't have access to that. That's the point I'm trying to say. It's information you don't have access to. Would you
So
still
that's
believe the expert?
that's exactly what I'm saying about your belief in the globe. You only have an appeal to authority.
Yeah, exactly.
don't
I
have
trust
proof.
doctors and people
You
who
don't.
know
So
more
you
than
have
me.
you have a faith and a belief in the
I have a
authorities, not fact.
I see. So you're saying if I believe a doctor diagnosing me, that's the same as going on my knees and praying for like a new Xbox. You think
No, we're
those are the
talking
same
about
thing?
apples and oranges.
Or-
We're talking about the earth here.
Yes,
So-
man. I'm saying to you, I trust an organization that is tasked in investigating that very question.
Okay, so
earth and space.
so did you ever ask them where they got their proof, or did you try to investigate where they
No,
got
I
the
trust
proof?
that, bro. I would have to be a physicist or whatever. I don't have time. I trust.
Yeah, it doesn't take physicists. It doesn't take
doesn't?
physics. No, it doesn't.
All right.
The globe claim is a geometric claim. That's a size and shape claim, and so all you have to do is measure it.
My man. Wait, hold on. I actually want to. Do you think the Earth rotates or no?
No, Earth is motionless. It's stationary.
Motionless. So you don't believe in physics at all? You don't.
Do you? Okay, can you show me an actual direct measurement of this movement?
Yeah, man. You would have to go outside of space.
Yeah. How is Earth? Hold on. How is Earth moving? How is it detected? What method was used to detect its motion? Go.
Well, you can take a video of it moving, man. They have taken videos
We have.
of it.
Hold on. We have videos of drones stationary, and they show the sky and the stars and the moon moving, and the Earth below it is not moving. So that's proof of the flat Earth, not the other way.
No, I'm saying to you, they move. That's what I was trying to say to you. We have video of it,
So-
the Earth rotating.
From who?
From NASA, I already told you. And other
From NASA,
organizations
the
too.
same people that don't have any proof of your spinning globe in the first place. So an appeal to
What do you
authority is all you have?
That's the proof, man. They take video of it.
Appeal
They
to
go
authority
the-
is not proof. Listen,
What's that thing? The
authorities
International-
lie all the time. So you don't have anything to back up your religious belief in a globe. So let's stick to the earth instead of going out
religious
into the
belief.
sky. Have you ever heard of, or do you know of, an actual direct measurement of Earth curvature on the surface, meaning drop over distance? When was it measured, and what method was used?
No, but as I'm saying, you keep saying that as if you're supposed to measure things that are meant to be measured outside, within. I'm just saying you can measure it outside.
We're talking about the surface of Earth. It can be measured. We can look over water. If Earth is a ball of 3959 radius, then that means all the water is curved also. So we should be able to look over a 10-mile stretch of water with the globe that size. It should be 88 feet of vertical drop from your eye line. So do you know when or
So
if
you
or
don't
how
think
that
you
was measured?
disappear over the horizon? You don't think that?
How was that measured?
I'm just interested. When a ship disappears over the horizon, what do you think happens?
Yeah, ship disappears over the horizon. Then you take out your P900 or P1000 camera and zoom back in to the entire ship, all the way to the water line and everything above. So are zoom cameras zooming in around a curve edge?
Well, I'm just interested. What do you think happens? Because it does happen, right? The ship does disappear eventually.
Okay, it
over the
disappears.
horizon.
I just mentioned the fact. This is a fact that after it disappears, you can zoom back in and see the entire ship. So what happened to the curve?
What you're saying is not true, man. It does disappear.
Yeah, it is true, and we have multiple
man.
instances. I have 3 videos on my YouTube channel that shows
you have a
this
YouTube
exact fact and talks exactly about what happens at the horizon. And
What's
you
your YouTube
cannot
channel?
zoom in over a curved edge of anything. Once whatever has gone over this curve edge, it's beyond your limit, and it goes. There would be a hump of water in between you and said object once it's gone. So that therefore you could never zoom back in with a camera of any type, unless you're telling me zoom cameras zoom in around a curve. Is that how
Doesn't it disappear from the bottom up, though?
Yeah, we can
Yeah, you
show
see the
how
top,
things bottom.
you know.
We can show on a flat surface how things disappear bottom up with distance. We can show this.
But, hey, I have a question, Sonny.
Mhm.
When you take like your like antipsychotic pills, do you take them in the morning or at night?
Yeah, you're the one that has a religious belief and no proof of Earth being curved or in motion, and you're talking to me about antipsychotic. So who's
My man,
the psychotic one?
Okay,
Bro,
sorry.
Bro,
That was
who's
rude.
the
I'm sorry.
psychotic
No,
one?
I'm sorry.
Answer that. You have no
I'm sorry,
proof for
I'm
your
sorry,
religious
I'm
belief in a
sorry.
globe. All you have is a zealotry and appeal to authority. That's all you've said so far. You believe the experts, didn't you?
Yeah, I do. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna trust some.
So
dude
you
on
have
Discord,
no
man.
measurement. So you have no measurement of Earth being curved or being in motion or a vacuum without a container. So all three premises, which are the fundamental claims of the ball Earth, you have zero proof for, just a religious belief in them. Thank you.
Okay, wait, Sonny. I just have a real question, sir. Okay, how'd you come to this belief? Like, obviously, the education system is geared to brainwash you.
Yeah, measurement.
What
bro.
happened? How'd you like,
measurement.
figure this out?
Measurement. Measurement.
You measured it
I made my own measurements. Yes,
on your own.
that's right.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, but you have no idea what the consequences of your globe Earth is on the surface. You're just in here spouting out your religious belief in a globe. You don't even know what the consequences what the consequences are on the surface of your globe with a known radius, 3959 miles. So at the surface that has certain consequences. That means there was a certain amount of drop over distance. Why is it that me, the flat earther, knows this and you don't?
Yeah, because you fucking do napkin math, man.
Yeah, so you don't know how much drop there is in 5 miles
pull
or
out-
3
you pull out
miles
your
or
napkin
10
and you
miles
pull out your
or 20
pencil.
miles. So you don't know how much drop there is, and you're sitting here trying to exclaim to me your religious belief in the globe with no proof at all about those fundamental claims of drop over distance, which a ball requires.
I already told you, you're measuring stuff on Earth. You should go outside to the space, but I don't
Yeah,
think
with your appeal to authority. Why don't we just stick to Earth
it'll
instead of
happen.
going
It'll
up into
happen
the
eventually.
sky? Yeah, you have an
eventually
appeal
we're
to
gonna go to space, and then these people can just finally see the Earth.
Yeah,
is
so
actually
give up your own
when we
right to see and to figure out for yourself. Just believe what the experts tell us. They are your priest, the priest of
They're not
NASA.
the priest, man. The priest believes in some random shit about mythology. I trust people who do science.
That's exactly what the globe is, bro. It's
the same thing.
It's a belief in mythology. Yes, it is.
Mythology. So you're telling me like the burning bush is the same as believing all the experts that say the Earth is a globe?
Okay, ask the experts when they measured it. Go look. Do a Google. When was it physically measured? An actual direct measurement of Earth curvature. When was it done? What method? I keep
What do
asking.
you mean? You can't pull out a
You keep
ruler, man.
talking-
It's a
you just
fucking
keep
stratosphere.
talking and not bringing any proof of this. You just keep reverting back to your appeal to authority, which is a logical fallacy.
I'm interested if I look it up, what would pop up?
Direct measurement of drop over distance on the
Visual
Earth
evidence from
surface.
space, lunar eclipses, ships.
We're not talking
disappearing
about
over
the
the
space. We're
horizon,
talking about the surface of Earth.
Light paths,
Focus.
gravity concept
Focus,
point
bro.
and directions can only
Focus.
be explained by spherical Earth.
Earth curvature
So,
measured on the
I,
Earth.
I pointed you two things, right? The visual evidence from space, and I pointed the ships disappearing over the horizon. Like, I don't understand. I
Yeah,
already-
so show me the actual measurement of drop over distance, an actual direct measurement. When was it done and what method was used?
I may link you this. I'm gonna try and link you this. It's called Science Show for Kids. It's I think it'd be good for you to learn.
Yeah, you the one with no proof for your globe. So you want to just go to logical fallacies, appeal to authority, and
Science
ad
kids.
hominems.
Show.
That's all you got for your
No,
globe.
man, it's not, bro. This is the YouTube channel. Where can I link this?
Yeah, it's an ad hom.
Yeah, chat.
Yeah, thanks for your ad hom and your logical
I just looked
fallacy
up how
and
we're
your
on a
religious-
globe, and this is the first thing
You're
that popped
religious.
up, man.
You're a religious zealot, and you don't know anything about your own religion.
I'm not a zealot.
Yeah, you are.
I'm him.
Why are you spouting off this thing about Earth being a globe from space when you have no proof on the surface of Earth being curved? through direct
I do.
measurement.
I already told you I do. The visual, man. I see the photos. I trust them.
You trust a religious belief. Just you have a blind belief in the globe. That's what you have.
I don't have a blind belief, man.
Yeah, it is.
trust them,
Then
they
back
work.
it up with fact. Where's your facts? Where's your evidence?
Facts and logic.
Yeah, besides an appeal to authority, the actual facts, the actual direct measurement would solve the problem. Why can't you provide that?
If I show you a photo of someone getting mugged, would you
Okay,
believe
then
that?
show me how a photo can prove measurement. Do you have standards of
Interested.
reference on the
Do you-
photo
do you
that show
believe in, like,
distances?
video evidence of anything, man? Like in a
Does
court, right? If somebody does
can
a crime,
picture be falsified? Can a
there's a-
picture be falsified?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to ask you if you. This is good. I'm just trying to ask you. Do you believe like any evidence from a video or a picture, like at all?
I can show you Bigfoot in a picture.
Man, I'm just asking. Okay, you know how courts, you know how some people get caught for like murder because they're caught on video and stuff. Do you believe that's like permissible evidence or no? I'm just asking as like a general question. You probably
we're
would
asking
say
you for
yes.
the evidence, like in a crime scene of the globe Earth. That's what we're asking you, exactly like that. Where's
Yeah,
your
I'm
evidence?
telling you, the evidence is the photo, man. The guy got caught
Evidence,
killing
photo
someone.
is not
The
an
earth is there.
evidence of the globe Earth. A photo is not evidence of globe Earth. We need a measurement.
Sonny, what measurements did you do?
I went to the ocean. I know what my height was above the water, and I know a distance to a certain other thing on the other shore, looking over water. I know that there should be an exact amount of drop over distance. So that distance requires a vertical drop in elevation below my line of sight with a hump of water in between me and the other location.
Okay,
That's
so
an-
you were able to see something that you shouldn't have been able to see.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, you're talking about how objects would have to be obscured by like a hill of water. Like in the videos that I've seen, that's kind of strikingly exactly what it looks like when.
Okay,
big
what
cruise ship-
photos? Where?
I don't know. I could try to pull them up on YouTube. Like when a huge ship, like a shipping, whatever they call them, the ones with the shipping containers, like disappears over the horizon. Like first the bottom is obscured, and then so it looks exactly like it's like going over a hill.
Yeah, and then what happens when you zoom back in on it with a zoom camera?
So zooming wouldn't do anything because it's literally obscured. Like
Well, I have 3 videos on my YouTube channel that show exactly that the ship has already gone beyond your line of sight. You cannot see it at all. It's invisible to your naked eye. And you pull out your zoom camera, zoom in, and you see the entire ship, waterline, and everything above.
So being not visible would be one thing. That could just be that it's too far away to see. But literally, like you can see ship like very, very distinctly, but it's just like slowly like sinking below.
Yeah,
horizon.
like by perspective. Yeah, shit shrinks with distance. Yeah, we know things get smaller with distance. We're not talking about that.
It's not getting smaller. It's literally getting like occluded by an object that's like in front of it. Like an object is going in front of the ship. The ship.
Okay.
It's not an issue of the ship getting smaller. It's
So-
like something.
So that means if I'm on a lake and the lake is only 1,000 feet long, and I have a little RC radio controlled boat, and I take it all the way to the other side, 1,000 feet away, it should never be occluded because that's not enough distance to have Earth curvature, right?
Well, that could be occluded just by little like waves and like perturbations. And
Well, we have the entire RC boat disappearing 1,000 feet away, and we know for damn sure it's not Earth curvature. So what is it?
yeah, it's because it's smaller than the height of the like little tiny waves on the surface. Like so, like a little tiny wave in the water would be enough to. It doesn't even matter how like far it is away from you. If you were to get down on your belly and like look at the line of sight over the water, try to be as close to the water as you could. It could still be occluded no matter how far away the little RC ship is.
Okay, so what about a coin on a table? It disappears bottom up with distance also. Is that table curved?
Wait, are you talking about like if you're going? I'm not sure what you mean exactly.
Yeah, you have a coin on a table. You have a camera set up a level with the table, and you move the coin away, and you get a certain amount of distance. It starts disappearing bottom up. So does that mean that table is curved?
Does it really?
Because the same thing happens on a table, and we can measure the table. The table is flat. So why does the coin disappear bottom up?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't seen that. Do you know like anywhere I could see that?
Yeah, there's multiple examples of this. Let me see. I'll pull something up here. So what I'm trying to say is it's been demonstrated over and over again that we can show how things disappear bottom up over a flat surface. And this is repeatable. We can demonstrate it over and over again.
Okay, that would be interesting to see.
Repent, or perish, sir. Repent, or perish.
Ha ha ha. Here's one example. I'll post it in the side chat.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll also post the videos of 3 different videos showing ships disappearing bottom up and then being able to zoom back into the ship. I'll post those 3 as well.
Okay, thanks, man. Check those out. Yeah, that's an interesting video with the coin. I agree. It does appear to disappear bottom first, but I wonder if like you could pull it into focus, if that would make any difference. Like in the videos with the ships, I've seen the ships are like more or less in focus.
Yeah, but you can watch, if you watch the whole video of the ships, you can see how they zoom back in. So
okay, yeah, I haven't watched those yet. I'll watch those.
I mean, I realized the one of the coin on my table, that's one I did myself, but there's numerous examples, and I'll try to find some others. And also,
it's cool though.
Also the RC boats. See, I have to go to another site to get those. Hold on. And here's the one with the RC boats. This is just one of them. There are several in the series showing RC boat. This lake's only 1,000 feet wide. Clearly, small boats disappearing over a flat surface, because we know that water is flat. Water lays flat and level. So I was trying to explain to this Kep gentleman that was here a little earlier before he dipped out. All he was sharing with me or us is appeal to authority, logical fallacy, and that's all he had. So it would have to make somebody wonder, why are these flat earthers still here all this time? And I've learned about this subject in 2017. So it's going on 7 years, looking for the proof of the globe Earth. The whole thing that a lot of people don't realize that believe the globe is, how are all these flat earthers here? Where did they come from? Did they just fall off of a turnip truck and hit their heads and now they're flat earthers? No, we grew up as globers, just like you. We got information that showed that Earth was not a globe, and we went out and checked it ourselves. We checked the math with the actual surface of Earth, and we found it lacking. In other words, we found that there's no drop over distance for one. We found that there's no measurement of Earth being in motion. And we found that there's no such thing as gas pressure without a container under any circumstances that can be measured. So if you believe those three premises of the globe Earth, curvature, motion, and gas pressure in an open system, if you believe those three things, you only have a religious belief, because there's no proof of either of any of those three things. That's why we're all still here. And see, if I came in and I was a Glober, that's the question I'd want to ask. Why are you people here having this conversation 8, 10, 12 years, on down the line? And that's the reason, because we went out and looked ourselves and we found there's no drop over distance. Water is completely flat and level when undisturbed. So if water lies level, that means all the oceans on Earth, if Earth was a ball, they would have to curve as well at a known rate. That's what I was trying to let this kept guy know, that it's a known rate of curvature. If that is true, we would be able to measure it. So that's why we're here. We went out and measured. We found, holy shit, there's no drop over distance over any water. Bada boom. And also the black swan is another thing you'd probably want to look into. I'll see if I have the image for that. There's the black swan, the 2 oil rigs off the Santa Barbara, California coast. The observer or the camera is 1 foot above the water. As you can see, those oil rigs are known distances, 6.21 miles and 9.41 miles. And we see the horizon well beyond the last oil rig, at least 10 miles. There's no curvature. That 10-mile distance of the horizon in the black swan image would make the Earth's radius 264,000 miles. That means 500,000 mile diameter. It's supposed to be 8,000 miles. So what happened to the globe? It just got bigger by millions.
Well said, Sonny.
Thank you. I'll also provide the original video for the black swan. And you can clearly go through that video and see the camera setup and the whole thing. Here's another little still image that I took of the black swan video. And I just contrasted darker. So you can see that horizon very clearly in this next image. There it is.
Does any of the new people got any questions about the topic that Sonny is discussing? I see.
I think Sirhan is doing some investigation of his own right now. I think he's looking at some stuff.
No, I was still watching your videos.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Sounded like you were curious type. So I think that's a good start.
Yeah.
Sonny, the other day I heard some of the guys talking. I think you were here, and they were talking about, the high pressure towards the low pressure, and some people were saying, "Oh, but the Earth, the globe Earth, is losing pressure slowly, going into space." And are they underestimating the actual violence that happens when a high pressure system goes towards the low pressure? How violent that actually that it's pretty violent the way it happens.
Yeah, it would be. No, I wasn't here. I popped in a little earlier just to check, and I didn't see anybody around. And I'm like going, what's going on here? Where'd everybody go? And then I happened to see tonight, I saw Heretic in here. So I came on, and now we have a little group here started, which is great.
I just think people underestimate the actual high pressure towards the low pressure, because they say, "No, yeah, it does. We have the high pressure going towards the low pressure slowly towards space." Like, no, the air will deflate. There will be no air to breathe if that was the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would almost be instantaneous.
Yeah. You wouldn't be able to catch your breath. The air will be sucked out of your lungs.
Exactly.
People kind of argue. The Globers argue it like very casually, like, "No, we do have like the pressure is going out there into space." I'm like, why? Do you really believe that?
Yeah, and I'm always like, I'm from the show me state, so I'm like, okay, so show me when they measured that leaking out. Where is it leaking out, and how did they measure it?
In the globe concept, where all around the Earth or all around the globe, right? The high pressure that is all across the surface is supposedly staying at that 14 psi, while above your head is escaping towards space in a soft manner, like towards. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
because the event will be like violent.
Yeah, it would be catastrophic.
So that's how we know there's some type of containment. So the globe cannot be the case. It will be impossible for that to be.
Yeah. And one thing's for sure, like in all this time that the globe has had, at least 500 years, to show proof of this globe, they surely would have done it by now. It would be everywhere. That information. So we would not have people coming on here that we ask for the information of the dimensions of this globe. Could they please provide the actual measurement of this? There would be nobody doing that because the proof would be everywhere and it would be used as a standard, as a reference for everything else that they did. But the problem is we don't have the primary source information of the Earth being a globe via any documentation. None. You're welcome, Sirhan. That's an interesting name. He's going to go look at it himself. Well, that's good. I think that's a good start. Wonder which one he got. Oh, yeah, the Black Swan video. Yep. Like I talked about proof. So flat earthers don't just come on here and say, oh, the earth is flat. Believe us. That's the one thing we don't do here. So anybody listening, if you're curious why we're here, because we have information, we have loads of information that back up this claim. Earth is flat. It's practically used as flat. It's measured as flat, and it's observably flat. Everyone builds on a flat surface. Everyone uses level or water to obtain level whenever they're building or doing landscaping, whenever any kind of building. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, so it's categorically not a globe. I mean,
Sir left. I wanted to show that to him, but he probably will see it.
maybe he'll still pick up on it. You never know. But that image is pretty striking. I mean, is that a NASA image?
There was a program, some weather balloons, and that showed. You see, it's showing like an altitude of 40 kilometers in the vertical. So I imagine that that's one of those that they send around 30 kilometers, because there's many weather balloons that go around that altitude, 30 kilometers, allegedly, right? So this is like a LiDAR. They say it's a scan from across the Atlantic, from one point to another point.
Which is about 18 miles, 30 kilometers. 18, 19.
But across is a water level of the Atlantic Ocean, which is 696 miles. 1,120 kilometers. That's 695.9 miles.
That's amazing.
So if the glober is standing on the left, right, the left on the, let's say, the horizon, and he's looking across the water, and he's saying, hey, pose over the horizon.
Right. Where? You know how much curve would be in that 699 miles or 696 miles, whatever you said? How much curvature would there be left to right in this image if that were the case? It would be striking.
It's the biggest water level I've seen. An infrared.
Yeah. So they can't claim refraction. Refraction making 696 miles of curvature disappear. Oh, gosh. And you got people that claim this refraction argument. I'm surprised they don't look in the mirror and laugh at themselves, because how is it that this refraction magically takes any distance whatsoever, no matter how far or how near it is, and makes it exactly flat? Exactly the way we see it every single time. That doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, refraction is such a phenomena that makes curves look not curved.
Mm-hmm. Every time. So even when they take the refraction argument out of it by using infrared, then they just try to use another argument. What are they? They make up all kinds of crap.
These are some good points. Too bad there's not many people right now.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's trading crypto right now, I think.
Yeah. Is that what I wondered? I came on a couple days ago and I was like, I didn't see anybody on here at any server, and I was like, what's going on? Did I miss something?
People busy.
Yeah,
doing stuff.
It's around the holidays, so I can imagine people are busy with their families and stuff. Yeah. And there's no globe. No globers.
I'm gonna go check the shield chat. I see some people in the 24/7 2.0. Just check it out real quick. See you.
Yeah.
See you
All right.
guys.
See you later.
Yo, what's up?
Not much. How about you?
Doing all right, man. This has been a trip, bro. So the last, like yesterday, I became aware that flat Earth was like a real thing that people actually like believe in, and it's been interesting, man. I've talked to like 10 guys on the other 24/7 flat Earth Discord channel on the other server, if you know what I'm talking about, and yeah, it's been wild, dude. You guys, like really believe that. You really do, don't you?
Hell yeah, water's flat and level at rest.
Yeah, I've gotten into this argument too many times. I just, whatever. You guys are interesting though, for real. What I can respect is I can respect the hardcore empiricism. You really do want to see it for yourself, and I think that that's healthy. I do think that that's healthy, but I disagree with the conclusion, but it's a healthy spirit that motivates you.
What evidence is there for a globe?
Well, you're just dismiss it all if I tell you so. Like whatever, it's fine.
Is there anything you dismiss?
Look, I mean, I'll tell you like a bunch of things, but in my experience, like you're just gonna say, "Oh, well, that's fake. Oh, that's a conspiracy. Oh, that's whatever." So I don't really think that
anything.
Huh?
None of it amounts to anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, all right, you know what? Let's put aside science for a second. Let's just talk about like sociology, like human beings in groups.
Let's just bypass the point then.
Like there's no possible way that you could keep a conspiracy of that size going. Like there's just no way.
Well,
Like,
that mentality right there is exactly how it's done.
dude, I mean, have you ever tried to keep a secret with like more?
You're telling me that
than
you
two
don't
people?
think you can be fooled, so therefore you're a pretty easy person to fool.
There are apparently 300 people who have been to the ISS, right? So that's 300 people. That alone is way too many. But then there would also have to be tens of thousands.
It's not even high enough to tell it's a globe.
Okay, then whatever, the 12 people on the moon and the thousands of people that were responsible for putting them there, they would all have to be in the know.
Only
They would
12
all have to be
people
in the know.
actually. Only 12 people. Well, it's actually more like 20 went there allegedly, and actually saw the Earth. That's it. Those are the only people. So I mean, a conspiracy of whatever it is, 18, 20 people claiming that they saw something. Big deal.
I mean, thousands more though that were responsible for putting them there. There's no, so I don't. Yeah, whatever. Just like a pure sociology, it makes no sense. But then, like even getting into the science, it's like, I mean, bro, like how do you explain that the stars rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere? That makes no sense on a flat Earth. It makes perfect sense.
They don't. And there are no hemispheres. You're begging the question, so that's just totally illogical.
Whatever. If you're in the United States versus you're in Argentina, okay, like you agree that both of those places exist, right? Like if you were in the former, you would see a counterclockwise rotation of the stars, and if you were in the latter, you would see a clockwise rotation.
No, you're wrong. You'd see a counterclockwise or a clockwise.
You see why I originally started off saying that.
I was about to correct. Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. Do you want to hear how you're wrong? Hey, shut the fuck up, dude.
You see why I thought this would be a fruitless
I'm going to tell you
exercise?
how you're wrong.
Because you're just going to reject it. No, like that is correct. That's been known for thousands of years. It's common knowledge.
Tell you how you're wrong.
It's common knowledge, dude. I knew that this would be a fruitless exercise.
Shut your mouth, you retard. You're wrong. They go counterclockwise or clockwise depending on your orientation. You look north, it's going to appear to be counterclockwise. You look south, it's going to appear to be clockwise. Doesn't matter where you are, you fucking dimwit.
No, it's invariant with respect to your direction. Okay,
No,
that's how
it is not. It is not, you stupid little fuckwit. And now I'm going to show you this irrefutably. Stand by. Bye.
Same thing in PNR a little while ago.
What's that?
Did the same thing in PNR a little while ago, where like he was just telling, like, "Oh, I would do it, but you would say, you know, et cetera, et cetera." Would just say
moron.
it's fake. Blah, 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 blah. I was trying to talk to him about gas pressure. No, was that him or a different guy? Might have been a different guy. But I was trying to talk to someone there, and I just kept on fucking butting in. I was like, "Fuck this, I'm leaving."
Yeah, complete zealot retard.
Yeah, he was in PNR earlier. We were talking to him. Yeah, he was doing the same thing. He was like, "You would just say it's fake. You would just dismiss it." And that's right. And then I asked him. I said, "Okay, so why do we say that the photos are fake? If a flat earther has told you that the photos are fake, did they give you a reason?" And he's just like, "All the scientists, blah 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 blah." Right? Just wouldn't answer the question. And then he said, "Oh, I'll be back later," and just left and didn't answer it.
His brain's broken like most Globers.
Because when he asks a flat earther a question, right, they answer it. He just picks the little bits out of what they say, right, that he wants to just use against them later, like if they said something's fake or, you know, not genuine or whatever, you know, like just takes that part out of it. You'll just, because that's what you said before, right? Well, why did I say that? You just dismiss it, you know, no reason, right?
Yeah. He didn't even provide anything, and then when he did, he wouldn't hear it like be rebutted. Didn't want to hear the response. It's just, again, another complete idiot who has no clue what's going on in the sky, repeating crap that he heard on Professor Dave or whatever, and doesn't want to hear what's actually going on.
Yeah, there's so many of them that think that you have to go across the equator to see the stars go in the anti or clockwise direction or opposite.
They've never fucking looked at a time lapse before. They never have even fucking looked at it. They're just hearing stupid shit on YouTube and not thinking it through.
Yeah. Just thinking about it too, like the reason they call it clockwise and anti-clockwise is because there's a partial arc, right? There's an apparent partial arc motion. If you look at a clock, right, it's just going clockwise, right? But once it gets past 3 o'clock, it's going from your right to your left towards the 9, right?
Yeah.
And then when it gets past the 9, it's going from your left to your right. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they won't even take 2 minutes to just look at a time lapse of star trails just to see that they're wrong. Like, they're so dumb. It's just pathetic.
Yeah. They think that they think that they turn south while they're in the north, that they're going to see the same thing that they did when they were facing north, but they're not. Easy.
Yeah, it's like, well, if he would have shut his mouth for 2 seconds, I could have asked him, okay, so at what point when I'm backing up, walking away from the North Pole, am I going to just see everything flip around?
Right.
Yeah, show me that. Another doofus here in the chat, straw manning, perspective. We got Embo claiming that that's just a perspective. Could be that you got swells or tides or something like that. Could be some refraction. Why is he just reducing it to perspective? Another idiot.
Well, they better be listening on YouTube at least. Right, that's my little rule that I have. These chat skanks, they've got to be at least listening on YouTube. Better reply to me.
I'm just going to delete it since he's not in here.
Yeah.
What's his point that he's trying to make? It's a straw man anyway. Like who said it's just simple perspective? Like no, I've never heard that before. Like even guys like him who've been around here forever, like they just can't seem to like say anything accurate.
Yeah, he's another one. Yeah, just taking what wants out of what we've said in the past and just focusing on that one thing, even though that we've said like there's a lot of factors involved, or there could be at least, that, and there's unknown variables, etc., etc.
Isn't that funny how quickly he's going to throw out his refraction too? Suddenly that doesn't exist, and now everything's just due to perspective. Well, I mean, if that's the standard that he's using, then I guess the black swan would just be perspective in a globe, right? No refraction,
Right.
or I guess no globe then, because there's no globe in there. So
Yeah. When they say, well, watch a ship go over the horizon, right? And then you press them on that, and then they end up saying refraction, right? And it's like, why didn't you mention that earlier? To say that just watch a boat go over the refracted horizon.
yeah, no kidding.
I love how they say that pic Gemsy posted. I love how they say that's just an interpretation of data. Well, why the fuck does it look like a fucking photo? They not clouds?
Yeah, no kidding.
We got Flatsy on board in here too now, or is it just for PNR at the moment?
Well, I just noticed that she was given mod over there, I guess, a while ago, so I just invited her to the server finally.
Oh, right. Okay, right. She mentioned it on X, and yeah, I just I was unaware she already had the room operator role.
Yeah, I think she's had it for a while.
That's cool. Yeah. I'm gonna duck down the shops, so I'll get later, man.
Okay, sounds good. Talk to you later.
What's up, y'all?
Is there some globe proof here?
No, I think the Earth's flat.
No, you don't.
Why would you join the Flat Earth VC to just like argue and say that? That's kind of weird.
What a stupid question.
Are you okay, bro? Your wife
Yeah.
not fucking you?
Do you have any globe proof?
I didn't hear what you said.
Clean the wax out of your ear and I'll try again.
Clean the wax out of your try again. How old are you, bro? Are you like a grown man?
So retard. Would you happen to have any globe proof?
How old are you, bro?
So you fucking retard. The topic at hand is globe proof. Got any?
I just want to know how old you are, bro.
I don't care. That's not the topic. Do you know the topic? See if you can repeat it back to me.
Bro has mad down.
No, it's not bro. See you later.
What's up? long distance observations. Really, you've done long distance observations. And the amazing thing is people don't realize that everybody does long distance observations almost on a daily basis. Wherever you go on the surface of the Earth, you're seeing a lot farther than the predictable amount of Earth curvature that should be obstructing your view. That's obvious. Because if the Earth curvature were there, then the Earth, of course, would be curving away at a specific amount set rate away from you. But that's not the case. You don't ever get that. So hopefully you understand that everybody has already done this long distance observation. Everybody's done it. So if somebody says, what have you done, flat earther? Quickly and immediately go to long distance observations. We've seen a lot farther than the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be there according to the geometry of the Earth, according to the radius of 3959 and the circumference of 24,901 miles. All of this has been debunked by seeing a lot farther than the predicted amount of Earth curvature. So that's one thing. That's everybody has done this. So no one can say that you haven't done anything as somebody who lives on the Earth. So you can take that with you too. Put it in your back pocket in case somebody ever tells you, yeah, flat earther, what have you done? That's what you can tell them.
Yeah, especially with infrared now, where not everybody's done that, but with infrared, it's absolutely insane how far you can see.
But of course, there's many more things you can actually do too. So,
and the whole model breaks down. No, it's like no, everything is supposed is based off of your
right.
The size
we got the YouTube bot in here.
Earth.
Welcome everybody from the YouTube panel. You guys are listening to us on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. This is a 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 23, and I titled it The Space Globers Be Cray Cray. Welcome everybody on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We have on the panel just myself and Flatsy Klein. We got Franco up here. He's a professor. He's a glober as well. Kingsley is up on the panel. Universal is in here. B Base is on the panel. Welcome everybody, one and all.
Good to be here.
So, have you guys been arguing on the forums anytime? Any one of you guys?
Which
say that again?
Alpha, did you ask a question?
And if you're on the listening panel too, if you want to come up here, go ahead and request to speak. I'll bring you up here to the panel. No problem. Or if you got globe evidence, that'd be interesting.
Can you hear me?
We got 44
Alpha?
people in the space. If you don't mind, guys, hit me on that retweet button real quick. That way we can get some more people in there. It's gonna get kind of interesting. It's 1:19 in the AM right now for me, so we probably get it going around 2 or 3 in the morning. People usually start piling in, asking questions. Yep, I'm gonna take some questions. We got Muhammad coming up.
I heard you, Flatsy.
Let's see if he's joining us.
Can you hear me, AV? Alpha?
All right, Muhammad, you're on the speaking panel. Welcome to the speaking panel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Doing well.
How was your day?
Doing great. So, coming up to this panel, Muhammad, do you think that the Earth is a globe, or are you knowing right now that the Earth is not a globe and it's flat and stationary?
Like you said?
Yeah. Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think the Earth is, sir?
I think just I cannot say anything. I don't know what I want to say for this.
Oh, it's all right. I think it might be a language barrier. I think that's a problem. All right, we got Anthony is up on the speaking panel. If you're there, Anthony, welcome. Anthony, are you there? Hello, Anthony.
I don't see him.
Are you there?
I don't see speaker.
Okay, so Anthony's not with us.
You might need to drop and re-add Flatsy there. Alpha, I think. She was trying to talk.
All right, we got some room on the speaking panel. If anybody wants to come up, just raise your hand. I'll bring you up here. I think Anthony's trying to speak, but for some reason he wasn't able to come up. Hopefully we can try again, see if he gets to be able to speak. There he is. Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you for having me. Hello?
Hey, what's going on, Anthony?
Thanks for having me on. I'm just checking out the space.
Yeah, for sure. So are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe?
I believe in the flat theory.
Flat theory, it's not a theory, but I get what you're saying.
Okay. Well, flat either way, whatever. That's my feeling, my belief.
Okay. And how long have you been knowing this information, sir?
Couple of years now. I've watched a lot of documentaries and a lot of programs about the long distances where you could see cities from a long distance that we're not supposed to be able to see.
Right. Yeah, that's good. And did you what got you into it though? Like, was it just something you saw online and you just sparked your interest and now you're all involved, or how's that?
Well, just documentaries over the years. Documentaries, and then I've bounced in and out of some Facebook groups. Because some of them, they just pull you in and it's just a bunch of bullshit and they're just pulling you in to trash you.
I get it. But like in this particular space and in this group here that we have, we definitely speak correctly when it comes to like arguments that are being said. So yeah, you can welcome, just kind of glean a little bit from what we do here. 24/7 Flat Earth is kind of like a brand. I mean, it's a group of friends that we got together and we got really good with our arguments. So you can kind of check us out, kind of hang around with us.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We also got Patrick on the panel right now. Patrick, welcome.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm just wondering, man. I've seen the photos from space and everything of the Earth, and it's clearly round, and the moon is round, and the sun's round. So, what makes you think the Earth is flat?
Well, I put it to you this way, man. All your life, you grew up knowing that someone told you that the Earth is a globe. Is this correct? They've been telling you this ever since you were very young.
It's on the sphere and the classroom and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just anybody that's like people that believe that it's a globe, they all say the same thing. But has it ever been demonstrated that the Earth is a globe? Not just being told, right? You say that we're looking up at the sky and we see the sun's round and the moon's round, but we're specifically speaking about the Earth itself. How have they?
Well, I seen Elon Musk flew a car into space, and he flies these rockets around space, around the Earth, and he even said he's like, it looks so fake that it's real. So
yeah, but what we're talking about is a standard for evidence, right? What standard for evidence have they given you that they made it known clearly that the Earth is measured as a surface that's curving? Like, can you tell me somewhere in academia that they've actually demonstrated that to you? Not just and I'm not just talking about them telling you or you seeing videos, because any Joe Blow can say that. I want to know how you can tell me that it's been measured to be a globe in any way.
All the history books and everything. So
history books, really? What in history has ever said that the Earth is a globe that you can tell me?
Nah, man, I'm fucking with you. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, I was about to
I
say
was
this
gonna
guy's
say like
he's
this is
trolling.
between
I'm
him and
fucking
Peter.
with
Between
you.
him and Peter, I was like, dude, I'm.
That was bait. That was bait.
That's
But
fine. You can do whatever
yeah,
you want.
no. I lean more-
Listen. I'll engage. I'll engage the troll, and if you feel like you don't want to anymore, and you actually want to get serious, we can do it that way too. It doesn't matter to me, because the end goal will always be the same for me, unless you think it'll be different,
Right.
which I think I'm going to give you the chance to prove that.
I don't know. I've got this friend who thinks it's like a Tefloid or something, but I would lean more towards that it's flat.
Okay.
You know, I'm a Christian, and Bible verses and Adam Bird, all that good stuff.
Okay. So you kind of hang on to the idea that the Earth is flat based on the Bible, yeah?
A lot of things, mathematics.
Okay. Mathematics.
Flying pilots.
Mathematics. What in mathematics helps you understand this?
It was like was it every mile it's like a few inches, 8 inches or something like that. Yeah, so like mathematically impossible to see things.
Okay.
And when they zoom in on the cameras and Nikon P9000,
P900,
etc. P9100.
I don't know. I discern people's attitude, and I first felt like you were trolling on the beginning. I engaged nonetheless, but I still feel like you are very new to the topic or new to trolling, one of the two, because I can see right past everything that you do. Like I know either you're here for a good discussion or you're just taking the piss, one of the two. But I would say this, man, Patrick, I would challenge you. If you could gird your loins for like 5 minutes and engage correctly, you could probably get a lot more information back and forth. You don't have to, mind you. You can keep the troll going if you think it's actually funny for you, but I'll just move on to another speaker because I think it's more important that people actually engage with the topic correctly.
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead, bud.
So we got Corvus on the speaker panel. Welcome, Corvus.
Hello, fellas, ladies. What's going on? I don't know if it's this space or if it's just me, but like it's completely blank. Like there's nobody. Like I don't see any icons of any speakers. Once I got a mic, they all disappeared. I've never seen that happen before. But so I might need to drop down, but I'll work through it for the moment.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Corvus. Oh, he dropped down. He's going to restart. I got you. Yeah, no worries.
Hey, what are your thoughts on Saturn? What are your thoughts on other planets?
Well, other planets are stories that have been given to you. There's a specific narrative about the paradigm that you think that you live on a globe Earth, attached to a solar system, attached to a galaxy, attached to all this other claims that people are talking about. So it's a really loaded question, what you just asked, because you already presume that the thing that you're talking about is a specific thing, right? Am I not correct?
Well, I'm sure you know about, the cube of Saturn and all that, the symbolism.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's attached to like a bunch of like esoteric information.
We call that
I get it.
We call that
what does that have to do with? What does that have to do with?
We call that the Feast of
level
Nonsense.
stationary plane, Patrick. What does that have to do with flat Earth?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, that was my fault. I
So
did
if
not
you don't
mean to
know,
mute
then
everyone.
how can we
Sorry.
discern whether or not your question is valid? All we want you to do,
Can I
Patrick,
speak?
it's real simple. When you think about something like a question, just think it through a little bit before you ask it. And perhaps, you could challenge yourself. Well, if I ask this question, what do I mean by it? And then you can kind of back up what you mean by it. So you can tell us, because right now,
Expand on it. Sure.
Go
So to expand on it, I believe that, in the Bible, I don't know how many of you guys are Christians, but I'm a Christian. And in the Bible, it says the heavens above. So I think that these quote unquote stars could be the heavens above, and they say Lucifer comes from Saturn. I just want to know what your thoughts are on that. I think it's interesting to say the least.
Yeah, I mean,
I would like to.
we don't go into
Alpha,
the
can you
direction
hear
of
me?
like speculation and such, but it does.
Well,
It
somebody
only
ask him if
the
he
only
can
thing
hear me.
I'll deal with is like the fact that you've been told what Saturn is based on a cosmology of like a solar system. So you're told that it's one of the 9 planets. Yes.
Somebody tell him for me
Saturn?
that I'm gonna drop down and come back.
Hello. Did I lose him?
Alpha, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Miss
But
Klein said she's going to drop down and come
Yeah,
back.
that's fine.
Okay, yeah, Flatsy's dropping. Sounds like you can't hear.
But 9 planets, yeah, I don't know about all that.
Okay.
I think it's quite interesting
What about the luminaries, the lights you see in the sky, resemble where you're standing here on Earth? What about them resemble Earth in any way?
Well, if you zoom in on them, you can see that they're just seemingly balls of energy and gas or what have you.
Is that and they're
I don't
also
think-
glowing, right? Is Earth glowing?
Yeah, and they could be other dimensions. I don't know.
Well, that's the point. Well,
I
that's
just think-
that's just kind of the point I'm trying to get at. Like they're all glowing, they're all lighting, they're all oscillating at different rates. I mean, we can speculate even more on that, but what we can prove, like Earth isn't glowing. There's nothing that we see in the luminaries that resembles the Earth. So you're basically, what they've done is you're on center stage looking up at the stage lights, and they've convinced you that you're standing on a stage light.
But the most powerful group that we know of on planet Earth believes in Saturn, that they came from Saturn.
Yeah, but look, we're getting into a topic that's a bit more esoteric in nature and philosophical, perhaps. So let's stick to.
Yeah, what does that have to do with flat
let's
Earth?
stick to what we can know here on the surface. Patrick, can you hear me? Hello.
The truth.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. Steer your own
Yeah, no.
direction,
What
my
I'm saying
friend.
is,
Go ahead.
let's kind of keep it to the ground level. I think when we get too far into the clouds, we're not really going to be basing ourselves on the physical and natural world anymore. We're going to go on speculations. So the gentleman just said, you're like, what does this have to do with flat Earth? So if you're looking at it from a perspective that we're just talking about just the Earth, in what way does this help those who are listening, right, discern whether or not you can tell that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane? That's what we're getting to. We got to keep it based, we can't meander off into the weeds and have a conversation about something that may or may not be true, right? I just want to keep it on a base level for everybody.
Fair enough.
It's
I apologize.
comprehensible
Go-
that way.
Agreed.
Yeah, go ahead. However you want to take it. Talking points on how it's flat. Ask people how.
Yeah, most
think it
definitely. I
isn't?
think that's how we get the best fruit, right? Because we're actually understanding the physical and natural world for what it is. Now, we do, however, have somebody on the speaking panel who probably would be opposed to the things that we're saying. Now, Franco is a professor, and I don't know if he wants to chime in or not. He can. I don't know if he wants to, but it's up to him. This panel is designed for everybody to challenge what they think and engage with the questions. Should be, anyway.
Yeah, for everyone. Hands are rated E for everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a joke I like to say. Just no one is above reproach.
Nope.
You can challenge me, even if you're a flat earther and I'm a flat earther. We can challenge each other, and we should challenge each other. And but it's even better when you can put facts out there. That the things that we have axioms. We have axioms that we can all understand. We don't have to conjure something. We can just talk about what is.
Yeah, what is the Earth? So, Corvus is back on the speaking panel. Corvus, welcome back.
Hey everyone. Yeah, there's a bug in this space. There's something going on with it because I went into another space and it was working fine, but get here it's buggy. But as far as what I believe, yeah, I don't know what it is, honestly. I know it's not what they tell us, and I know it's not a flying pizza. It is we definitely don't, at least from my observation, and I do like to take things that I can, objectively look at and see. And I was a mountain climber for 20 years and climbed all over the world on mountain peaks, and doing the math from, the Cascades are actually a really good example of this. Cascades, the volcanoes that, if you get up on top of one volcano and you look over a couple rifle sights, there isn't the curve that you would suspect there would be. It's off by a fair bit, but that doesn't draw me to really a conclusion other than the fact that it isn't what we're told. I know that. So yeah, that's my perspective. I would like to know, but I think it's the fact that we don't have any institutional power. The people that want to know and want to take back control of their institutions and want to take back, our nations, we can't really find that out right now, but I do appreciate the investigation.
Corvus, when do you think the information was really solidified, like in academia? Have you ever done research into this topic? I think it's kind of provocative to actually say the statement that I just did, but what do you think about that? When was the information about the Earth being a globe really instituted?
I don't know the exact date. I went down this, and researched a lot, probably about 5 years ago, but I don't really know a lot of the information. I kind of found a lot of dead ends, but no, I don't know. You could tell me that probably.
Well, no, I was just saying, because when we start talking about like education and the system of education, schools everywhere really were not focused on the same type of information as it would be like in the Western world. Like the Eastern probably had a different viewpoint, but we're talking about like in the 1920s, there was a big shift in a movement towards like, heliocentrism. That was really what was being pushed forward into like academia, versus like the idea that before that, right, prior to that, it was knowledgeable about the Earth was just what it appeared to be. People were fine with that. A lot of information was understood to be the way it was, the ecosystems and such, void of any globe Earth. So what enlightenment that you can think of, Corvus, that we gain or knowledge or experience by factoring in that the Earth is a globe? Can you see anything, any benefit in your perspective? Basically, is what I'm asking. Your perspective, what benefit do you think that people or humanity were allegedly gaining from thinking that the Earth is a globe?
What benefit do people have thinking the Earth is a globe?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that, well, I don't think there's really necessarily, because I don't think it's true, the model that they give us. I don't know what the model is. I don't think there is a benefit to us other than maybe it just gives people a cozy feeling to say they know something that they actually believe, and I think that's a problem with a lot of things. People just choose, they believe something, but they say they know it. And yeah, because I think it would actually benefit, people that actually do know that it's not true. They could say there's a finite amount of land, or they can use it as a control system. I think that if you're because the human animal is different than other animals. Wild animals in capture, you can set up a big enough containment for them that they would be happy, right? And there would be a wall there, and they really wouldn't wonder what was on the other side of the wall, or past a great expanse of ice or something like that. But humans are different in the fact that they want to go beyond, right? There's a lot of dead bodies out there.
How would you keep
trying to discover what's the truth?
Yeah, how would you keep humans regulated to one specific space? There's one way that the Romans actually were very efficient at doing this. What did they give the people to keep being able to have rule over them? They gave them two things.
Bread and circus.
Bread and circuses, yes.
Right.
And here's another thing that makes me it made me really think about that, because you asked that question that way, Alpha. So I can glean from something from you. Think about what was going on at the time. There was a lot of things happening at those times, and the competing narratives are still being argued and discussed today. But in the midst of all of that chaos, and that we're still even arguing over today, instead of realizing they were pushing this narrative of a globe out there and making it a part of the headlines, the globe this, the globe that, the intro to movies, like really pushing that out there. And maybe back then people could see that, but they didn't think that was the most pressing thing at the time, so they just let it go. But because they let that go, now we're dealing with it being a type of religion now. And instead of arguing about competing narratives that were probably engineered for us to be arguing over in the first place, and yes, I would say that lives were really lost and all of that. I'm not trying to downplay that, but I think people arguing over the competing narratives that were put out there for you to argue about should be set aside, so we can talk about what really is and propagate the truth now. Dang, that's exactly what I was like. You just made that pop into my head and it clicked.
Yeah, you put it all together, though. I mean, you're the one that got it all put together like that. So, I mean, what do you think, Purvis?
Well, I would say the bankers, right? I mean, if you're saying the early 20s and whatnot, a centralized banking system, same people that profit off both sides of war.
Yeah, Titanic is playing on my TV
Dude.
right now. How funny is that? Are there coincidences? If you think so, that's cool. If you don't,
it's called synchronicity. Yeah, stuff like that usually happens. Like, we notice things. I would say that the reason being behind all of this is for, like you said, control. When you control a population and give them a narrative, they're curious no longer, right? So if I'm wondering what the moon is, and you give me an answer based on some information that you conjured up, and you said, hey, look, this is what the moon is, this is what it's made of, and I hear you say that, I have two choices. I can believe you, or I can question how you know what you know. That's my choice. And then if I question what you know, and I find out you don't have a reason for it, you thought of it, then I'm going to be left with like, okay, so it's not that. But if I don't question you and I believe you, then all I'll be doing is taking on a belief system, which is, of course, what they've done with, like what Flatsy was saying. And so they replaced, like what you heard about in schools, they've been pushing out the notion, like they're taking God out of the schools. Like before, it used to be the Bible was being shown and taught and whatnot, and that was moved out of the way for heliocentrism, the sun god. So the sun god is now what's at the center focus and being worshipped, right? So it's now a whole sun cult religion. It's masquerading as secular science, right? And so because of that, people have this idea that has no basis in reality of how they know that the Earth is in a solar system or is, tied into any cosmology that would say that it's in a type of solar system, that's like a round planet or anything like that. So all of this it's Achilles' heel, or it's how it's fundamentally flawed, is what the physical and natural world demonstrates to you and me. Go outside and just look at the sun. It's moving across the face of the earth from east to west. Now, what they're telling you is that it's in the center and not moving. How curious is that, right? But you can't see it that way because you're not in a relative position to say that that's the case. So it's all conjured up from an imagination given to you, wrapped up as doctrine of instituted learning. So you're just, hearing from a teacher that heard it from another teacher, and regress all the way back to where it's or originated from. And so all of this is coming from a central point, right? Given to you, wrapped up in this whole nice little package where all you got to do is go to this school and you're going to learn about this stuff, right? They're going to teach you like how this stuff, but it's all just like, it's superficial information. None of it there's no depth to it. And I know that 100% because everybody that comes into this channel will listen to how we're always taking apart the globe, but they themselves will be like, I know the Earth's a globe. Those guys are taking that guy apart. But if I was up there, I'd be able to tell them that it definitely is a globe. I guarantee you won't be able to either. I promise you that. If you don't believe me, raise your hand to come up to the speaker panel. I want to demonstrate that to you, because most people would believe that the Earth is a globe based on the information they heard. But it's ever since the 1920s, man, it's been instituted into the school systems as in, like, this is some type of secular science. It's something for all humanity to know. It's been discovered that the Earth is a globe, and it's, this is like a one of mankind's greatest achievements, knowing that standing on the shoulders of giants from, like, anywhere from Galileo to Aristotle to, like, Copernicus, all these names, right? The fathers of, like, the philosophy and such. And then on forward to us, that we're standing on these shoulders of, like, people who've already contemplated these deep questions, and now we're handed this information as in, like, well, it's wrapped up in a tiny bow, like, for us to just unwrap it and say, okay, I got my worldview. My epistemology is based on everybody who studied this a long time ago. It's not the case, man. Nobody knows that it's a globe. 100%, dude. Like, I don't know, like, what else I can do to show you, other than people coming up here and going, yeah, it's a globe. And, like, they have no foundation whatsoever. Like, I can promise you that. I don't know. I guess for as many years as I've been doing this, because I've been doing this a while, it's like going on 10 years now, if not 10 years. Yeah, I'm amazed by it every single time that I'm on. Like, I could hear people's, like, wheels turning when I'm talking to them. Like, they're thinking of a way, man, it's got to be a globe. Like, what else can I look for? Like, Wikipedia, Google search, like, because that's what they do, man. As soon as I talk to them, they're like, hold on, let me search it up real quick. I'm like, bro, you mean to tell me prior to you looking it up right now, you didn't know it was a globe in any way? You were just thinking it's a globe? You have to look it up right now for the answer? Like, what's up? Like, what's going on? I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, that's what I'm feeling, man. Like,
Yeah, real. I mean, it's on our kids' pajamas. It was taught to them at a very young age through movies, Disney, Pixar, etc., etc. And I think another interesting thing is, if you're looking up at what you believe is, the sun, the moon, and the stars, etc., you're not looking down. And there's tunnels beneath us. There's all types of shit that we don't know about in places we've never been here on Earth. And they tell us that we're insignificant, we're a speck of dust going through the universe. But really, I think that we are significant. Maybe we're at the center of the universe, and what you say and what you do matters. And they take that all away by saying that you're just flying through space at 666 angle or whatever it is.
Define universe. Define universe for me.
And I can't. All that there
Think about what you said, though. Just think about what you said. The center of the universe. Like, that's such a. It seems like a category error to me. Like, if you're talking about all of creation, then it is just that is it. There's no the center of it. I don't know where the center is.
yeah,
I mean, you know what I'm
this
saying?
is everything. It's not like in the center of it. It is everything. That's what I mean. Because, like, in order for it to,
Yeah, that's why I don't get behind geocentrism like
Yeah.
that. No, I don't need to say that kind of thing. It just seems like a bit contrived to me.
Interesting question, but either way, I believe that we are important, and maybe we're not in the center of the
Yeah,
quote
no
unquote
doubt. You're
universe, but
intelligent.
Well-
Yeah, I wasn't trying to challenge you on that. I was just trying to challenge you on like the way you said it.
yeah. Sorry, that's interesting. But the center of this life, right, is important. We are at the center of our lives, and people on this world's lives.
what's important, I think, when we talk about things being the center, every individual has a very subjective interpretation about like how their perception of viewing the things all around them. And I've actually had this kind of information because it's what's interesting about what I'm gonna say is that this is the way it's proposed as in the celestial sphere. So you can type that in, celestial sphere. Type that into Google right now. When you look it up, you're going to see that it says it could be thought of as centered, because it's a conceptual model, right? Thought of is either centered on the earth or the individual or the person, right? So you could think of everything centered on you just based on how we see the world around us. So we see the world around us like we're the center of everything. Like, so when you look upon the earth and you're making angle measurements to things, you're doing it based on your perspective. So like if you say, the angle that the moon looks like in the sky, it's like 40 degrees in the sky, it's on the up a little bit above the horizon or whatever. And somebody like 100 miles away from you will say something vastly different to where they see the moon angled into the sky based on their perception. So it's almost as if perception is the basis for an observation and how we can tell people where we see things in the physical natural world, right? Well, where do you see things? Well, to me, it looks like I'm 10 or whatever miles away from this city, whatever, like because the distance or whatever, it doesn't matter. But everything seems to be because you're telling somebody from your vantage point at all times. You can't tell them an orthographic vantage point. You can't say outside of my perspective, this is the center, because it doesn't make any sense. Well, what's the center? You're the center because you're seeing everything from your perspective. You can't tell me that you see it from someone else's perspective. They can tell me that because they're over there. You're over here. You know what I mean? So everything's centered on the perspective of the individual making their observations upon the earth and everything around them. So from your vision, radially from your position, everything looks like you are at the center of that. That's how perspective is actually worked out. So the same for a long hallway, right? If you're seeing down a long hallway, perspectively, it looks like it's converging at a point off into the distance away from the observer, right? But if you're somebody else down the hallway, at the end of the hallway, that person sees a very different perspective than the person at the other end, right? So perspective and the way you see the world around you is all due to the fact that you're the center of what you see in your perspective. So that's a way we could say that's how I see the world. Like it looks like I'm the center of everything. It looks that way. I'm not saying you don't have to think about it like that, because you could say, the creator's the center or whatever. But I mean, the way it looks apparently to you is you can't see it from another vantage point unless like there's a camera that shows you the other vantage point, right? That's the only way. A camera is the only way they can see it from another vantage point, because a person can tell you only, but they can't show you what they're seeing. They can just tell you. And if they have a camera, then they'll show you. But yeah, that's the only way, because that's what I'm saying. It looks to be like you are, from your vantage point, you can see angles and everything, how you see the world. That's interesting about celestial navigation and astronomy, when people actually start talking about, things that we see in the sky and, how we notice things that are around us. So what do you guys think, though?
I think Franco, do you have your hand up? It's been glitchy in here, so
sorry. I can't see.
I can't see your hand up, man. So I don't know.
Yeah, I cannot see it from here as well. Just a quick question, because I have to. Here it's almost 9 a.m. and I have to go to work. But I have a question, because I'm really curious, because I heard someone say that the academia has started pushing, or whatever verb you used, the notion of globe since the 20s. And does it mean the 1920s, I think? I was wondering where the information comes from. The information about the globe starting in the 20s, because this is not what I studied. I studied something like Dante in the 13th century.
We're talking about Franco, we're talking about the educational system that was instituted, especially in the Western world. I don't know, like as far as like the Eastern, like as far as information can take it back to any other position, but
where do you take that from? I mean, you mean that Einstein was not instructed that or I don't know, even I don't know.
I'll tell you this.
Feynman-
I know what
Feynman-
you're saying. I know what you're saying, but I'll tell you this. Look at I don't know what country are you from?
Italy.
Right. So every country maybe have a little bit different spin on where how things got started. You know, I would say that when I look into information about Italy, I don't have the perspective that you have. You have like very intimate information about like Italy's, history, for example. Like I don't like we have like a surface information about you, like, and pretty much we have like what's out and you could find in libraries and such, but there's certain specific information that you would be able to detail to me based on your always living there. You could tell me, the historical facts a little bit more intimate than I could if I'm not from there. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a bit differently. But only thing I'm saying is the information wasn't propagated out forward into the educational system as much as it was from the 20s. So from the 20s, that's when it really, the agenda was really like put forward into like, what did it go from? It went from Einsteinian general relativity, the constant, the universal constant, to like, it went into the redshift, blue shift theory, where it's now expanding.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the globe itself. I mean, it was Ptolemy in Europe. I mean, we have paintings from the 15th century European depicting
individuals
Christ of the globe.
Yeah, individuals in certain groups knew this kind of idea, but it wasn't put forward into all of humanity. Most people in the because in the 1800s in America, it was a huge rejection for that information being into the school systems. Franco, listen, all you got to do is look up historical facts for like how the information was kind of propagated outward. It wasn't like a point that was solidified within the American educational system. It was like niche groups that were actually carrying this information until it was wide. What I'm talking about is widespread. Like it was actually now put into effect where now every individual in the Western culture was like being taught at this in every school. It was a pushback. It wasn't just automatically accepted. I don't know if you knew this or not. Like there was pushback over here in America.
I would like to know. I would like to see the sources for this because I don't.
It's a huge study, man. It's like a really huge study. It's not just me just saying this. These are just factoids that I've looked into when I was trying to figure out. I was putting together like how is it possible that we've been indoctrinated for so long? Like did everybody really know this whole time? And the answer is no. It wasn't known this whole time that the Earth was a globe. It was niche groups that were carrying this information, and they were also putting like. They were having pushback by other academic, people that were in the same kind of, ideas where they were putting out theories, right? Like Einstein didn't put out the idea that the universe was ever expanding. Like his was a constant universe. So you might know this. Like I have to tell you that, but like there's a bunch of things that were not where we're at today. All of the information, people are conflating that Einstein was and the idea that the ever-expanding universe was the general relativity's basic foundation, that it was not that.
Einstein was a fraud. He was a Jewish fraud that like married his cousin.
Yeah, there's a lot about
his wife.
Well, you you can just talk about the things that he put forth, and you can tear apart his proposal for general and special relativity alone without he does it. It's being presented as a cause.
Yep.
And if it's presented as a cause of something in nature, then it needs to follow the scientific method from natural science, and it doesn't even have a hypothesis, a viable hypothesis to be tested, and it's just completely conjured in a descriptive language. You get what I'm saying?
Einstein's work?
Right, with the general and special relativity.
Yeah, I don't buy into all that.
That's fine. That's fine, but in this panel, like we don't usually go after the person, we go after the arguments or the proposed ideas. We attack those because I think it's a little bit of a low ball to say that, he was this and that and he didn't like, ice cream or nobody cares about that extra things. We care about why people are thinking that whatever he proposed was true. So we're debunking those things. There's a lot of like, mudslinging and stuff, but we're more concerned with the information that people take on in their epistemology. That's the most important thing. So yeah, I said it at the top of the space, man. Like, we're a very different space than the other ones. Like we stick to like actually addressing the things that are put out there. What does academia have to say about all this? Like, why are people taking this worldview on and they're not being challenged by like why they think that? That's what we're addressing right here.
Yeah, we're cutting right to the meat and potatoes. We're not trying to be like, because honestly, you shouldn't be so polarizing. I'm pro something or this, that, and the other, instead of just taking on information without any respect of persons. I don't see how that's going to get anybody anywhere arguing over and fussing over what they're pro and this and pro that. And this is the problem. Like, people have this mindset that they're not actually cutting to the information and getting to the meat and potatoes, like we were saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Either the information has a foundational baseline, or it's just conceptual, information that you could take on as either a belief or not. So if we don't get to that part, I don't know. We're just meandering around the important thing.
The weird derivatives.
Right.
What is the important thing? What is the net positive of learning whether specifically the Earth is round or flat?
You can get out of a cognitive bias by understanding the physical and natural world for its demonstration of what it really is versus what you think it is.
Yeah, being able to constantly renew your mind for the better, instead of like bogging it down with these weird things that people are, it was happening back then when they were propagating narratives of the wars that were going on so that they could push something very small through, and they just needed to get it in, like nobody was going to care about that when there were more pressing matters happening. Then they were worried about pro this and pro that, just like people are right now. It's crazy to me that people can't seem to just let that go. Like, why do you have to have such a hard stance on something so subjective? Like, can we talk about objective things? That's kind of a little rant. Sorry.
Yeah, these other topics are just so vain. I mean, there's no substance to any of them. They're just things that people do to pass the time. I mean, I don't know. That's why it's real hard to talk to somebody of the mindset that the Earth is a globe, because they're so scatterbrained when it comes to like actually the buckling down and trying to figure out whether or not they know any information about how they know the Earth's a globe. It's so difficult, like so hard. Like when Flatsy or myself or anybody that's on 24/7 starts to talk to somebody, they're scatterbraining a bunch of questions. Well, what about gravity? Well, what about the edge of the Earth? And how far why would they lie? Like they're not focused. They don't attack the information about the Earth being a globe with any rigor whatsoever. So we're left with just like trying to help them out. It's pretty frustrating, I'll tell you that much right now. That's the hard part. Not administering truth. That's easy. We can do that all day.
Exactly. The truth is so obvious and so simple, and instead we seem to be bogged down by so many other things, and I like to call it the feast of nonsense. It's like you can get caught up in the feast of nonsense all day and discuss these little topics here and there. That's what debates are for subjective topics. But objective topics, it either is true or it isn't.
Yeah, who Einstein married, like in whatever age he was, like that's not relative.
Was that a pun? That was
Yep.
a pun.
That was. You got it?
Yeah. I love it.
I try to keep you on your toes, man, with the way I speak. So hopefully.
You did. Like, now I have a whole new way and angle to come at things, and hopefully you can glean off of the angle, because it's like I glean off of you, you glean off of me, like boom, boom, boom. Like, I love it.
Well, we're talking about logical consistency. So that's another topic to even go into, because some of these guys in here, they don't understand logic or reason. And I think that's the only way that we can have a conversation that means anything. Because if we lose that, boy, we're lost. There's no way to have like a baseline for understanding. So the laws of logic are important for us.
Yeah, exactly. And you can destroy somebody's argument off of something so simple like that. A basic way of reasoning, because people have been taught not to reason.
Yeah, they go into fantasy land, try to
Just
tell us
trying
that
to,
the earth is a globe.
yeah, just trying to combat the law of identity. It's like trying to combat the law of uh, the second law of thermodynamics. Like you're not going to be able to stop that from happening. It is what it is, you know.
I always hear QE saying the most obvious. How do you have a horizon on a globetard? I hear him saying that over and over again. Because it always gets them, dude. Like, so I started using that a lot as the opener for like how we talk to these guys. How do you have a horizon on a globe? It's so freaking obvious, and it's such a great point too.
I agree. You know, it's not just his love language, but he'll tell you it's his love language when you present an argument that's so simple that and comprehensive that anyone can understand it. And what really, gets him fired up and mad is when somebody's like trying to ridicule another person for just stating something so simple, and they think that you're a simpleton because of that, like as if that's such a bad thing. It's crazy.
Literally comes from the word horizontal. And it's just
You can't be more on the nose than that, huh?
But these are the same people that'll tell you that level isn't flat. Trust me, bro. Level's not flat.
There's one adjective in Merriam-Webster's dictionary that speaks of it that way. But in that same adjective, it contradicts itself. It says in the first half of the sentence, no part higher than another. And then it says in the second sentence, following the liquid curved parts of the earth. Like, that's so stupid.
Well, this is where it's, yeah, exactly. But this is where semantics are actually a good thing. And, you know, people will brush off your argument and they'll be like, "Oh, you're just being, you're just being semantical. Like, let's not be diving into the semantics." Yeah, that's actually important to do, to parse through those things. If they if somebody presents you with a definition of a word like level and it contradicts itself, then it's violating the laws of logic right there on its base. And that's how we've even developed languages, is to be able to understand these laws of reasoning. We've developed languages, symbols, mathematics, and syllogisms to be able to figure out what's true. Like this is a big part of how all of this is developed over time.
Yeah, so we're just kicking it here. It just seems like it's being Flatsian based right here at the top. But if you want to come and join the speaking panel, all you got to do is request to speak, and we'll bring you up here. Anybody but Andy Bouillot, though. You probably won't come up here. But anybody else, you can come up here, and we'll bring you up, and you can have a conversation with us. Perhaps ask us some questions. There's a lot of knowledge that we have that carries forward into, like, how you can articulate points for Flat Earth if you're kind of leaning the way of Flat Earth. But yeah, you won't know until you ask. But today's space is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 23, Globeheads be cray cray. And we just heard earlier a perfect example of Globeheads being cray cray. That was Peter telling us how he feels when he rides his bike, that he feels like the earth is curving. Amazing. Doesn't get no cray cray than that. But there you have it. Yeah, the 24/7 bot is in here as well. So if you wanted to find out any of the servers that we're on, there's 3, I think. There's the politics and religion server, there's just the politics server, and then there's the home server for 24/7 Flat Earth. And it's in that in the bot that's in the listening panel. But don't forget to subscribe to it as well, or follow it. It'll have all the links to the places that we go on it. And shout out to Helioskeptic because that's his account. Also follow him on YouTube because that's where that thing is broadcasting on YouTube as well.
The Earth.
Yeah, guys, I've been doing this for 10 years, so I've met a lot of people
in a flat way.
Alleged globers who believe that the Earth is a globe, and also academics who believe that the Earth is a globe.
Prove what?
But
I just made 2
nobody can
points that are
present
totally
the evidence that the
contradictory.
Earth is a globe, verifiably, falsifiably.
Prove that it's
It
spherical.
doesn't happen. So
hear
if
me
you
out. I have
guys
2 balls, both
want to come up here
around.
and try it out,
in a
See if you got
way,
what it
shape, or
takes.
form. Technically, they're not round; they're like oblong shapes. Would not the Earth
You
be
know,
equivalent to my
sometimes
balls?
I feel bad because what if get vaccinated is
Because I'm fucked up.
had a change
Hear
of
me
heart
out.
or
I'm
something,
very
and
drunk.
he's coming up here, and it's just not the case. I just know it's not.
Yeah, see this.
I don't think he's gonna
How
change
sober
his
are you?
heart.
I've never been drunk.
He's always gonna come up here with that
I don't believe that.
soundboard of his.
Yeah.
Believe what you want. It's fact.
Wait, are you
I'm sure you're
Australian?
going to get a bunch of more people in here later.
I am.
Or earlier in the morning.
Okay.
Or I mean, not. It is
Never
earlier.
been to Australia.
You know what I mean.
Honestly,
Yeah,
a place I want to
get
go
it.
minus
I get it.
their
Yeah,
entire
because it's
government. No
2 o'clock
offense to
my
you,
time.
bro.
They usually don't start coming in.
The Outback,
like
the
probably
Outback
like an
seems
hour or
lit.
so.
Hold up, the Outback seems like a lit place to go camping.
The
Minus the fact that you
government
just like
fucked up.
can't own guns, and like you could get mauled by wild dogs and just not own guns.
But we got the conspiracy
But so
in the
yeah, the
listening
Earth
panel
is
and Arthur B.
definitely
Flat. What's
not
up, guys?
flat because hear me out. Why do Australian toilets flush the opposite of American toilets?
So
Right,
you got,
because
you
they're
guys' faces
designed
are getting
completely
packed in
different.
too, or what?
Well, why do the toilets flush in opposite directions?
Because they're designed
so for
completely
you.
different.
They're the same
You
exact
can
toilet.
actually have 2 toilets in the same household, and they'll flush opposite ways. Most Australian toilets actually just flush
That was so
straight
weird.
down.
He's
They
talking
don't
about
have a swirling
riding a
motion
bike,
like you have in
feeling
some
the
other
curvature of it.
countries.
That's so weird.
They just flush straight down.
And then he's like,
That-
well, we
So-
see
like, hear me out. The
we see
elites
the
are
flat
covering
water out
up
there,
that the
but
Earth is round, bro.
it's
They're
still
lying
curving.
to you.
Like, what the hell?
Of course
Flat
they're
water
covering it up. You can go out and investigate it yourself and find out that the Earth is flat.
Peter,
No,
like
you
I
disagree
just,
with your main
I
point
just
there.
can't with him.
I said the elites are
I
covering
mean,
up
I
that
don't
the
even
Earth is
see the
round
point.
by having
He's
toilets
not going
flush straight
to.
down instead
He's
of
just
swirling.
here to, make fun of
And
people.
you agreed with it.
It's not really.
Maybe
he
that's
doesn't care about
maybe that's a
having
better
Not
design.
you're aware of the
if
disagreement
he
that
was,
you made
he
with yourself.
wouldn't have been here as long as
I'm
he has
aware
been.
of toilets
Just
that swirl and
trolling
toilets that
flat
flush
Earth.
straight down.
Toilets that flush straight down, that's a cover up for the round Earth, the spherical Earth.
I don't think so. All you've got to do is go out and do a couple of
Definitely
observations,
no
and you'll
evidence
be a
of the
flat
Earth being a
earther
globe
as
in
well.
2024.
All right, what observations? I've hiked some mountains, some 4,000 footers. You know, I live in New England, New Hampshire, New England specifically, New Hampshire, United States. So you know the exact geographical region that I live in. There's plenty of mountains. I've hiked almost all of them.
Yeah. So what you got to
Yours
do
is
is go out to the
definitely
beach.
What
not
does
round, or
Nathan
definitely
Oakley
not
do on
flat.
Mondays? Does he
It's definitely
come
flat.
into
No. Hang on.
the politics room?
We're not talking about
No,
not having
he
ponds and
usually just does a
mountains.
show like normal.
We are talking
Maybe
about
reviewing
over
something,
water. It's flat.
a video,
Okay. There's no
and
curvature.
having
There's
the
no
panel
drop over
interact.
distance over water.
I
All
just,
right. Yes,
it's getting
we
a
have
little bit
mountains, we have ponds,
long
we
in the
have
tooth
valleys,
with all of
we
the
have
stuff that
cliffs,
they've
we
been
have
reviewing
waterfalls.
lately.
No, I'm aware.
We all
The
do that.
argument.
It's like I
I'm
get
aware
it.
of the argument here.
It
This
is.
is not
It is.
literally
It
a
does need to
flat
be
plane
addressed.
like
But they will
Minecraft
take
super flat world. It's not that.
hours to
I'm
review
aware.
30 minutes of a video. Like,
Okay, so
However,
what
just
is it?
move on.
when you go up to the
Oh.
top of a mountain, you can
Sometimes
see
they'll
the
say something
curvature of
really
the Earth. It
profound
doesn't have to
because
be Mount Everest.
they
It could
have
be
that
like
open
the average mountain on a clear day. You can
airways
see the
to
curvature
pause
of
the
the Earth.
video
No,
and
you
discuss a
can't.
topic here
No,
and
you
there, and
can't.
that's good,
Look,
and it is really beneficial.
you can't
But if you're
even
there
see
all
the
the
curve
time
of
and
the Earth
it's
from the
happening all the
International
time,
Space Station. Okay,
You know,
just
sometimes
not
it's fun. Yeah, sometimes
high
it's
enough.
fun.
That's
Like I even enjoy it sometimes
250
when
miles.
I don't realize that we're taking so long reviewing
You're only looking
such
at
a
like
small amount of a
3% of the
video,
Earth.
but
You
like
just
they'll
can't
just
see
repeat
curvature,
things
buddy.
over and over. Like, yeah, you already said that.
Okay,
Like,
no, hear me
4
out.
times. Can we move on?
I understand
Let's
your
play the
point.
video.
If I
See
sent
what
you a
else is going
DocGov
on.
picture from the ISS, what would be your disagreement with that?
I think what's
if it
amazing
showed the
because like
Earth's curvature?
and I was listening to that.
I guarantee
Tim
someone
Pool
has done
thing,
that, so I'm not going to waste my
I
time
was
finding a
just
picture to
cringing,
send
man.
it.
I was like, damn.
Of course, you don't have to.
These guys are just like
send me a
really talking,
picture
and then Tim
from the
Pool's just a
International
numpty,
Space
dude. He
Station
doesn't know
because
anything.
they've already admitted that they use fisheye lenses, and the
Yeah,
reason why they
you
use
can
fisheye
tell,
lenses
man.
He's such
is
a
because
numpty.
they
Really
need to get
tell
the widest
like
view
the
possible,
capacity
and the
for
widest
someone
view
to be able
possible
to like
can
take on
only be
information and
obtained with a
discern.
fisheye
You
lens,
can really
which
tell when you bring
curves
up something like
everything.
flat Earth to
Now
go.
you can turn around and
And
have a look
You're
at.
right.
it's quite
You
amazing.
can look at
I'm
footage from the Chinese space
it is
station,
really
He's
fun.
such
and the
a
horizon's
numpty,
completely
dude. Like
flat.
he's just so
So why do we
out
have
of it. He's just
the
basically a
Chinese space
host
station, which is a
that brings
little
other
bit
people on,
higher
and he's
than
like, yeah,
the
what do you have to say? Okay, that's good. How about you? Like that's all he's doing. Like there's nothing. It's just, dude, it's so frustrating. And it's like the guy's got 1 million some followers, and it's like he's bringing nothing to the table. No constructive arguments. There's nobody being challenged. It's just everybody's just oh, you're a big name. Come on to the show. You know, just name dropping and like. But then it's like whatever. I mean, people like that, I guess.
I think it's just interesting. The like what this conversation will bring. Like it, I don't know. It's a really good litmus test. In other words.
Hey, we get people jumping in and out of the space. Welcome to the space if you're here. Just chatting with Flatsy. We're talking about this and that, you know, things that are ongoing in the flat earth conversations, and you know, globe earthers doing debates and whatnot. It's pretty funny. But in 2024, there's no evidence that the earth is a globe. So we're opening up the panel to anybody who wanted to come up here and kind of brave the information if you can. But I warn you, make sure you bring evidence of the claim. Anybody but Andy Bulow. Because you're getting denied every time you come up. You know, it's funny that he, like he said, he could have something. Like, it's curious that he might be like, oh, dude, this is the one time. But when you let him up here, he's like, Wah.
Yeah, poor little old feller.
But like, go on, get.
You know that's gonna tickle me because
Yeah.
I'm from the South and we say stuff like that all the time.
Go on, get.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Because every time he like requests to speak, you just like deny.
Over and over. You think he'd just leave. But no. So weird. These people are freaking weirdos. Like, if you don't like it, then leave. Nope. Gotta be here. Gotta be a disruptor. Gotta be really taking my hard stance against you. You should be imprisoned. And like, that's crazy, man. How is having the conversation about the shape of the earth what's that gonna do to anyone and harm them in any way? But you think we should actually be imprisoned? I think that's more of a testament to your own character.
Hey, we got T-Dub at the bottom and Elbow in the chat. I just seen that. What's up, guys? Shout out to you guys. We got Neil in the chat.
Very nice. I found out what I was asking you about what I got, that new server that I was invited into. I found out what it was. It's because I'm a mod now.
Yeah, what is it about?
Yeah, because I'm a mod now, I guess. on the
Oh, you got mod powers?
politics,
Okay.
politics and religion only, though. Not the politics server, in other words, because have those little corners in both of those servers. But I guess now I'm a mod, and it's so funny because it happens the day that I win second place of that singing competition in the politics server. I'm supposed to get an updated role from the politics server, no matter how much time I've spent in the chats and VCs and stuff. They're that's a perk or one of the prizes, and I get basic nitro for a month. It's pretty cool. Man, and the guy that got first place, he was so stinking precious. He could sing really well, but he was just precious. He was like, "You guys should get out there and sing. Just, like try to suppress the nerves and just do it." And if you do it, and like you do get out there and you sing, try to work on controlling the mic, And he's so right, and I was just commending him for it the whole time. Anytime that I'd get brought up to the stage, I shouted out 24/7 Flat Earth when I got called up to the stage for my initial performance. So I was representing us kind of in that singing competition. And it was a lot of fun. There's a lot of trolls in there and just having fun and making people laugh, that type of thing. But there was a few of us that were serious and got up there and sang, and it was really fun.
That guy Piper Australia's always has a lot to say in the comments, but he never comes in here. Wonder why.
Keyboard warrior.
Yeah, more and more we just see a bunch of people coming in and giving up right away. They don't even, it seems like, I don't know what we've done. I guess we've, I don't know, made an impression on the space. There isn't anybody that actually has the fortitude to come up here. They're very, conservative.
Well, they'd rather wait till after you post the space that they can, then comment, go back and,
Yeah,
do
bro, I was in that space and I'm telling you, man, I would have went up there, but the host just doesn't allow for speakers to come up. You know what I mean?
Right, he's just gonna mute me. I mean, why go?
I would have something to say, but he's just, how it goes. Flat earthers, you know what I mean?
They lean heavy on the mute button, and that's the only way that they can, be flat earthers.
And really, they don't come up. It's like crickets, dude. Like, the floor is open. Come on up. Crickets. Literal. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I do appreciate the new followers that are following me lately. So hopefully you got some followers as well. We had some people come through here and they shot me a follow. So That's kind
Yeah,
of
they
cool.
did. I haven't checked in a minute, but yeah, I did have a few followers.
See how many you're up to. That's not bad. When did you start? It was the same time or a little bit after I did?
I think it was October, maybe somewhere around there. August, maybe.
You got like 212.
August, October, something like that.
Trying to go for that 1K short-term goal. 1K. The impressions have been good on the spaces. They're, in the hundreds, if not 1,000. So
Get vaccinated followed me.
what? No way.
Yeah.
Seriously? Oh, I think he's following me too.
Well, ain't that precious?
Oh, snap.
You already know.
It do what it do and it be what it be. We got
It is
CB in
what
the
it
house.
is. Yes, sir.
The party's
What
now
is-
going to start. Everybody ready?
Wait, are we live right now or?
Oh my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Miggy, can you make me co-host? I'm gonna lock in.
Uh-oh. You guys are in
Time
trouble
to lock
now.
in, bro. It's time to lock
You're
in.
locking in on the long haul right now?
Hey, we're locking in, guys.
You need to bring your soundboard in here, dude. Like, that's what needs to happen.
Yeah. yeah. Well, I've been talking to Matrix. I might go ahead and buy me another, iPad and do it old school way, man. Bring it back. Don't make me go vintage CB on y'all in here. Yeah, those were good old times, man. I miss the good old days. How's the chat? Is anybody in here we should talk to?
We're just talking amongst ourselves
We're just-
because nobody's here. They're trying to come to the speaker panel.
They're all just listening, I guess. Anyways, man, what were you up to? You running around the Golden Coast?
Oh, I was having a huge glitch there. Are you talking to me? Yes, bro. Can you
Yeah.
hear me, guys?
Yeah, you were-
Yeah. I cut out there for a second.
Yeah, we really only had Peter that came up here and for the title of the Space Globers Be Cray Cray, demonstrate to everybody how crazy Globers are. He was saying that the only way he knows that the Earth is a globe demonstrated to him was a bike ride that he had. He felt that he was going downhill both ways to go get some pizza and back to his house. He was going downhill both ways. I'm like,
wait, why have we heard this before?
On his bike, bro. It was stupid. It was so stupid. It was so dumb, bro. It's dumb as shit.
Yeah, that's really
so
bad.
stupid.
How do they? I don't know how they're sold on these things so easily. Like, oh, I rode my bike like Eratosthenes or whatever. Or they have the one where it says, oh, just lay down at the beach and then stand up.
I see Neil's laughing
Like,
down there.
what?
I see you, Neil.
Yeah.
Dude, he rode his bike and he found out that the Earth was curving. So stupid, bro. Damn.
And if you flipped it around and we said that, they would never accept that from us. Oh, well, why are you FE? Oh, because I rode a bike. They'd cook you.
Dude, you'd be made an example of. Dude, you'll be like, oh, here comes the guy who rode his bike and found out the Earth was flat. Like, that's what happened.
Exactly.
What, dude? But for him, well, I'd say it like this, because he's always talking shit and nonsense, dude, like, it just adds to his repertoire of being a dumbass. Like, we're just going to put that, oh, that's another dumb thing that he said. Just put it in the rest of the dumb shit he says. Yeah, because I don't know. There was another guy who brought it up. He was like, "Hey, check it out, man. Peter's gonna tell you how the Earth is a globe and or some shit." He said something like that, and then Peter started talking about this bike ride that he had, and it was so stupid, dude. Cause I was riding my bike the other way after we went to go get pizza, you know, and it was a lot easier. And I told my son, I was like, you know, son, it was. Well, didn't you feel how down? It was like we're going downhill. I was like, dude, you're so stupid, dude. Like, so dumb. Like, what the fuck? Can't believe how dumb this shit is.
Yeah, and it's 2024, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Oh, get this. He said the water on the lake or the ocean. I'm not really sure what he said, but the ocean or lake was flat. But I was like, do you think there's water hills? He's like, yeah. So it's a hill of water, but it's flat. Fuck, how do you make that happen, man? Like, how's that possible?
What?
Dude, it's a water hill, but it's flat. Peter said, like, honestly, dude, like, I don't know, man. He's one of those, he's just basic, like, whenever we need to paint a Rembrandt, he'll come in and just be the numpty canvas. You just paint your Rembrandt, dude, on him. Like, it's just that easy.
Wait, you're talking about Peter? Like that Peter?
Yeah, the one that's always coming into chat.
Wow. I feel like he's just like cooked at this point, man. He's running out of steam.
Yeah, bro's deep fried, dude. He's like, he's so like, I don't know, man. Flatsy was like, basically saying, like, dude, I don't even want to talk to him about shit. Like, because I was like, Flatsy, what do you think about what he's saying? She's like, I don't care. Like, she's like all uninterested.
Yeah, I'm the same way with him. I'm like, dude, you're a lost cause. It's not point talking to you.
Yeah, at some point, people, and I just do it because, you know, it just churns up content. Everybody's like, dude, he's just trolling.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I know. I'm just fucking kicking him around just a little bit, just to kind of, you know, fill some dead air. Because, like, obviously,
yeah,
you know, people don't know how crazy they are. It's like, dude, these Globers are crazy. Why do they say these things? Like, why isn't it some coherent argument for the Earth being a globe? It's all stupid. I don't get it.
Well, you know, that's their target audience. Stupid. All the smart ones already are in this panel, or you know, have been rocking with FE for years now. So, yeah, that's what we're left to deal with is the stupid ones.
We're left in the hill of water gang. The hill of water. I don't know what else to do, man. Like, it's nowadays, it's just like, it's way too easy, man. If we really start going around 3 o'clock to 6 my time, that's when it really starts jumping in here. Like the big wave comes in. Usually.
There's still a lot of people listening. Does anyone want to jump up and chat or what?
I don't know, man. They're intimidated. CB. It's intimidating,
Yeah, I would be
bro.
too.
Because they see you up here, they see me up here, they're like, dude, this is gonna be kind of weird, me going up there, and then I don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe.
You missed it yesterday. I got under someone's skin. You know, it's just certain characters. They just, you know, whether it's Jedi or me or QE or you, they just really, your personality just irks them. Yeah, we dealt with that yesterday. It was really funny. The CB guy, you know, he's an asshole. All this stuff.
You're an asshole?
Oh, it was great. Oh, he's so condescending. It was pretty funny. It was good times, classic.
What were you like? Cry harder, man. That'll help your case.
I literally said that, like verbatim. I'm like, why are you crying right now, bro?
because
Yeah.
they're not red pill, dude. They're living on a fucking blue pilled world, dude. Oh, there was this chick that popped into the. You should have been there, dude. You're all about this kind of conversation. This chick came in there, dude. She was a freaking Sigma, bro. She's coming in there, just like everybody has to like kowtow. You know, she's coming in and like asking questions, entitlement. I'm like, bro, chill the fuck out, man. Like, this is not that chat. Like, there is no simps in this chat. Like, nobody's gonna fucking simp, bro. Like, relax.
That's funny.
Like, relax, man. Like, jeez, dude.
There's no sense in this chat.
No, because like
That's funny.
she was
bro.
trying to like because Jedi was. I know we were all talking at one point, right? But she was like, I know the Earth's a globe. I know it. And like, dude, you don't know it. I'm telling you, you don't know the Earth's a globe. And then like we all have our little bits of conversation, and then it got around to Jedi. Jedi was speaking to her, and Jedi's the way he speaks, and so she's like, oh, it's kind of cool, he's speaking in that, but she was kind of being dismissive to everybody else. She's like, I don't want to talk to you, and India was in the chat, and she was like, I don't want to talk to you, or the other guy with me, and I was like, man, you're fucking arrogant, dude. Like, you don't have to be like acting like that. She was like, I like to make old people mad and shit. I'm like, bro, this is fucked up.
Wow.
Yeah, just like
Who hurt
saying
her,
shit. I don't
bro?
know, but she was saying some dumb shit. And then she was like, but I'm respectful and you guys are. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was just like, it was all fucked, dude. The chat was all jacked up. And she was trying to make a case for her being like cordial and shit. I was like, dude. And then she was like, but I want to talk to Jedi because he's nice. I was like, man, you ain't gonna be doing the old putting our team against each other, that kind of shit. That's what India was like. You're trying to put us against each other, man. We already know the playbook. We know what's going on. Like, it's dumb, dude. Like, what was that?
It's funny when they do that. No, it's basically what happened with me the other day. Oh, I don't want
You cut out, CB.
Oh, sorry about that. I might have a bad zone for a second.
You're chopping up. You're chopping up right now. I can't hear you.
Do I sound okay?
Yeah. What happened? You dropped out.
Yeah, just my phone.
Is this better? Or sometimes
Still
I have a
kind of.
signal here.
Yeah, you're kind of. I don't know what to say about it. It's weird.
Yeah, my phone died, and I was like, dang. I didn't even notice that it was about to.
We got Neil coming up. What up, homie?
Just chilling. I just woke up in the middle of the night, saw this was going on. I was like, sweet, got something to do now.
Man, we're always cooking in the kitchen. And then CB's got a chef hat on, but his connection's bad, so I don't know.
I'm gonna drop in and drop out. I'm gonna go on my computer.
Hi.
He's going to drop out and come back in.
He's dropping out.
Why don't you drop out?
Dude, I want to catch one of these ballers slipping right today. I really do. I'm not satisfied till Peter's just he's not really satisfying to shellac him.
No, you're right. It's not worth shellacking him, bro.
Yeah, because it's the same thing every time. Like, it's just nonsense. I can easily dispatch him. It's like I don't want to do that. I want to get somebody who's fresh, like, into this. Truly thinks the Earth's a globe. Anybody but get vaccinated because he's not coming.
Yeah, there is something really cool about, a fresh set of ears, a fresh spirit. Because some of these guys are so scarred and tarnished and hurt, butthurt, like Flatsy would say.
That guy got so upset when you said that last time. That pilot, he said, "You're just butthurt." He said, "I'm not butthurt, nah." Remember the other day? I'm not butthurt.
It's just an argument from butthurt, man, and that's why we get a lot of anti-flat earthers. Is they get butthurt talking to one of us, and they take it personally, and then they come in constantly arguing from butthurt. Like that's just let it go. Things is it's just not that important.
Is there any way to put your soundboard, CB, to this?
Holy smokes! Are we still live? I just realized that we're still live.
Yeah. We are live. We got the YouTube bot in here too, as well.
Shout out to Helio.
I always drop him like a invite, like to come in here, and he drops a bot in here.
That's short for Helio Skeptic. We just call him Helio because I don't know. It just suits. I know he's not like the sun god or anything, so it kind of sounds weird when I say it.
It does sound weird.
If he would have been anything other than Helio Skeptic, I don't know. I know his real name, but I wouldn't say it.
Oh yeah.
And I don't really care if people know my real name.
Yeah, check it out, man. We got some people jumping into space. You want to come up here and challenge the panel? Go ahead. Bring your best globe evidence to the panel. We'll see what you got. Able to match it with some energy of how you know what you know.
Yeah, I'm here with you watching Titanic sink. That's all.
Oh, is that code for globe?
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, it's. I was just about to make that reference, but I am actually I don't know how it came on. Titanic just started playing. I guess it's free on YouTube. So
There you go.
somebody must have been watching a YouTube video or something earlier, and it just swapped over to Titanic for whatever reason.
Do you live like in a community full of people or something? Like, huh?
No, I have a family.
I know, but I thought it was just you and your spouse and the young boy.
And we've also got my husband's daughter. She's my stepdaughter.
Oh, so you have
She's with us right now.
Yeah, my bad. I just thought there was only like you three, and I was like, how many other people are there? You make it sound like it's like a community place where somebody else was watching Titanic. I'm like, who could be the other one? I only know.
I don't. Sometimes if somebody watches something on YouTube and it finishes that video, it'll go on to something else. Did that with this. I guess Titanic is something free that you can watch on YouTube right now, and they're making it one of those things that's a recommended video, or in the algorithm it'll play it if you just let YouTube go on its own.
Oh my gosh. You should look at what AI just posted. The science is a science proven with science. Even I opened a can of science, food with science, then walked my science and picked up his science. What the fuck? Look at AIs out there, man. Picked up his science. He picked up his science with a bag of science, placed it in the science can, then science our way back home. He's such an idiot, dude. Where the fuck is he at? AI, what's up, man? He's probably listening on the YouTube stream. It's funny.
But where is this? Where can I find it and read it?
So it's underneath or it should be the last thing on the. what people post underneath the space, like the one that I just posted. Look at the comment section underneath the space. It's funny as hell, dude.
We need a live chat, bro.
Look at the butthurt guy in there. The realness. The guy's always in my like dropping. He ats me and whatnot because he got shellacked, dude. I fucking went hard in the paint on that guy. Cause yeah, if you click on his name and just look at what he claims he is, he's definitely not that. But
I see what you were talking about.
You see what he posted? Look what he put.
The science is a science proven with science. I even opened a can of science food with science, then walked my science and picked up his science with a bag of science, placed it in the science can, then scienced our way back home.
He's such a crazy ass. He's crazy.
That is so funny.
I'm actually gonna save that.
Me
It's
too.
that good.
I liked it, or I hearted it, man. I'm gonna repost it.
I'm reposting it. I'm reposting that shit.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Sometimes he hits you with some like just what he says.
It's how these Globers sound.
Exactly.
They sound like that.
That's funny.
He's just shining a mirror right back at him,
Yeah, that's at the top of my. I should pin that shit. I'm gonna pin it. Let's see. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm still laughing. I can't help it. My eyes are watering from laughing so hard. It's where this emoji comes into play right here. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Are
It
we
really is a
still
memory.
live?
Yeah, we're still live.
We got RG coming up right now.
Hello. How are you?
What up?
Oh man, another day, early as hell here. I just woke up out of kind of just checking out the space, man. Just wanted to say hey and see if it's kind of just open topic, or you want to keep it on a concise kind of topic.
Well, we're actually challenging people who think that the Earth is a globe, but RG, remind me if I think we've spoken before. Are you of the mind that the Earth is not a globe? Is that true?
Yeah, no, it's not a globe for sure.
Yeah, because I do remember. I think I've distinctly remember that you're not on that side. So, just wanted to be clear.
Right.
I don't want to make a distinction, and then you're like, "What? No, I think the Earth's a globe, bro." Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, right. No,
But,
I'm.
What brings you by this fine morning?
Well, I've got this dilemma, with how the sun works, where it is. If it's apparent, then between two observers, it should be in a pretty much a locatable spot, or you can kind of pin it down a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be 93 million miles away, but level with your eyes, at the same time.
Yeah, that's not actually true. The more observers that you account for in trying to pin down the sun, it doesn't work.
No, it jumps away. It runs away. Kenny, I'm going to give you just a little ideas what's in my head here, just to get it out and talk with fellow flat earthers. So, if you're okay, I'll start. Good.
What
Good to
do
go.
you got, man?
Okay. So, we can pretty much pin down, like, say, from the observer's position on the ground. Let's say sea level, but it's over dry land, like a like a desert. Let's just say it's a level desert, and you have two observers that are both 6 foot tall, facing each other, right? Looking dead straight at each other, but they are about 6.5 to 7 miles apart. So this way, what we know to be true is right about 3 to 3.5 miles, the sun will go past the convergence point, right? And it will disappear. It'll disappear for one person. Now, the other observers facing him will see the sun rise as soon as it disappears for the first person. Our eyes work in such a way that it looks like it goes up, then down, and then next observer goes up, then down, right? You guys follow me so far, I'm sure. So far, so good?
I'm with you, man. Go ahead.
Okay. So when the sun pretty much goes past the horizon, the apparent horizon, in between those two observers, if you take your zenith measurement straight up in the air, right, 90 degrees, that's where the sun should be, right? Instead of looking level at each other, the Globers would say, well, the sun is up in the sky 93 million miles away, right? So those two observers should be looking straight up in the air at the zenith, right, point. That's where they say the sun is physical, so it should be there, right? Well, it's not, and it never is. And what's even weirder is that when those two observers, are looking level at the horizon, and the sun disappears, then appears for the, like I just explained. Well, even for us, that sun should be somewhere close to the firmament or reflecting off the firmament if it is like a hologram or something. But it's not even that for us. So give me your thoughts on that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of like one of those things a long time ago of how they would see the sun move across the sky. And what we understand is that there's a conceptual model that this actually resembles. And have you heard of the celestial sphere, RG?
Yeah. So what I understand about that, just real quick, is if you were on the equator on Earth and you took a 90-degree zenith position to the sky, that's where your celestial equator would be, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to actually tell whether or not you're in a specific location based on reference from what things are in the sky. A lot of what people don't understand is the specific terms that are understood from heliocentrism, or just based on, like, when we talk about the equator, or northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. All of this information is garnered from that celestial sphere. Do you know this? Like, this information is not ground based. There's two things to think about: the celestial sphere and the terrestrial sphere. Whether or not the terrestrial sphere is known to exist, it's irrelevant from the celestial sphere. Everything that has been taken from the celestial sphere is the information of how things move across the sky. Things in astronomy and things regarding celestial navigation. Now, both of this are based on the conceptual information from the celestial sphere. Now, this celestial sphere isn't an actual sphere. It's conceived as having an infinite radius. You know what I mean?
And can I say this? Yes,
Right.
yes. I see what you mean now. My question would be, because of the firmament, the way I understand it, it would have some type of curvature, but not in the way that Globers think. I would understand it as our personal dome, right, would be curving. Yeah. So yeah, the sky was modeled, and then they came up with this terrestrial.
Yeah, I think the important thing is when it concerns that everything is modeled after a perspective from the observer based on how we see the world around us, right? So we'd say that it would fall in line with the concept of celestial sphere because we see everything radially from our perspective. So as you view the outside world from your eyes, everything is like, if you could imagine spokes going from your eyes on outward, everything, you're like the central point to that observation, to any observation. So you wouldn't put the Earth at the center, you'd put yourself at the center. So if I was to tell you what angle of degrees do you see the moon, you couldn't give me an outside perspective of that information. You would give me what it looks like according to where you're at. You get what I'm saying, RG?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for saying that. Just one thing, since we're having a conversation here, I like, I'm pretty familiar with it, but let me ask you this much. It was modeled almost a one-to-one representation from the sky to the terrestrial because of this one thing that that really got me was, with the star trails. If you're on the ground on the equator, anywhere around the whole Earth, let's do a thought exercise, right? If you had railroad tracks that went in that circular terrestrial equator, now you get on this train and you're looking straight up at the sky, 90 degree zenith, and you start to move, go around the equator, but you consistently look up and take measurements. So what is seen in these star trails is there is a terminator line in the sky that I would call the celestial equator, because the north is turning one way and simultaneously the south is turning the opposite. When you look in the sky, you will see this taking time-lapse photography. Now, when we think of star trails, we're just thinking of a circle in the north and then a circle in the south. But what's happening is,
let me give you a little. RG, let me give you a little pushback on that. What I understand is that there's a specific direction that the stars are moving. That's not in regards to any specific direction in the sky. So we would use, like, based on cardinal directions, we were going to say that they're moving from east to west. So if that's true, then they're only moving in one direction that we can say they're moving from east to west. So think about it like this, if you can, in your mind's eye. Try to imagine. I'll give you an analogy to try to make it seem a little bit more palatable. So try to put like a fan that's in one side of your room and a fan on the other side of your room, right? Let's pretend that this fan has really large fan blade and it spins slowly. So imagine the fan blade spinning, like when you put both fans together, they're spinning in one direction, right? When you turn the fan on, the blade spins in one direction. You understand what I mean? So now when you put the fans on opposite directions or opposite sides of the room and you turn on the fans and you put it really slowly, they're going to spin in the same direction they would, right? But when you turn around and you see one fan, it looks like it's spinning opposite to the other. When you turn around 180 and you see the other fan, it looks like they're not spinning in the same direction, but they are, because when you put them close together, they're spinning in the same direction. You get what I'm saying? Like they were engineered to spin in the same direction as the other. They're not spinning in a different direction. It's just your point of view. The same goes for the star trails. Let's say you were at the equator and you look south. Well, the stars are moving from east to west, right? And it seems that apparently in the sky, the rotation is either it should be I think clockwise in the south, anti-clockwise in the north. I think, if I'm not mistaken. So you're looking into the south, and it looks like they're spinning in a different direction, but it's not the direction they're spinning in. It's the apparent direction, because you're apparently, when you turn around 180 and you look at the north, the star trails are still going from east to west, but it looks like they're, from your perspective, looking like they're spinning differently. But let's put it in a different way. I'll give you another way. If you're standing on the side of a street, right, and you see a car coming, and let's say you were on one side of the street, seeing the car come from the same direction, it's coming towards you, and you see it as it approaches you. You can see it from your left eye, turning your head, looking from your left eye onto the car coming, and then as it approaches you, it passes you, right? Now go to the other side of the street. Well, you'll see the same car coming from the same direction, but now your right eye is seeing it come from the point where it was starting from. The car's coming from the same direction. It's your perspective of how you turned around. You're in a different face. You're facing differently. Do you get what I'm saying? Because when you face differently, it appears as if the car is coming from right to left. Now, when you're on the other side of the street, it's coming from left to right. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like, it appears that since you turn around, it changes the vantage point of what eye you're seeing it from, and the perspective that you get when you turn around. Hopefully this is making some sense to you, because I could try to draw the analogy from the fan or the car, or it's how you're.
No, you're good. You're good. I just was waiting on you to finish. That way
I didn't want to belabor the point, but I mean, do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not a direction.
No, I do.
Yeah, so
I do. If you just give me a couple minutes here. I seen it the same way you did. The way you just explained it was perfect. The analogy of, turning one way and looking the opposite way, to get your opposite rotations. I understand that, and that's the way I've seen it for a long time. Okay, now, since we're playing devil's advocate here with just for the audience. Okay. The way I was explaining it is the same spot where you would be standing, but the only difference for our analogies would be, as I'm traveling around the equator, right? I wouldn't have to turn around. I would just stay looking in the same direction, 90 degrees straight up in the air. And what shows with camera footage, with video footage, time lapse, is there's a terminator line in the sky, which you don't have to turn your whole body around. You just see simultaneously the north spinning one way and the south spinning the other. And it's on the equator. And there's there's so much footage that
but they're not. They're spinning in the same direction. You're making it sound like they're not opposite. Like they're.
Well, it's one movement. That's not just one. It's not one big circle. It's just the way we see it, because we're either in the north or we're in the south. But when you stand directly in the middle and look, the camera will show you they're both spinning simultaneously, but in opposite directions. And this is only from the equator.
Yeah, but no. That's incorrect too, RG. If you're in North America, for example, it doesn't matter where. You can actually see everything in the night sky. Let's put it this way. Time-lapse footage is kind of like you said. It's a great way to see the whole sky. But the thing about time-lapse footage is that you have to have the camera pan 360 degrees all the way around. It has to capture the entire sky throughout the night. Now, there's some YouTube videos that will be able to show you this, like in different places geographically, of course. But they will show you a 360 pan. Like, it has a little cross at the top of the video where you can actually yourself pan the camera around and see the star trails from a specific point in North America. And it doesn't have to be like somewhere in Ecuador that you're taking this observation. So because you can see in North America this very same effect, you see it more pronounced in the north, like to the northern side, right? Versus the south. You could still see it happening. It just wouldn't be like as you were in the equator, but you could still see the same effect. But as it is, you can be geographically in North America. You don't have to be in the equator. It's not like geographic location specific. You just, we'll see it more pronounced in the equator, as in like both sides are able to see a little bit more clearly, but you can definitely see it in North America. I think what's getting lost here is that people have never seen this phenomena, and I think what people should do is actually go on YouTube and type in star trail footage, 360-degree cameras, and there is a couple of videos that will show you can actually pan around yourself with the video. And I wish there was one that I could put in the Nest. I would just make it easier for everybody. But yeah, there's you can just click the little icon at the top of the video, and you could pan the camera around, and you could see time-lapse footage showing that in North America you could see the same thing. It doesn't really matter, honestly. I think this was an old busted argument from the globe side that you have to be like in Australia to see the southern hemisphere, the star rotations, and then you have to go to North America or somewhere in the north to see the star rotations in the opposite direction in the northern hemisphere. That's incorrect. You could be in any geographic location, but so long as you have a time-lapse footage and low light pollution, so that you'd be able to capture the stars in a specific sidereal rotation, let's say, and then you could be able to like tell whether or not you could see from a specific geographic location the star rotations. But I will say that it's an apparent rotation. It's not an actual one. An actual one would mean that they're actually spinning from west to east and the south, and they're spinning east to west and the north, and they're not doing that. They're all stars are spinning. It doesn't matter where you're looking. They're going from east to west. So from the cardinal directions, east, and then coming to the west, that is the rotation of the stars. And it doesn't matter where you are, but that will always be true. Always. Save the wandering stars, because they do have what do you call it when they go back? They pull back. What is that called again? Flatsy, do you remember?
You mean like a retrograde? Is that what you mean?
Retrograde? Yeah, that name just skipped. Yeah,
I would further argue that we don't actually really see rotation of anything, that we just see an arc, given the duration of the time that we can see stars. Like so it's just like anything else in the sky. We just see like some sort of apparent motion, but not necessarily a full rotation of anything, just an arc. Even that tiny little arc to Polaris.
And that always insinuates, and a lot of people don't know that Polaris actually has that tiny movement, but it does. With the globe Earth and flat Earth argument concerning star trails, there's a lot of misinformation or unknowns that are being reported as like these are the facts. And I think a lot of people don't delve into this topic too much, so they don't really know. They have never seen anything opposing their point of view, like when it comes to these arguments. So I'm kind of glad that you brought it up, RG, because it gives us the chance to kind of unfold it a little bit more. Whereas, people, they didn't know any of this. They would just claim like, no, you have to go to the, southern hemisphere. They would think it's a geographic location on the ground, but really, you can take all this information from the sky. That's where it's taken from. So, you don't have to be in Australia to see the southern hemisphere. You can just be, anywhere. You can be in North America and see the southern hemisphere, because it's dealing with the sky. So you're seeing star rotations from the north, from both positions, from north and south. It's just, it's amazing, right? You just have to like look into it a little bit more. And it's kind of a big topic, really, because we, like Flatsy was saying, sometimes people take it for granted that they're actually making actual circular rotations, like a complete circle, and they don't do that. We cannot see the night sky for 24 hours. We can only cover certain amount of time. So that makes any sense? I don't know if
no, you're doing good.
Yeah, I would say that.
I'm gonna post some things for you in the pill here as well, and see if I can nudge you a little more. Just in your spare time. It's a cool thing to look at. There's been
I've studied this thoroughly, RG, so I'm very well versed in like why people think the way they do. And you might have a position to hold, but it doesn't. It's not really solid, because I don't know if you. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. If I told you there was only one set of stars in the north, and at the equator in the sky, when they spin their way, that the southern set of stars all the way around is just a mirrored effect, a parabolic kind of thing, like say the firmament had a superfluid or some kind of crystalline structure that would reflect and the southern stars are only apparent. Well, I know that sounds weird, but what would you think if I just threw that out there just to see your thoughts?
There's no standard of evidence which holds that particular claim to be true. I could challenge that, and on its face, yeah, on its face, even though, listen, any visual information needs to be understood, taken in as, okay, so we see something happening. But let's say you and I wanted to figure out whether or not it was the case, what you're proposing is what's true. Then what you and I have to do is investigate how we can find out. Like, what would be the ability for you and I to decipher whether that's true or not? How could we know?
Well,
RG,
just trying to go back and forth with models, like different things, just introducing new ideas that really is pretty stunning. The only reason I'm asking you this, what would you think, is because I do have some more recent talks, like between Joe Hanvey and Dave Weiss and stuff that we and Vika.
Oh yeah. I get what you're saying. I know the perspective. See, I've been in this. Okay. I've been in this arena for quite some time, RG. But for me,
I got you.
For me, I know the argument inside and out. I know why people say the things that they do, and the speculative understanding of why they propose specific models over, like, say, heliocentrism. You know what I mean? Like, there's on the flat Earth side, there's a bit of esoteric kind of leaning when it comes to the sky, because they want to have a predictive model, so to the understanding of like how it works on a flat Earth with a kind of like a crystalline like structure being the firmament, and kind of all the attributes of that being the case. So they want to keep that in play without having to discredit the fact that they don't know. You get what I'm saying? Because saying that you don't know would denote the fact that it's not possible to be understood how these things are occurring. And then we don't have an answer, if you get what I mean. Like, it's almost like showing that we're not able to articulate. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, that's good. I like talking like this because, it's there is info that we don't know. I mean, none of us are 100%, but I think what we're trying to do with everybody, including any groups, man, shoot me a DM or something. I'll talk with them as well. What I'm trying to do is get a interactive AI modeling software that we can just all start putting information in and just see what it does and what we can start presenting to the mainstream people to get their mind open a little more.
Yeah. No, I understand the concern. But I am one that, okay, so 24/7 in general, like what we do and why we do what we do, we approach the arguments from a standpoint of empiricism. And the reason being is because when you're coming off of the idea that the Earth is a globe, there's a lot left to be wanting for how things happen, right? I always say this, it's kind of like the song goes, like, the globe Earth, what is it good for? You know what I mean? Like, what is it really good for? Like, and I haven't had absolutely nothing. Because that's like the song, right? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And to me, it's like, you can't justify. Now, some people say, well, the globe Earth is a justified true belief. It's not even that. You can't justify it. Now, you could try. You could definitely try to justify it, but I guarantee you there isn't an answer to how you know it's a globe. So we're back to like these concepts, right? And so it's my long way around, RG. You have to excuse me on this, but like the reason why I'm saying it the way I am is because when it comes back around to like them saying, okay, flat earther, you have now said that you've disproven globe Earth. Okay, that's great. But what do you have to present as what you say is the true way that the Earth is, right? Models or maps, or give me something. Give me something. I can't.
And the cycle continues.
You just can't hand me. Right. You just can't hand me nothing, bro. Like, I mean, what are you saying? That we can't know? Are we just like going to stay here in the middle of emptiness? No, we got to have some type of model, some construct, something we can put together. and then perhaps we can advance forward into. But okay, I'm saying all that because I'm fluffing up the idea that we left one place to go to another. So it's like the phrase, falsification is independent of replacement is basically a lost cause. So we're not just falsifying, but we're replacing now. So falsification is now dependent on replacement. No, it can't be. May it never be, right? Because if you're saying that, let's look for a model, a map, guys, we gotta give the Glowbirds something. Gotta hand them something. We can't just leave them there with open arms,
It's not even that though. It's for the flat earthers and their blanket. They want a blanket of understanding that they can't have. And they want to be able to present something to themselves and talk amongst themselves. It's like a blanket. It's like a security blanket.
Yeah.
You want to know, but something that you can't know, and then you'll just please forgive my bluntness. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I just want to get it out there that you're just wanting to conjure something that makes sense to you and that makes sense to other people that can confirm that bias of yours. But in reality, the best thing to do is to just let it go. You're not going to know. It's just not possible.
Now that's a jagged pill to swallow, because the whole line of reasoning behind all of what we're saying, me and Flatsy and people from the 24/7, is the fact that we've been fighting against this particular on both sides of the fence. Now here's what I call them, RG. I don't know if you fall in line with this, but I call them esoteric flat earthers. They're more based on the speculative realm. What could be? How can we construct models in that? So when the globe earther is getting away from the globe and saying, okay, I'm now leaning towards flat earth. Okay, that's great. But what can I get from flat earth? I mean, is there a model? Is there something I can give? Because I got family members, I got people, friends, and all that. I want to present something to them. I don't want to just hand them a big bag of nothing. Like, we're going to say like, oh, I debunked the globe, but what do you have to offer? Well, we don't know. Like, that's all we have to offer. We don't know. Oh, you don't know? So you don't have a map, you don't have a model. So now we're just going to say, yeah, what good is that? At least the globe earth has explanations. You guys don't have anything. And so this is what we're getting, right? The flack we're getting. So if you think that we need to replace the thing that we're tearing down, then what's going to happen is the same as the globe earth was. It's all concept, it's all ideas, it's all models. That's what's going to happen to flat earth. It's going to turn. CB actually is the one that said this. I'm going to actually use one of the things he said. He's like, it wouldn't be good to use the flat earth as something that you teach, people at school in a way. I'll tell you the way he phrased it. Because what are you going to hand them? You're not going to hand them a model or map. It's just what the earth is. You can't give them a toy globe or a toy flat earth. There's no, the earth is, okay. So there's no, I said this earlier in the space, there's no dichotomy. There's no flat earth and globe earth. It's just earth. You can't give them a conceptual model of what the earth is, because nobody knows. That is a true statement. Now, you can't go out into the real world and say, okay, let's try to figure this out, man. Where are we and how big is this place? Because nobody can actually scale. It's elusive. Like when you look at any of the I'm seeing a lot of provocative things. My bad. I'm sorry. But scale is elusive, because whenever you check into cartography, there's no map or there's no model that can conceptualize the earth as a whole in reference to like continent sizes, orientation, like the distances. Like there's a lot of that's left to be wanting within like the understanding of it all. And so if you look into this, type this into Google. How many maps are there of the earth? How many maps are there of the earth? You type that into Google, you're going to get a response. You're going to see hundreds of maps, different cartographers, the different histories of cartographers, the reasons why these maps were constructed. And you're going to find out, man, this isn't as easy as I think it is for a flat earther to just, okay, let's gather together, you, me, and, the rest of the flat earth community. And we're just going to come together and make up a map based on information that we have already obtained or something. Like it's such an endeavor that I don't think nobody, not even, God, it's so crazy. I'm going to say it like this. Nobody knows the gold standard for the earth. There's no gold standard map right now for what the earth looks like. there's a lot of approximations. There's a lot of guesswork, but there's no like gold standard for what the Earth exactly is, according to a map projection. I'm serious. You don't believe me? Just type it into Google. You'll find out. There's not one single gold standard map that you can point to that say this is what the Earth looks like, and if we turn it into a flat Earth, this is what it will look like as a flat Earth. Like this, you can't. You guys following what I'm like? It's important. Like we cannot get into the same frame of mind that we did when we left the globe, because that's how we were following concepts and philosophical interpretations, and we were off into the weeds. We didn't know anything about the Earth being a globe or where it was in a solar system and all that stuff, because it's not true. It's not. You can't verify any of that. So how much better are we going to do with speculations on flat Earth and based on the rotations of the sky? There's a lot of we're going to get into the same category that that we were with the Earth as a globe. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I'm really going on. I'm passionate about this. I don't want it to be the case again. For we just got out of the globe, but we're going to go right back into like something like that. Like, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, should we give him a model or? I mean,
My
maybe we should, like,
100% was not for
papier-mâché.
giving him a model. Let me just put that out there because that was just not good timing. No, I was
Yeah, I
100%
did see that.
agreeing with what you said, Alpha. Absolutely.
I think what's going on now, to the best of my knowledge, what's going on now as far as the community trying to compile evidence and to make a long story short, I got to get out of here, man. But I'll say this: I think people are they're really trying to fill that gap, like you said. When you leave the globe, then everybody's talking their shit, and wanting to, tell us we're wrong, and and it's vice versa, back and forth. And I just think that you can't make everyone happy spiritually and stuff. I think there's a philosophical, hole, man, that people are feeling in it. They don't want to be mocked and ridiculed, because look what is still in public education is the globe, and it's turned everyone in the mindset that nothing matters. We're just a speck of dust and we're meaningless. The sun's going to blow up one day, and I think it steers kids and people philosophically in the wrong direction. I think that's why people are trying their best to present some type of model, and that's why no one's really came out with that model yet, because look, we're getting a lot of good technologies that can assist nowadays. And maybe I think what's going on in the community is people are taking their time, doing the right experiments, something that's repeatable, testable, to compete, so our kids aren't like, there's billions and trillions of light years out there. It's crazy, man. But yeah, I'll leave it there, man. I got to get a little more rest. I woke up and but thank you for the talk, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming by, RG. It's always great to kind of challenge somebody and have a challenge back. But I appreciate you coming in and just kind of telling us what your thoughts are and all that. So thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you too for holding the space and let me speak. Do you mind if I use any of the what we were just speaking of? Not in a bad way, of course. But just I really like some things you were saying, and when we were bouncing ideas off each other about the the stars and stuff, I enjoy that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fine, man. You can use the content in it, like because people take the content anyways. But I don't have any qualms with it. I think for me, any way that it gets put out there, it's great. So if it's negative or positive, it's people starting to get to know the space, and at least people inquire, like, what's this all about? What are they talking about? So anyway, it just
we're all human beings, and we can all be taken out of context at any given time, because we're all just in the muddle together. But I would definitely stress that the reason why we are staunch the way that we are is because we view this esoteric upcoming of flat Earth the same way we do the globe. And it's exactly the same thing.
So I would press anyone who wants to kind of just conjure something that supports whatever their ideology, or like this is what's going on in the information age. We all want to gather the right information, and you really, you've got to have the right tools to be able to discern what is true and what isn't.
Yeah, exactly. And I would say, I would just implore you, RG, to reconsider, maybe just a little bit, man. But I would say this, man, it was good talk, and maybe perhaps in the future we can have another one later or whatever. I mean, I don't know. Just leave it up to you.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely, yeah. And when the technology is getting a little better, and I'm going to try to work on something with a few other people, and see if we can all put some input. I would like to get your input as well. If you don't mind, maybe when I'll keep up with the space, and like you say, we can shoot some ideas off each other. Maybe you can kind of see what I'm working on and working toward with the software, and if you like it, and maybe we can add in your info, man. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, if we have another time to talk, for sure, we'll talk about it.
All right, buddy. Well, y'all have a good night, and good morning now. All right, see you.
Hey, we got T-Dub just joined the panel.
Great conversation.
Sup? Truth for Life. What's going on?
Wait.
I love this, Alpha. This is awesome platform you've got going here, man. And it's just easy listening, and it's unlike other places we've been where it gets really heated sometimes and stuff. It's really a fresh breath of fresh air, man.
Yeah, we needed this though, man, because it was a while before we actually got to a place where now it's like we're not just being attacked all the time. It's just you got the everyday people coming through here. These are just normal, like, I mean, obviously the trolls follow us, but like you got normal people that are just wandering through, like, hey, what's going on in here? Like, and you can have a different conversation, man. It's not like always, you don't have to always be like, you could give your side without having to like cut them down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I like the podcast style that's given out. Like you have this presence that's just like suited to podcasting.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep this this vibe going, man, because I think that if we get it going, T-Dub, is my goal. I told Flatsy too, it was the future of like what we're going to be doing as 24/7 to take us to the next level. I want to get us well known. Each individual that's on the panel, like all the time in that you spent, it's going to come, it's going to pay off. Like soon enough, people are going to know the name of Flatsy Klein, Creation Bear, T-Dub, me, like Heretic, all of them. Because we've hung around with each other for a long time, and it's about time that now we start, becoming our own individuals, so that when we're together in one space, they're gonna see like, damn, there's CB, there's Flatsy, there's Alpha, like it's all like, that's what my hope is. So that's what I'm curating this platform so that it can be that in the future. Hopefully, it's my hope anyway. I don't know if
that's awesome.
Yeah, because bro, I mean, it's like if you see something that you want to change, if you want to change something in the world, go out and be that change, man. Like, don't just sit there and complain like, man, look at X, man, it's getting overrun. Yeah, gonna make a change for once in my life. Yeah, no, because like, you see the like things are going bad on X. You're like, dude, there's all these esoteric flat earthers. There's a bunch of like staunch Globers. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, go out there and do something about it. Make your own platform, like, and then have some people go in there and challenge you. You challenge them back. That's all we really can do, to be honest. And it just depends, man, like what day of the week you are and what person comes in there. Because my philosophy on all of this is that you're gonna get the same energy that you bring. I've never changed that. That's who I am. It's going to be like, yeah, there's going to be those conversations where I can take it to a level where we're just chatting. There's going to be other where, you're just being a butthead and you're going to get, nothing but brute force, and that's, I don't like that, but just the way it goes, right?
It can be pretty funny sometimes. You got to find the joys in life, and you know, we know when we've messed up sometimes, and it doesn't always seem so funny at the moment, but then you look back and you're like, dude, I did that, and then you laugh at it. And I don't know, I like it.
I enjoy actually talking to the new people that come through here, because there's a lot of people that don't know what flat earth is, or like, what is this flat earth stuff, man? Like, what's going on? Why are people talking about this? How is it relative? Like, are we not in 2024? Yeah. Are we not in 2024? Have we not, like, is this not the age of enlightenment? Don't we have like Google and whatnot? What are these guys talking about, flat earth? It's not even possible. But my friends, here's what I'm going to tell you. I would implore you to reconsider the fact that you don't know what the earth is as it being a globe. Okay, let's just put it this way. Ever since you were very young, you were told the earth is a globe, the paradigm, the 9 planets, you got sun, moon, stars, and all that stuff. And all of that was just based on information that they just told you. There's not an ability to discern whether or not the information is correct. There's no standard of evidence. They didn't give you a way to verify this information. The only thing you took on for as long as you've known is a belief system. Now, a belief is acceptance without evidence. So what we're showing you here with what we do in this space is we're kind of exposing you to that. And it's kind of like a mirror. When you come up to the speaking panel, you're going to have a big old mirror in front of you, and you're going to find out what you really know. When you ask the question, is the earth an actual globe, or do I really know? You're going to find out. We're going to ask you, well, how do you know the earth's a globe? What information substantiates the earth's authenticity of it being a curved surface? Now, on the surface, who measured that surface to be curving? There's a few key questions that we ask you, and then you're going to realize, damn, I don't really know if the earth is a globe. I really do just believe it. And you could take one or two positions. You can be dug in and staunch and be like, no, it's a globe. Or you can be like, oh, shit, I don't really know. I don't know. Maybe let me look into it, and I might change my own mind. Because we're not in here to change your mind. We're here to challenge you. And so the fruit of that would be that you come to the knowledge of truth, which is that the earth is not measured to be a globe. It's not measured to be spinning. And it definitely is not in the vacuum of space. Now, these are very provocative things, but if you want to know more, come up to the speaker panel. We'll talk about it. I kind of leave.
Damn, that was smooth. That was smooth, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah. Awesome. Like they come up and realize that they don't have any first-hand knowledge, right?
Which is, I think, the important part about this whole thing, T-Dub, is that when you're like, okay, Earth is a globe. Come on, guys. You kidding around? What are you kidding around? What's going on with this flat earth stuff? No, like Scott Mackey used to do. No, tell me the real reason why you're a flat earther. Like, dude, we're telling you. There is no way that it's ever been measured any time in history that the surface of the earth is curving just like they're telling you. Now, there's a couple of things that they're telling you. You can look this up, right? What is the size of the earth? And they're going to tell you. You go to Google, you type in what is the radius of Earth, the circumference, the diameter, and these numbers that they give, these values that they give you, you can't check them out. How are you going to do that? Some of the Globers, when I talk to them, they're like, what do you want me to do? Get out a tape measure? Like, dude, think about it. It's 2024. Think of all the ways that you could measure things. I mean, there's LiDAR, there's lasers, there's so many different technological ways that you could do something to measure the surface, if it was curving, to be curving. But I guarantee you, man, they didn't know it in ancient times. They don't know it in modern times. You're really just in a belief system right now currently. It's heliocentric, so it's sun god worship. I hate to say it that way, but it's just as blunt as it is. The sun is in the center of all things, or solar system, and planets are rotating around it.
And there is no evidence for that.
None.
At all. So they conjure this whole idea around it. It is the same thing as religion, and it's just like it's a more modern way of putting a religion out there. Yep. So just like everything else has progressed throughout history, so has all of the other things. Like, just like religion, it's so funny, because it's so blatantly obvious to some, to some, but you can't seem to make them realize that it's right in your face. It's the same thing. Nothing new is under the sun, man. And it's so funny that I would reference that saying, because they use the sun as, it's so elusive, and we can try to come up with a way to understand it, but in reality it's just not possible. And it's okay. You don't have to know all these things about the sun and its location to know that it warms the earth. It's nice and warm in the summertime, or sometimes it can be really warm and too hot for you to even walk on the cement outside. So these are just aspects of nature, and people will focus on something that they can't really pin down any facts about. Well, I mean, you can pin down some facts about the sun and what it does and how it interacts with nature, but nothing about its location or what it is, or
They tell you a whole bunch of nonsense. They say that the sun's light is emitted from its core to the surface. It takes 1 million years to do that. But from the surface to your eyeball, 8 minutes. Dude, I'm telling you, they're telling you, you're filling your head up with so much nonsense that you can't verify. How do you verify that information? Like, what is the standard of evidence for that? I mean, really, what are you going to do to find that out? Like, there's just a bunch of stuff they put in your mind, and you're just accepting, that must be true. That's true. Yeah, it's obviously true.
That's cray.
That's cray.
Yeah,
That's cray, man. But why is it cray? I think I would challenge you because you chose to believe it. You don't have to believe none of this stuff, man. You don't owe the globe anything. You don't have to stay stuck in this paradigm where you think that the earth is a globe. Just check it out for yourself. Okay, don't just jump out of, okay, I don't believe in the globe because the guy on the internet told me to, so yeah, I'm going to do that. Like, no, dude, check it out. Ask the people whom you think are scientists. Well, I don't know, but the scientist knows. Ask him. How does he know that this information is true? You know what he's going to tell you? I'm going to, spoiler alert. He's going to say, well, that's our best guess. Really? You're hinging your entire epistemology of what Earth and cosmology and all that based on some guy's best guess. I shit you not. That's what you're going to hear from these guys. That's our best guess. So, the ones who really believe the earth is a globe, they come in here and like, nah, it's really a globe. Yeah, really. But I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know. Oh, that's interesting. So you're appealing to a scientist, but you really know it's a globe, but you're not a scientist, so you wouldn't really know, but you really think it is. Like, it's what is this? It's madness, dude. It's like 4:00 in the morning and I'm still animated.
I just wanted to drop in quick and pay his kudos and that, and I'm going to go back to listening, guys. I've got some stuff to do, so yeah,
thanks,
great
Tito.
listening and great talking, man.
Good to hear from you, T-Wad, and thanks for the
W's
congratulations.
in the chat for T-Wad.
Thank you for the congratulations and stuff on the singing contest, T-Wad.
Yeah, no problem. Well done. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Tito.
I got second place. What's his name? Castle King.
Yeah, man. Listen, they just do things better.
If I was gonna have to, give first, if I was first place given to anyone other than me, I was very happy that it was him, because he was the nice guy. He was really precious, and he just had a good way about him. Kudos to him, absolutely. Like, I'm cool with that. I think their top three choices were gonna be him, me, and that the girl with the circus tent as her profile name. Yeah, and that was fine. I didn't care how they wanted to place us.
I knew that those were the three that they commended of all the other people that participated.
It was a lot more fun than I was expecting. I did not expect to have my day go and start like that, but I had fun.
Me too. And I knew it when I saw that they had posted the competition. I was like, I'm doing that. I'm doing that competition. And first thing that I wanted to make sure I did in my preface was to shout out 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, thank you,
I'm
thank you.
glad you did.
Yeah, and represent. I'm representing, because that's where I go. If I'm ever in politics server, that's my little corner. So why not? I mean, it'd be crazy for me not to shout that out.
Welcome back, Truth for Life on the speaker panel. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Definitely loving the conversation with the team and just like the flow of what's been going on. I don't know. I just been enamored with the fact that like we get a platform, we're able to speak and give people kind of a better vision than what they've been having so far. It's like you don't have to owe anything to the globe. You can get away from that. There's not somebody waiting for me. Oh, did you talk about the globe today? No? Well, you need to. Like nobody's doing that, man. You're free to think about whatever your perspective on, the world as what it is. I think it's a lot of what, people might have in their mind that it's backed up by science, backed up by academia. And no, it's like a really good story that you've been told. Like any one of those stories you go to read and it's all fiction. It's nothing to do with anything that's, in reality. Hopefully I'm actually poking the bear right now. Somebody's getting up in their feelings and like, dude, I got to go up to the speaker panel. Like he's saying a bunch of stuff about the Earth being not a globe. Like, The Earth's a globe, man. 2024, guys. Flat Earthers, get with it. Is that happening? Hopefully. Somebody getting upset. Seriously, if you think you can prove me wrong, go ahead. What's that guy that's changed my mind with the...
Right.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah. Earth's not a globe. Changed my mind. Yeah.
I have that image. Here, let me put it up.
Before you do that, here's a really good thing that came from tonight, and I want to shout it out again. I reposted it and had people, they've already reacted to it, but Overlord or AI, it's AI from 24/7. He put this under somebody's post that's under this the post for the space up top in the nest. Somebody said the Earth is a globe proven with science, and then AI said the science is a science proven with science. I even opened a can of science food with science, then walked my science and picked up his science with a bag of science, placed it in the science can, then scienced our way back home.
Yeah, it's at the top of my post.
That is just the best thing I've heard all of this whole space. No, I would say that it's the funniest thing, and really just holding up a mirror to the way these, like the people that believe in a globe, they think that way. So it was it was really good.
It reminds me of like, remember seeing the cartoon The Smurfs? They would always say Smurf for every word.
I think that's
we have a Smurfing good time. Yeah, instead of Smurf, it's like science.
No, you just nailed it. I guarantee you the AI.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah,
like,
he's going to commend you for seeing that parallel.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you were old enough to actually remember that cartoon, because that was like when I was a kid.
Yeah,
so
vaguely I remember it.
Yeah, the Smurfs would always do that. But that's what your standard Glober comes in there and they sound like that.
Boomer detected.
Damn. But I am getting up there in age, though. That's for sure. So we got any Globers in the chat? Like anybody? Come on, people now. Come on up.
Well, you know how it made me laugh when someone said that Nathan Oakley was pleasant, and I repeated it and like tried it out in my mouth, like just trying to say the words and how it felt to say it, and it made me laugh. It still kind of does, but let me give you this. He sent this because I was like, I got second place, and I sent the party confetti stuff about the competition. Oh, did you say pause?
Yeah, did it just come through or did
Yeah,
you...
it just came through, yeah.
Wow, that was really delayed. You said I put it in my mouth or something and I said pause, but that came through super late.
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Don't pause. You knew what I meant. I wasn't saying anything degenerate. Anyways, I was just trying out the words coming out of my mouth, if that makes sense. So that's what I meant. Anyways, I sent that I got second place to Ballbusters, and Nathan Oakley sent this. I went out with a singer in college. She was obviously better than everyone who she competed with. She always got second place behind people far less talented. Once she entered a competition at a place, it was a crappy wine bar, and obviously she got second place. I asked one of the judges, why second? And the judge told him she was obviously a professional and it wouldn't be fair to give her first. I recently saw Ellie Goulding, I don't know, whoever that is. Must be a singer. Oh, a famous singer. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to censor this a little bit so I don't give anything away or dox, or you know what I mean. He said that he recently saw that famous singer out on the town in a TikTok video. Her mates had made while out with her for a laugh. They entered her into a karaoke and she came second. So I guess he can be kind of precious.
All right. Well, enjoy your silver medal.
That's what he sent. He kept, every time he said second, it was it had a silver medal behind it. He just sent that. It just popped up, so I was just reading it in real time.
You know who else gets a silver medal? The Globe, because it's come second place to Concave Earth. Concave's number one. on all the esoteric beliefs, Concave's the winner. It's Globe Earth is second, and then you got like Hollow Earth third, and like we're ranking all the other ones behind it. So yeah, with all the funny beliefs that are out there, Globe is like number 2. Yeah, what's up, guys? We are hanging out here, just me, Flatsy, CB, Truth for Life on the speaking panel. Welcome, come on up. It's like 3:49 in the AM, man. I work overnight shift, so I'm usually up at this time. But what is everybody else doing? What are you guys doing? Just hanging out?
I'm like literally done with work right now, bro. About to lock in.
Uh-oh.
He's about to lock in. He already said he was locked in, so he must have lied.
He's got a six-pack of he's got a six-pack of White Claws. He's ready to do this up the right way. I'm just kidding.
Not tonight. I don't know.
Did you
White Claw? Oh man, don't think that.
You really got that? Yeah, I was just joking.
Something more healthy. No,
Yeah.
you're all right.
You got to find a way to celebrate life because it is a blessing. So you guys help me do that. These are my alone hours. So what I'm doing is I'm sitting in my kitchen and I can hear I can hear everybody sleeping.
But it's just like
you're in the kitchen.
I can't hear
It's
my
just like a
son.
chef, dude.
Right
Chefs
where
need
you
to be in the
should
kitchen
be.
when they cook.
I don't have to be in the kitchen right now.
Yep.
Hush your mouths.
No, CB's in the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen. We're all cooking right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, facts.
Well,
So you're in a literal kitchen, but metaphorically, we're all in the kitchen.
I am in my living room, and I can hear my husband sleeping. He's not super loud, but I can still hear him. I'm like in tune with him. Sometimes we finish each other's sentences. Like we've done that for a long time. So I'm so in tune with him, but I can't hear Booger sleeping because he's got white noise in his room. He's so used to going to sleep to white noise. So that's all you need to do for him.
It's kind of like when a Glober's speaking. You could just play like one of McToon's videos or something.
And it's such a doozy. It makes you pass out.
Yeah, it's like it's white noise.
I love falling asleep to like flat Earth talk though. As a matter of fact, as for the contrary, because sometimes I'll have dreams about flat smacking in my dreams, and whatever's going on with the conversation with the on the whatever I've got going on my phone. If you guys are talking to Globers here and there, if you get really heated, sometimes it'll leak through into my dream, and that's happened a couple of times, so it's pretty funny.
Damn. We're flat smacking in the third realm. We got fighting dragons and flat smacking. We got Matrix in the panel. He's down there as a listener. He was throwing some smiley faces and whatnot. What's up, Matrix? Heretic's down there too. We don't got any spicy ballers, man, because they're listening to this chat. Be like, damn, gotta get away.
Sorry.
You know who was?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think that Truth for Life has his hand up.
Yeah, that's my bad, dude. Dude, I
It's
can't see
glitchy
anybody's
tonight
hand up.
for us. Sorry about that.
Cannot see
Truth for
anybody's
Life.
hands up.
Yeah, I've been kicked off a couple times already for some reason.
I don't know. It's maybe just MySpace, but maybe not. The way I look at it is that I host spaces that are not well liked by a lot of people, so I might get targeted for like that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying it's true. It could just be spaces glitchy. Just saying. Because I had the realness. If you've seen him or not, like he's crying in the text channels. He has some weird thing about like trying to mute me, and now I got the mute button. Did you see what I posted? Look at my profile. Like scroll down. You probably have to scroll down a little bit. You'll see what he posted. He's like, oh man, he DM'd me this, by the way. Oh man, thank you for recording all your spaces. I've downloaded all of them. Now it's time to slice and dice your recordings. Now the mute button is in my hands. Don't worry. I don't need you to do anything other than just record all your emotional outbursts, etc. I think that Salt be my first one. I will name it Beta Earth Emotional Outburst Part 1. This is going to be fun. Lots of fun. That's probably the same voice he uses when he does that.
Yo, dude, that's the funniest shit I heard all night.
No, but it's even funnier.
Oh my god!
It gets even funnier
it gets
because
better.
Alpha posted in response to it that mug that he has. That
Yeah, on the bottom. Look at the mug I put. You're on mute, bitch. I guarantee. Yo.
Oh man,
That's clever. It was really good.
It is. Dude, I like it so much. Dude, I ticked him off so bad, dude. He is in another world about this. He's actually responded in the space that we're doing now. On the bottom, he's commented like a spicy comment. Like I don't want to tell you. I just want you to look at it. It's so like I ticked him off so bad, dude. Because he's some kind of like, I don't know, some clinical psychologist or some shit. And he was trying to come in here just white knighting for all this bad Globers, because they don't know how to articulate points. So he's trying to like, dude, you're not letting them speak. And if you just let them speak, they would say, I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, and you know the way I am. When you try to micromanage my shit, I'm going to be all up on you, right? So just leave the shit alone. Don't try to micromanage my space. And he's like, nah, but you're not letting him speak, and you're interrupting. You're not, dude. All right, first of all, and I let him have it. He had it up and down, dude. Like pretty much like I hammered him. Anyway, after that interaction, like he was doing all this shit and he was posting whatever he was posting, but I mean, it's like this kind of bully school type mentality. I don't know what the fuck he's on about. I don't got time for that, dude. Like fucking, I want to do this show. I want to like have fun with people and shit. And sometimes, yeah, we'll get heated. So what? It's the nature of the beast, bro. That's what it is.
They make QE the villain. He's just the villain of Flat Earth, and he's like, and I know exactly what he would say. He'd be like, if I have to be the bad guy, then so be it. Like, if they want me to be the bad guy, the big boogeyman, then if they have to have that, then that's what I am. So he leans into it. And they're the reason why he leans into it, so that they toughen up and actually figure out their arguments and present them in a coherent way.
Yep.
Dude,
and that's why I lean into my character too.
Bro,
Go
there's
ahead.
such whiny babies in the chat. Like all my days off that I wasn't on X, the days off of X, but on working. Like they're just complaining about the forum. Dude, oh, I'd go over there, but they won't let me speak, and I can't say anything because I'm dropping truth bombs, man, and they don't want to hear that. Like, dude, shut up. Come on to the space. If you fucking, it's open, there's nobody been up here. Like, obviously, you don't want to have nothing to say. You don't want to bring nothing to the table. Like, what can I say? Like, nobody's prevented from coming in, or you just don't want to come in here because you're a beta. I'm just saying, just putting it out there. Because if you would stand on all 10 toes and come up here, then you'd be able to tell me. But
Okay, Jesse Lee Peterson. Beta.
Are you for sure and certain that the Earth is flat?
Could be a bigger globe.
Could be a bigger globe. No. You, Mr. Flat Earther, are you for sure and 100% the Earth is flat? God.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, emotional
what is wrong
damage.
with you? Your name is Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah,
oh my gosh,
Flat Earth Dave. Okay, no, maybe not. After this interaction, maybe not. You're bigger Earther,
You're the
dude.
expert on flat.
1 million times bigger Earth, and there you have it.
Oh, brother, dude. Wow.
Sorry, Josh. We're off into the weeds, bro. Go ahead, man. What you got?
No, I just it's an interesting topic. Like, even if you just listen to like a flat Earth globe debate, it's good just to. There's so much like science that goes into it and different questions, but one of the things I'm kind of leaning towards that it is flat. I guess, is it like a general consensus? Because I'm still kind of new to this debate and learning about it, but is it a general consensus? To me, it makes sense that the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, used geocentrism and the globe Earth model to kind of basically delegitimize the church and the church's political power. Do you think that was the main motivation?
No, I think it's not. It's not. Okay, I don't know what perspective you have in your mind right now, perhaps, but I don't know if it's so much that, because I think the main proponents of this particular concept was the church. So they didn't do away with it; they enforced it. Like, they're the ones that were propagating it from the beginning. This actually came from the church fathers, man. Like, these guys. Okay, so all the historical figures that you may think about, right? It doesn't matter who they are. They all had dealings with the church, all of them. You take, for example, like Galileo and Aristotle and all them guys.
Copernicus.
Copernicus. These guys were entrenched in the church. They weren't separate. They didn't want to do away with it. They wanted to turn it into a platform they could speak all of this information through. It was a vehicle for them. So what they did was they used it because, of course, the normal, everyday guy, didn't really know too much about the godly information, because they weren't privy to the Holy Writ. So what it was they basically bought and paid for, some of this information to get the church to use like as a vehicle for this information to propagate. because that's how you would, because the normal folk would appeal to the priests and the religious figures, so they wouldn't just go to a scientist, because that was kind of like stuff that the public were more corralled into, like the church. So that was a vehicle. They would go to the church head, and they would just talk to him and like, hey, this is the way things are. This is how it's got to be. And so they would go through those channels, and then by that, by proxy of those people knowing, would then put forward, and now people in the church would be looking at it at a different perspective because it came from those guys, the church fathers. Well, God saying that the earth, now is in the center because we got new information and like the revelation. So they would tie it into that. It was just all about religion. Had nothing to do with like secular, scientific, discovery, which is a lot of what is talked about today. Now it sounds like it was divorced from any religious foundations, and that's just false. Look at your historical figureheads. Anybody, one of that, those older guys, the ancient guys, they all were steeped into religion. So it's not divorced from it either today. Because I would say, like, where does heliocentrism come from, man? It's all religious. Sun god worship in the center of a solar. Come on, man. Like, that's so steeped in religion. Like, there's no way it's not. But so it's masquerading as secular science, as legitimate science, like things that we use in, applications and stuff, applied science. So it's masquerading as that. Pseudoscience is masquerading as, applied, secular science. And it's so not that, man. And so, like, yeah, they didn't do away with church. I guess I was kind of on my soapbox about it, but they didn't do away with it. They just used it as a vehicle. Till today, they're still doing that today.
Exactly. I think Truth for Life wanted to say something, and then I want to, and then Josh, you can go. Go ahead.
Yeah, this might kind of sound a little stupid, but me and my friends, we were drinking some beers and shit in the shed, and we ended up talking about flat Earth and the globe, and kind of how Josh brought up there might be like a conspiracy or something like that. Like, how like they kind of like to make fun of us a little bit with different, like with the pyramid and the eye on the dollar bill. Well, you look at the planets, and when they call it, like, you just think about it. I mean, this sounds a little stupid, but calling a planet Uranus just kind of sounds a little stupid to me, Like, who came up with that name? Like, it just seems like they're trying to make fun of us. And, it just, I know it sounds really stupid, but just had me thinking a little bit and got us all laughing. But I just figured it would be good to, point that out. I mean, what scientific relevance does that name have to do with anything?
That's a good point. Yeah, I would say that it does seem a bit trollish to those who become flat earthers. I don't know. It does seem a bit trollish, but I wanted to say something.
Honestly.
Yeah, say something to who asked that question? I think it was Josh. I would say that I should read AI's response again to somebody who was saying that the globe has been proven with science. This is the point of the church. They have always been the gatekeepers and key masters to information about, say the written words, the scripture. When that failed to be the case, it seemed like there was there seemed to be some like a way they were trying to figure out a way to do that on a different scale, because as society has become more modernized, so have ideas of the past to be gatekeepers and key masters. Now we call that compartmentalization. And that's what we deal with any type of structured business. You have compartmentalization. That's really a successful way to have a business. So you can use some of these things in real life and see that they will yield certain fruit, you know? So I think that we forget that there's nothing new under the sun, and all of those things that were from the past are just the same thing but modernized. You can go ahead, Josh.
Do you think it's something that I've really thought about, especially the past few weeks. You know, why? Because it's very obvious to me, especially like the past 4 or 5 years, that there is like this. It sounds conspiratorial, but it's very obvious that there is call it a shadow government or a shadow families, however you want to phrase it, that is controlling things, and that like what you see on TV, you know, your elected representatives, that's just kind of a show. Like COVID was very obvious with that. Like all these different countries, even countries that are adversarial with each other, all did the same thing. Like that raises all kinds of questions that don't make sense, and it points to a global conspiracy.
Well, that's not possible because, you know, all of these nations would never just come together for one single narrative. No, never.
Right. Yeah. And we just saw it happen. And that doesn't even make any sense because, like, if you have an adversarial relationship with another nation and they're telling you to take these, like, the first thing that would come to my mind if I was, like, I don't know, in charge of Uruguay or whatever, is if I have an adversarial relationship with another nation, that other nation is telling me to take certain shots. I mean, you would be obviously skeptical for obvious reasons. So, but the point I'm trying to make is that, I guess, you know, people say, well, maybe you would create a situation like this for control. Because, I mean, I've always said, too, like the moon landing really completely fried all the boomers' brains. I mean, once boomers and a lot of society saw the moon landing, which was kind of like almost a religious event, you know, well, then when something like that becomes legitimized, the same type of institutions and power structure that did the moon landing, you're just going to believe everything else they say. And if they tell you to take a shot, you'll take it. If they tell you that, you know, fluoride in water's fine, you just won't question it. You'll just believe it, you know. And I'm sure there's a million other things, you know, if they say, hey, you know, something like abortion is really something that you should politically care about, right? And you should definitely be invested in, you know, having this weird, terrible viewpoint against your own offspring. I mean, to me, all these, I think depopulation would be one. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I think that's part of it. But I guess the question sorry if I'm kind of rambling. I guess the question, besides like just control and depopulation, which would be one of the main mechanisms of why you would create this matrix, is there something deeper going on that you guys think that it is, or is it just?
Yes. I wanna go ahead and give you kind of an idea. So think about it. This came to me because of something that Alpha said earlier. He was kind of pressing people to think about when this globe Earth has been institutionalized. Think back when it was happening and what was going on back then. So when it was put into the institutions, you know, it was right around the world wars, you know, all of those things that were going on, those competing narratives that people are still arguing over today. They're still arguing over, oh, this side was right. No, this side was right. You know, some people are saying Hitler was actually a good guy, or actually that was just a you know, smoke and mirrors. He was actually funded by the Roman Catholic Church, and all of these crazy competing narratives going on that people are still arguing about today. But what was being pushed was the globe Earth was being institutionalized during this time. So why are we still arguing over the competing narratives that they set out for us to fight about? Why are we still talking about that when we should be talking about what did they slip in when that was going on? Because that's the point. The point was to get everyone befuddled and arguing with each other while they slip in something. And this has always been the case. You know, if you know the Hegelian dialectic, you know what's going on right now. People are, I'm pro white, I'm pro this, I'm pro that, I'm pro LGBTQ, I'm pro abortion, I'm pro this. Like, you have all of these
Misogyny.
crazy competing narratives, and what's going on, what's being snuck in right now, you know, while that's going on, people aren't able to just stop having so much emotion over certain topics that are polarizing by its nature. That they're by nature they are polarizing, so you're arguing over it and not paying attention to what they're doing. So if I can just go ahead and wrap it up, I would say that that was a way for you to wake up. That's the way to wake up. Like, okay, there's a lot going on. There's a flood of information. Now we're in the information age, and we've got a whole bunch more information to like wade through. You need the tools to be able to discern. That is what's being attacked. Your tools to being able to discern what is true and false when it is presented to you case by case. And people think that that's so, it's too much. I can't do it. It's overwhelming. No, it's really not. Because a lot of the stuff you can just, you know, don't worry about it, because these people can't prove what they're saying. And even in flat earth, we've got people propagating things that they can't prove. They're doing it all the time. And it's happening in every aspect of your life. So you've got to be able to kind of keep yourself centered and walk a straight and narrow path, okay, where you can discern what is true and false. You've got these beautiful laws that govern like our reasoning and that govern the nature around us, the physical and natural world, and all of these things can be figured out with certain case by case scenarios. You need to be able to discern that. You need to be able to discern what is just a belief because somebody said so and it sounded cute to your ears and it tickled your ears. Oh, ether, you know, or space time, and oh, you know, all of these things tickle your ears. But I mean, you've got to be able to discern whether or not it's true or if it's just some fiction or something that's been conjured. That would be really important, and that's something that is lacking with people today. Okay, I know I was supposed to land the plane way earlier. Sorry.
One of the things that's really like for me, my eyes opened up a lot. I started questioning everything during COVID because it was a shock to my conscience what was going on.
I was the same.
It shocked me. It was very scary. I mean, you had people on the news saying like, if you don't get the shot, you shouldn't be able to go to a hospital. Like it was like there was talk of like they were putting people in camps in Australia. It was just completely bonkers.
Yeah, like, oh, punish the healthy, like, you know, could restrict the healthy people. Yeah, I get it. There's many reasons to be skeptical because it's one thing to quarantine the sick, but to quarantine the healthy and tell them that they are the reason why people are sick, that's crazy to me.
It's crazy. Do you think one of the things that's kind of depressing to me is I think there's something fundamental about human nature. Maybe you guys disagree. But this is kind of scary to me is that I think people in large, like the masses, even if they're smart, are just going to follow whatever is perceived as institutional power. So like if a news media institution or a doctor that is perceived to be legitimate, whatever is viewed, whatever the halls of power is, or whatever is interpreted as the halls of power, if they just say something, I just think people will believe it. Do you guys kind of agree with that, or?
It's falling apart, though. It's falling apart, and I see it in these spaces, flat earth spaces. What I was gonna say was like, You guys know Peter. I hear you talking about him. I think it was Friday. He came into Brian's space. I don't know if you know Brian. He does like maybe 3 or 4 days a week. He does a flat Earth space. And Peter came in that Friday. I think it was like, oh, he's gonna bring the fight to flat Earth. And I said later, well, it's because he can't bring evidence. And they're seeing these people. They see what I see. People in the thread that are just reading and watching and never saying anything. They're seeing that they have no proof of the globe. And the people that are in spaces that don't talk, they're seeing what's going on. And so I think it's freaking them out.
What's always confused me is how Russia didn't do anything or say anything about the moon landing. They just kind of went along with it all and didn't really say anything. That's always confused me.
Well, you don't need to be confused. You just need to be well informed with tools to discern. And those tools are the principles of logic and the laws that govern reasoning. Like the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction. These things have helped us develop languages, helped us develop symbols, mathematics, and syllogisms. So all of great. So those are the things that have helped us develop these things over time, and they shouldn't be lost on you. You should be able to use these tools to discern what is the truth and what isn't.
That was Hazwaz. Yeah, don't invite him back up. So we got a couple of new speakers that are up on the panel right now, the speaking panel. Welcome to the speaking panel, Jonah, if you're there.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing all right. How about you?
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
So what do you think about the topic, Jonah? Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I believe it's a globe.
What evidence do you have that verifies that it's a globe, sir?
Like pictures from outer space.
All right, with those pictures that you have from outer space, is there any way to discern that those images are anything that you can notice that's in reality? So if I was to give you a picture from space and say, can you go outside and relate it to anything you've ever seen, what could you do that to? That's what I thought. It's best to go to a listener and possibly take your exit whenever you're challenged, because that also shows that there's no evidence.
Hello.
All right, so we got Wayne on the channel. Wayne, how's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. Now, we're asking everybody that's coming up to the speaker panel, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yes, the Earth is a globe, buddy.
Okay, buddy. How do you know it's a globe?
What's that again, sorry?
How do you know that the Earth is a globe?
Well, if we just go off the fact that there's been multiple photos of outer space showing that the Earth is a sphere, in a sense, then we will know that it is a globe just by that alone.
Okay, so if I showed you a picture of King Kong, does that mean King Kong exists?
Yes. Well, you see, he's a fictional character from a film industry movie thing.
But how do you know the difference if you've never seen it?
And those pictures don't come from the federal government. So, just take that.
Yeah, if the standard of evidence that you're using is just images, and if I present you an image, and you present me an image of the Earth as a globe, and I present you one of King Kong.
Well, my dad's actually an astronaut, so I do have prestige
that's
access,
great.
so-
It's great that you can appeal to somebody that you think is an astronaut. But even if, let's say, your dad was an astronaut and he came back and told
what do
you,
you
son, the Earth is a globe. I've been there. It's really just hearsay. You don't know that it's one. You only
Wait, so
can
how do
believe.
you know that it's a flat Earth then? How do you know it's a flat Earth, buddy?
It's simple.
Empirical evidence.
If you would, it's simple. But if you don't interrupt me, I would have finished my statement. You have a lot of energy because you think that the Earth is a globe, and I get it. But the fact is, you're not letting me finish talking, and you just want to interrupt because you think you have the right of way, which I don't understand. I usually correct people when they start being interruptive. I don't when they're actually being cordial. But
I'm already finished. Keep going, please.
Here's the thing. The Earth is measured, it's observed, and it's practically used as a flat and stationary plane.
Hearsay. That's just hearsay.
Okay, your primary experience is not hearsay, Wayne. You do know that, right?
Well, how do you know the Earth isn't a globe? What makes you think it's flat?
Okay, I'm trying to tell you, and you're not listening.
No, you're not. You're ignoring the question.
I'm telling you right now, sir, there's three ways. You can observe the Earth as a flat plane. You can measure it as a flat plane. And you can practically use or navigate across it like a flat plane.
So three things. It's flat, does it? Yeah. So
3 things I just presented to you. Now, with observation, with
so if my granny had wheels, she'd be a bike, yeah.
Do you understand when I'm speaking that it gets hard for me to listen to you when you speak through me, right? You do understand that?
Yeah, womp womp.
So are you able to hold a coherent thought so when I speak you can listen and then maybe rebut what I'm saying? Or is it... Yeah, that's what I figured. That's all we got.
Yeah, earlier I thought that Jonah was the one that was making those noises and not Hazwaz. And maybe you saw something I didn't, but I thought that it was Jonah.
Yeah, so we got on the speaker coming up. It seems like there's a bunch of young people. Hazwaz is definitely one that was making that noise. I think they're all coming in together. Squash Yeti, he's another. His profile pic doesn't look like it's anything that 18 followers. Yeah, I wouldn't bring them up. They could stay on the listening panel.
I got you. Okay.
So yeah. Jonah, Hazwaz, and Squash could stay on the listening panel.
You're right. They did come in together.
Mm-hmm.
And you just destroyed one of them.
Yeah. And then the rest, I don't need to talk to them because they're gonna speak right through me. So. But anyways,
see, when they act up like that, I'm sorry, got kicked before. It's been doing that. When they act up like that, they see that's what keeps Flat Earth at 99.9% retention while the globe dies. Because they see this, they have, someone who's curious genuinely is gonna go for good information. You're not gonna shut them down by being obnoxious. They're gonna go where they can learn something. So.
Yeah, it's too bad too because young people, I really like to talk to them because they're inquisitive, but when it gets to the result of them just actually being this way, this is the product of our reality right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
We have the young people are enamored with a lot of electronic devices and they're getting stuff coming at them at light speed. So there's nothing else for them to do but act upon their ADHD. So they don't know how to control it. It's difficult for them, and I get it. Right. I understand that there's a comprehension problem, but to have them up on the speaking panel will do us no service. So, yeah, that's the only reason why those gentlemen are going to stay at the listening panel. However, yes.
What's that mountain? What is that mountain? What's a good, like people that are Globers? Like one of the things that kind of shocked my conscience when I was started looking into this was the, I forget the name of the mountain, but it's in France. But it's like hundreds of miles away.
Canigou,
yeah, Mount Canigou.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not like a flat Earth conspiracy. That's not like you can empirically verify it for yourself if you want to go there. Like other people, you can talk to people that have gone there and see it. I mean, that's that's impossible on a globe model.
Yeah,
I would just say on a globe, but I would say, that's an observation that you can make. And it completely falsifies the claimed dimensions of the globe. Absolutely.
Their new mantra is refraction. Every time there's a proof like that, or outside distance they're comfortable with, meaning that debunks globe, they're crying refraction now. It's
well,
not
they
really
don't know
working.
what refraction is.
Right, exactly.
They don't know what refraction.
They don't know what it means. I don't know.
Wouldn't I guess? I mean, by their own definition, then could they say something can be refracted from the? Let's say the Earth is a globe, and let's say what they're saying is true about refraction. So, in theory, I guess based on just if you bend the light a certain enough amount, and there's just enough atmospheric refraction, you could see something on the complete opposite side of the Earth. That's literally what they're saying.
Yeah,
It's just
I think it's a ridiculous amount.
okay. Well, this is what they've called to make the globe unfalsifiable. Which, if they're going to do that, then you'll have to be able to at least recognize that some people can't, and that's fine. If it gives them their security blanket, you're not going to be able to persuade them in any way, shape, or form. So you need to be able to just put it out there that this isn't possible with the given dimensions. You don't have to say globe model, because then you affirm that they have a model and they don't.
Right.
And then they're going to be like, well, what's the flat Earth model? You don't have a model either. Like, this isn't something that anyone has. It's crazy to me that the rhetoric that in this conversation keeps. I hear like buzzwords being used, like model, and no one seems to really know what that is, and it's kind of I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
I'll tell you, because I think Flatseat's frustration is the fact that there's a lot of new people to the topic of flat Earth and globe Earth discussions, and a lot of the newer flat Earthers are struggling to figure out that the globe Earth doesn't really have a model, because you've never asked them the question. Present a model. What model of the Earth being a globe do you have? See, this is the problem. I think there's not a lot of like sharpening of iron happening within the flat Earth groups. You know, like it seems like there's certain people speaking and not a lot of like back and forth between the community, the people that are within flat Earth. And I think that's what needs to happen. That's how we foster great, advancements in conversation. Like, we can't move forward if, let's say, Flatsy's still talking about 2015 flat Earth arguments, star trails or something. You know what I mean? Like, how do rockets work in the vacuum? Like, those are broken arguments from flat Earth. There's a lot of broken arguments that are being put forward as great ways to talk about, what the flat Earth is. And so we're trying to set a lot of records straight in here to get people like on the right track. There needs to be a better way forward than what we've been doing thus far. So
I was shocked to learn too. I didn't even know, like, they changed the distance of the sun, like, 3 or 4 times in the past 150 years.
Yeah.
They used to say the sun was 3 million miles away.
Yeah.
Now they're saying it's 90 some miles away or whatever.
So we want to challenge them with the fact that they don't have a model, right? Well, Globe Earth has a model. No, you don't. Present your model in some way. Like, well, I don't know. I'd say do this. Like, whatever chat you're in, and there's a Glober that says that, ask them the question, please present your model. What model do you have? Because I guarantee you they're not going to have one. Because
they have a model that's just not accurate.
No, they don't have a
No,
they don't have a model. Like, that's what I'm telling you right now. They do not have a model. Like,
here would be something that you would need to model the globe Earth. It would need to model all phenomena at once to explain it. It would have to have explanatory power that can be tested, but it has to be this, and one singular model would model all phenomena. And it doesn't, because none of the phenomena that we experience requires the Earth being a globe. That's the problem.
Yeah. Nobody sees water sticking to a ball.
Yeah. So
like, if you take a tennis ball or basketball, the water just goes off the side.
That's a bad argument too. I'm sorry. Like, that's we gotta do better. Like, because listen, when we say stuff like that, also remember we're speaking to a larger audience. So that would be akin to, like, your rockets don't work in a vacuum argument. Like, there's better ways that we can do it, because if that was like a way that we're going to say, okay, well, this doesn't work in reality, like, it's obviously water spinning off a tennis ball or whatever, but there's no ball at all. So we don't need to, like, going into like how bad the model is, or the idea that you're talking about some presumed model that they have without having a model first, or the idea that the Earth is an actual globe, is kind of saying that this doesn't work. And they're going to rebut to you, yes, but it does. So we have to give them, like, there isn't a model. So how are you going to come up first with a model that explains, like what Flatsy's saying, all phenomena? And on top of that, you're going to have to present how it is a globe by way of measurement. You have them with the burden of proof actually right up from the rip. So they don't go into like, well, you just don't understand physics. And this is how water actually works on a globe. Like, and that's stupid, right? Because then you're going to debate with them how, no, because look, I got my tennis ball. And when I twist it like this, all the water flings off. And you have a giant tennis ball that it's turning and now water doesn't leave. And they're like, yeah, dude, but you don't understand
But
physics.
you're not considering gravity. And you don't understand the physics.
If there isn't a model, how does India and China, like, there's got to be an inaccurate model that they're all using to trick us because they say they land
Well,
satellites.
their globe is not for.
All right, put it in the chat then.
rovers or
Yeah,
whatever
Put it in the
hell.
chat.
I would say,
You know, they're all doing it. They're saying they're doing it, so it's like,
yeah, I know.
it's some bullshit model.
Bro, I know that.
Put it in the chat, bro.
They don't have one, man. Like, listen, it's
Their globe says not for educational purposes. I throw that at them a lot.
great. Yeah, that's
You know?
awesome. That's good stuff, right?
I mean,
But we got to remember, the scientific model that they think explains all phenomena does not exist. That animal doesn't exist. I'm giving this to you right here, guys. Put it in your back pocket. When they come up to you and say, look, dude, we have a globe model. What do you guys have, flat earthers? You don't have to come up with something because they don't have nothing either. Nobody has a scientific model that explains all phenomena. It's not how this works. They have to present what model they're talking about scientifically that explains all phenomena. Like, you have to look at that from. Don't go listen. Okay, don't play into their hands and then start to. Well, let me see. What model do I have? Like,
Exactly.
no, they don't have one, man. There's zero models they're presenting to you that explain all phenomena. So they don't have a model. Like we said that like this is the third time. There is no model presented. They do not have anything. So you don't have to go in your tennis ball and spin it. Well, look at how the water flings off of this thing. They don't have a globe. You know what I'm saying? Like this
is the way. This is the way all spaces are going now because we have to hold their feet to the fire. We don't answer to them. They have a burden of proof.
Bro.
That's
And
the
so-
new way forward, man. That's the new way forward.
Yeah, and I don't want. I think they want to try to get it back to where we're kissing their ring
Yeah.
or something to like you know. And no, it's not. It's the other way around.
Exactly. So, like the best foot forward for us is to get them to realize they got nothing. Because I'm going to tell you from the rip, globe Earth is a fantasy. We don't need to talk about how rockets work in space. We don't need to get a tennis ball and spin it around and see how the water flings off of that because they don't have a ball. There's no ball. It's all stories. It's fantasy. And when we engage in those topics like the way we do like that, it's giving them the ball. Well, how does this work? Because water flings off the tennis ball, but how does it fling off the Earth? That's a globe. And they're like, well, check it out,
Yeah,
brother.
you see, but gravity
don't
and
understand
physics.
gravity. That's all it is. Physics are working just like the way they are. And you're like, duh, dude. You see what I'm saying? It becomes
Right.
a
It's
debate.
Yeah, it's like flat earthers seem to have a tendency to beg the question with them and go into their paradigm and talk about things like, I mean, now there are some exceptions to this rule, but overall, I would say that you don't beg the question with them. Maybe if you're Indio and you can discuss every single aspect of all of the topics in this scenario, and also he can do that to a T. He can that's an exception to the rule, but that's only because he's got like an eidetic memory and a lot of source based knowledge, which is amazing, and that's why I just always have to shout out Indio. He's what you would actually consider a genius, and somebody like Einstein is just a plagiarist, so he's not a genius.
Yeah,
Oh, man. That's some kind
He's
words.
a hack at best.
Yeah, the main thing we try to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to actually present to them that there is no globe whatsoever. That's the best thing that we can do. Because once we actually give them, okay, you tell me how the globe Earth works, I'll tell you how the flat Earth works, and then we'll meet in the middle somewhere. Like, no, they don't have a globe, period. End of stop. Like, there's
How
nothing.
is everyone tonight? I hope no one's speaking. I can't
I
see
was.
anybody up on my screen at all.
I'm speaking, AJ. No, I'm speaking, but can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear you. AJ,
Drop
can you hear
out.
me?
Drop out and rejoin.
AJ, can you hear me? Ooh.
AJ.
What about?
It was doing this to me earlier too.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, apologies. It happens. It'd be like that sometimes.
Hey, this is what it is. Elon's working on it. Elon.
It's Elon.
No,
I think
it's only happening in here.
Yeah, check it out, man. We've made a lot of progress with being effective the way we do things, right? But it gets under people's skin because, the esoteric flat earthers are just upset about it. Dude, no present anything flat earther. You don't have anything to present. That's you. You guys stay on your own space and don't present anything to anybody. Oh, we're on the other hand, we're on the cutting edge of science. We're producing things. We're stimulating minds. We got conversations about esoteric ideas like that. That's great, man.
And in reality, we're just getting people back to some fundamental knowledge that's been completely eradicated from people. That's all we care about, is so that you have these tools and these basic tools to navigate through information so that you can know for sure what you do know. And if you don't know, you just don't know. It's like, it doesn't matter what you think you know, it matters what you can prove,
Can I ask a question? Does anyone in here believe if you go down to the beach to the shoreline, you could only see like 4 miles?
No.
Before everything else, 4 miles anywhere, before everything else beyond is obstructed by curvature. Anybody in here? Of course not.
Nope.
Nobody believes that.
But the problem is too, man, is that there's a lot of geometric claims that the curvature of the Earth should be predictable at a specific distance due to the fact that an observation can be made from from a beach, often to where they start to see like the effects, quote unquote, of curvature taking place on the bottom of a ship. So in order for that to be the case, there needs to be some geometric consequence of it being measured to be such. And we don't have that. There isn't that. That's what the black swan is. It's a method by which we can ascertain the factual knowledge the Earth does not curve at the specific predictable rate that it should at a specific distance away from the observer. Follow?
Everything.
It doesn't do that.
Does everything disappears from the bottom up, or am I wrong? I forget that.
What's that? What did you say?
There's everything disappears from the bottom up, right? Because of angular resolution. Does everything disappear from the bottom up?
Yeah, there's taking into the fact that you're going to have a lot of things involved with that. There's convergence on the eye line. There's going to be ambient temperature outside. There's going to be the angle of attack from the ground to where you're standing, or where you're seeing, making the observation. There's just a lot of things to consider, really. But best thing that you can do is to actually have an observation done daily. And if you're going to do this test, you kind of repeat the test so that you can present to other people what you've done to make sure that, something like the black swan, you can make a long distance observation, whatever height you are, and, record the data and such. So
they should call it the black tire, because you can see it everywhere all the time. That it's level and stationary.
Yeah, it's only that way. There's a lot of things about it. It's only that way because it disproves that the geometric consequence of the Earth being a globe would be presented by just a mere observation, like ships disappearing from the bottom up, would be due to the fact that the Earth is curving at the set rate that it should be according to the geometry of the Earth. Like, that doesn't happen because of that. So the black swan is disproving that in spades. But it's a method, right? And a lot of people are like, well, have you done the black swan? Have you been to the California beach? Like, dude, you don't have to go there. The claim is that the Earth is curving at the specific rate that it is. I can go to any large body of water and debunk the globe. Any large body of water. And if I see something in the distance that shouldn't be where it is, then obviously I'm seeing a lot farther than the curvature of the Earth allows me to. According to the geometry, I'm actually debunking the globe in any body of water. So if somebody tells you that, if you're in an argument with somebody, that's what I like about 24/7 Flat Earth, is we kind of help you guys, give you those pro tips, right? So you can get ready to engage with people. That's what we're about. So when you get in front of somebody and you're debating, you got something to say. You're going to stay there as a Flat Earther with your mouth open, like, oh, what am I going to tell this guy? Simple. There's a geometric consequence, right? And the black swan debunked the globe's geometric consequence, which means that the Earth should be at a specific distance away, the curvature of it anyway, is going to be displayed at a specific distance away from the observation being made. And depending on the elevation that the observer's having over the surface of the Earth, right, like the water, then the curvature should be obstructing the observer at a specific distance, predictable, away from the observer. Do you guys know this? This is how we answer them. when they're trying to figure out, well, the debunk, you haven't been to California, so have you made that observation? Have you been to the Black Swan? You could tell them easily, it's a method, dude. It's supposed to show you that any large body of water, like the Black Swan, will be able to debunk the radius value claim of the Earth being a globe. That's what it is. It shows you that.
I've seen those videos. The ones where
So the horizon is obviously the reason why we bring the Black Swan up, because that is the place that they say the leading edge of the sphere is. That's the distance where they say ships are disappearing behind. But guess what? That predictable distance at a 6-foot observer should be only 3 miles away. Guess where the Black Swan puts the horizon at? It's a whopping 20. It's a whopping 20 miles away, at a 1-foot observer height. So yeah, we're seeing a lot farther. The horizon distance is a lot farther than what's predicted on the Earth's curvature would be obstructing it. So it debunks geometry of the Earth as a globe. So as the Earth as a globe.
All
so if the geometric shape of the Earth is said to be 3959 radius value, it definitely debunks that. Got it? Like, that's what it does. So if you present Black Swan and they're like, well, have you done the Black Swan in California? Have you went to the oil rigs? And you're like, dude, I have to reiterate this point, because you know how many times have I heard people asking at the Globers asking me that? Well, okay, well, I show you pictures of space and you say you can't go there, but you can't go to the place where they did the Black Swan. Did you do the Black Swan? Like, dude, I've been doing the Black Swan ever since I could remember looking up in the distance. Here's the thing, specifically about the Black Swan. Long distance observations. Everybody in this room has already done a long distance observation. That means that you've already done something to debunk the globe. Everybody in this room right now has seen something a lot farther than the Earth curvature would have allowed it to be. Everybody in this room. Nobody can say they've never done a long distance observation, because that's false. At some point in your life, you've looked off into the distance and seen a lot farther than the curvature of the Earth would allow you to see. You follow, guys? This is it right here. When they ask you, sir, Flat Earther, what did you do? You can be easily just have an answer ready at your back pocket. I did a long distance observation. I've been doing them ever since I was little. I've looked upon the Earth and I've seen a lot farther than the globe Earth the curvature would allow me to see. Yeah, that's what I've done. Debunk, globe debunk.
I ask them that all the time. Have you mentioned anything? Have you made a long distance observation? It's really easy.
Yeah, just as long as you guys.
Have they seen longer than 24 miles?
Yeah. Okay, so you know,
the railgun hits the target at 110 miles, straight at the target.
Yeah. Do you guys see where we're going with this? So then we have an answer back to the Glober, who says, "What have you done?" We can easily come up with that, because everybody's done that, and that also long distance observations, and it doesn't matter where you are. If you've seen something a lot farther than the predicted amount of Earth curvature that would obstruct your vision from seeing that thing, you've already debunked the globe. And that, sir, is the Black Swan. That's what it is. The horizon distance away from the observer, where that is, that's the leading edge of the sphere, according to the Glober. But he doesn't know how far away the distance to the horizon is, because you ask him that question. Okay, for an observer of 6 foot, how far would the distance to the horizon be? Go ahead and answer that. Geometrically speaking, right? If the Earth is a globe, how far is the horizon away? They don't know how to answer that, because, of course, they don't know the size of the Earth, nor do they know any math that applies to a geometric shape that would be the size of the Earth. So, yeah, all of this debunks the Earth as a globe. Jedi is coming up. I get really passionate about this, man. This is stuff that I love to talk about, and especially I would say just kind of giving the our flat Earth friends a lot of pro tips. Have something in your back pocket when these guys are like gnawing at your feet when it comes to like evidence. What evidence do you have, flat Earther? Like, they want to grill you, they want to get you in the corner and stuff. Number one, we've already covered it. They don't have a scientific model of the Earth as a globe. that covers all phenomena that occurs on the Earth as a globe. They do not have that. Don't be fooled into thinking that them say, no. But seriously, flat earther, give me one of your models and your maps. Go ahead, give it to me. You're like, dude, you don't even have one. Which one do you got? Like, and demand it, right? That's one.
Yeah, we do. That's the first thing we ask them is what shape do you think the Earth is, and then why?
Yeah, but is flat a shape?
Nope. Hell no.
Well, they know what we're talking
But
about.
is flat a
They
shape?
know it's not.
That's the question. So, what shape is the Earth? Like, what are the options here? Like, is it just what's flat?
When they say
that's not a shape.
It's round. When they say I believe it's round, we say well, we're in the Antarctic Circle, in the Antarctic Basin. It is a circle, so but stuff like that. They don't know. They don't even know. That's the thing. They don't even know what they believe.
Well, do you know about
it's a circle? I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, we got to choose our words carefully.
Say again?
I would just choose our words carefully. I don't know who we're speaking to because I can't see the person who's speaking.
It's Libra.
I know it's so glitchy.
It's so glitchy, bro.
And CB is coming in, and he sounds like he might be roboting a little.
Is
bit.
it trash?
No, I hear you, CB. No, but Zero, though.
I agree with you guys.
How you going, guys?
And I can
Sorry,
see
I
you
tried
now.
on my phone earlier.
Go ahead.
I tried on my phone. I tried my phone, dude, but it didn't work at all. I couldn't even see anybody on the screen. I just had a plain blank white screen. I can't
see anything either. It keeps kicking me out.
It's trash.
Yeah, it's so glitchy in here. I'm sorry. AJ, you sound like wind is coming through your microphone.
Flat Earth is breaking the internet.
No, I'm just sitting here with my headphones on at my desk. At my PC, there's no wind.
No, it's not good.
Yeah, it's trash. Your mic is trash.
It's trash, bro.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Yeah, but there's other people.
It says I'm a
Hold
listener.
on, yeah, there's just other people talking. We're trying to sort out like a bunch of people trying to come up and have a conversation, and their mics are kind of glitching out, so we're kind of sorting them out. So yeah, we're not dismissing you. We're just
Yeah, let us figure this out so we can actually communicate with each other.
Fuck that, Mike.
And we always have CB. He's a hype man. When you've got a rapper out front, and the rapper that's supposed to be the main thing, he's got a hype man. That's CB.
Facts.
And then Jedi is trying to say something, and I want to hear that too.
I was just going to say good morning to everybody.
Good morning to you.
Hey, top of the morning to you, lad.
Top of the morning. It's good to see you guys on X. How's it going today? What's going on?
Just really handing out some pro tips to some of the newer flat earthers that are coming through the spaces and kind of getting them on the right path versus paths of like just because they're picking up tennis balls and saying, well, water doesn't stick to a tennis ball. It's like, dude, that was like beginning when flat earther was really trying to get his arguments together, and then putting that as a point of an argument. It's not really like we don't, because then that's just like, well, how does water stick to the tennis ball? When I spin it, water flings off. Like, remember those memes where we show water spinning up? But the Globers, they come back with, yeah, but that's because you don't understand physics. And they'll just insert that bullshit. And it's like, dude.
Yeah, but the numbers, the figures, the fossil records.
Yeah, you don't want to give them out.
Can we get a live chat? Where's the live chat, bro? We need a chat.
Yeah.
You go up to the top and swap one over to Alpha, what Indio shared, and there's a what you would normally see in a purple pill is there where Indio shared the space, and people are commenting on that like it would be the purple pill.
I don't see that.
Also, there's if you go to the envelope icon, we have a back chat there if you want to speak, and it'll show up for us as notifications.
I don't see an envelope either. Homer detected.
Is that better, guys? Can you hear me now? Or is it still trash?
Still doing the same thing.
Damn.
It must be the space, yeah, because this is a whole new headset.
Are we live right now? Like, can he listen back to how it sounds somewhere?
Yeah. Check out the YouTube channel, AJ.
24/7. Yeah, the 24/7 YouTube channel.
Man, there's a song that I want you to listen to, Miggy, but you don't have to do it now. But you said you had passion, and it reminded me of some lyrics, and you talk Mick Jenkins, one of my favorite rappers, and then he always talks about doing it for the free, and he's like, I do it for the free, so the passion is thicker, and I love that.
What's going on the YouTube channel?
What's
Hey,
happening?
what's up? Thanks for the mic. What's cracking?
Hey, we got
YouTube. Yeah, we're live.
We got Gradient coming up to the speaker panel. Gradient, welcome to the panel.
What's up? What's up?
Nothing much, man. We're just asking the people that are coming up. Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
If the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. Do you believe it's a globe?
You mean round?
Yeah.
Round and flat are not mutually exclusive, so you can have a round record, a round penny. Those are still flat.
Earth is a globe, like an object. I believe the Earth is round.
Okay. So, what evidence do you have to bring forward that it is?
So there's satellites that take pictures of the Earth, and it's rotating.
Okay. But if you're saying satellites are up there, the satellites have to have gotten up there because they knew that the Earth was a globe, right?
No, because people smarter than you and me put satellites up there to take pictures.
They just sprayed and prayed them up there?
Stupid.
All right, so check this out. No, check this out, man. You're telling me that before the advent of technology and rockets and satellites, that they didn't know the Earth was a globe. Only until the advent of technology and rockets and satellites that we knew now that the Earth is a globe.
It's a thing called
what is it called?
Learning,
growing. Okay, that's
and
great.
Understanding.
What do we understand?
You
what do we
are.
learn? What do we grow? How do we know this information prior to the advent of technology?
Well, the first thing is knowing that the world is circular.
How do we know that?
How? By creating satellites.
Really? So they did that in ancient times. They created satellites in ancient times. Is that how we knew for, thousands of years?
Well, is this 1664 or?
Yeah, so you're telling us that the only way we know that the Earth is a globe.
I am telling
based
you
on
that
satellites.
you're stupid. I am telling you that you're
based
stupid.
on what? Based on what?
That's not an argument.
Based on what, Gradient?
What's stupid
Based
is calling
on
planet
you
Uranus.
asking
That's
stupid questions.
All right, guys, don't I know that you want to be spicy.
If you would
but
like
let them
to,
speak.
if you would like to ask more interesting questions, I appreciate your inquisity.
Inquisity,
but
is that a word? Anyway, let's get back to how you don't know. Let's get to how you don't know that the Earth is a globe right now. You think that the only way we can know is based on
A
rockets and
globe?
satellites.
Hold on. The Earth is a globe? A globe is an object.
What do you think the Earth is, sir?
This guy's not going to last well. He's obviously been drinking too much and can't hold a decent conversation.
What do you think the Earth is? Gradient.
This is our home for now.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
What?
Our home for now.
Yeah,
I
that's
just answered
great.
you.
That's a non-answer because the claim is it's either an oblate spheroid or not. Is it one?
The Earth is where
I like your
us
obfuscation.
and other
And you
primates
said I need
have
learning.
lived
I like your obfuscation because you're just
millions of years.
You're skating away from the question because you don't want to be held accountable.
I've answered your question.
No, you didn't.
You didn't.
Is it
like
an
my
oblate
answer.
spheroid? Yes or no? It's a closed-ended question. Oblate spheroid or not?
You, man.
Yes or no? Oblate spheroid.
Earth
Yes or no?
Is
yes or no?
A spherical home.
How do you know that it's spherical?
I just told you, fucking satellites, you dumb nigga. What the fuck?
So now you're
Are you
resulting
listening
this?
to me or no?
Yeah, I'm listening to you, but you're not saying shit.
You're not listening.
You're not saying
I'm
anything.
saying shit.
Yeah, you just say
I've answered
you're
your
saying
question
satellites
3 times.
Yeah, you're saying satellites, and that's all you say. Like a
That's
person,
it.
like
That's
a
all
person,
you need.
listen, like a person who doesn't know what they're talking about. You're in a religious state of mind, sir. You don't know how the Earth is a globe.
I'm religious.
Yes.
You don't know me.
Yes, yeah, I do know you. You believe that
You
the
know
Earth is
me.
a globe. Yes, I do. You believe that the Earth is a globe.
How do you?
Because
I don't believe in shit.
yeah, you said I believe it's where I live. It's a globe. It's a spheroid.
It's a that's
You said that. I didn't say that. You said
You
that.
said it's a sphere, isn't it?
You said,
What?
do I agree with that?
And do you?
What I believe in is energy.
Oh, you really
Oh
don't know
my
what you're
God,
talking
just
about, do you?
Bro,
What? What?
there's believing and there's knowing.
Energy.
And you think I'm the one
Energy.
that you think that
Hold
I'm the
on.
one that needs
Let me
to go
get my
back to learn
crystals.
something. Look at you.
Energy and a soul.
Yeah, really.
Just
How does this
Mhm.
make any? How does this make
You
any
believe in
possible
Uranus
sense?
too, don't you?
Yeah, we don't talk about Uranus.
Oh,
Libra.
I
let's just
would
remove Libra.
like to answer that question.
No, we're not going to talk about that. He's just going to get removed from
Please
the
do.
Oh,
speakers.
so
No,
you
let him
just
answer
ask
it.
you ask
No.
questions, but
Why
then
does he
when people
believe
want
in
to
a
answer
planet
them,
called Uranus?
Who's
He
that?
put
does
words in
Truth
their
for
know.
mouth.
life. I got to remove Truth for life too. You're gone.
Just do it.
I done did.
Thank you.
But guys, you didn't let him read his tarot cards.
I know. I mean, like, he just got censored, and we're just such bad flat earthers. Poor, what is his name? Gradient God.
Nah,
Oh, brother.
I was getting interrupted by Truth for Life too, talking about Uranus, dude. Like, what in the hell, flat earthers?
Yeah,
Like, we got to do
have
better
some
than that,
synergy.
man. Like, you interrupt with something like that to say, like, well, we didn't ask him about Uranus, dude. What?
The synergy needs to be here and be applied to flat earthers when we're having these conversations and you want to chime in. At least be productive to the point and don't divert away from it. If you are diverting away from the point that we're trying to make, then you're not helping. And not to, it's just a critique of you and the way that you go about your arguments. You need to listen more so that you can maybe have a bit more synergy when the topic isn't. You need to keep it on topic, pretty much.
God, dude. And he was persisting to say that, yeah, the planet Uranus is not Uranus. I'm like, dude, we don't need to talk to him about that right now. I know he's 3 shits to the wind, but inserting that is just gonna make. And he was just like completely befuddled. He's like, yeah, I want to talk about that. No, man, no, hell no. Damn. Golly, man. Had to be smacking the flat earth side just as well as they do globe. Like, geez.
Yeah.
Keep the house in order.
Season 9,
Exactly, dude. Like, fucking frustrating, man.
It's because our hands are rated E for everyone. Okay.
Facts. Major facts.
Fucking Jedi's
Go
here,
ahead,
man.
Jed.
Now we get some reason at least.
Well, is my microphone working now, guys? Is that better?
Hell yeah.
Beautiful.
So much better, yes.
All right, I've gone to a
Yes.
wired headset, so it looks like I'm stuck here at the desk.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Yeah, it was whatever was working out there. I don't know how much you paid for that, but I'd return whatever you had, AJ.
No, that's what I normally use. I've been using them for about 2 years now. They're pretty expensive wireless headphones, and I just bought a set of Sonys, and I threw them on, and they were doing the same thing. So I tried.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an X thing. It doesn't do it on Discord. Yeah, we could talk about it.
No, but I've been using them on X as well, so I don't know. But I tried on my phone instead of my PC, and the phone didn't work either. I couldn't see anybody on the screen. I couldn't use it. It was X sucks.
Yeah. But the people are okay. So you guys listening right now, yeah, sorry about that. We just have a little technical issues. Appreciate everybody that's
Whatever I got going on seems to be working just fine. There are some glitches here and there, but overall, like, my phone will override them for the most part.
Let me plug the space real quick, then I'll give it back to you guys. Thank you for joining us. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 23. Globeheads be cray cray. And as you heard, there's a globehead that just came through here and just proved the point of the space, the title of the space. Needless to say, this is 24/7, dude. There's a group of friends that are hanging out. Myself, Alpha Veritas, Flatsy Klein, Jedi, AJ, Creation Bear, Heretic at the bottom, Matrix. There's a lot of us in here right now, but definitely willing and ready to answer some questions. If you think the Earth's a globe, come on up to the speaking panel. We'd love to talk to you and challenge you, obviously. We want to challenge you, and whether or not you change your mind, it's not what we're here for. We're here to challenge you and to see if you can actually present a case or an argument for the Earth being a globe. We do have the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord bot that's in here as well. You can follow that thing. It's right there on the bottom of the listening panel, and it has the links to all the Discord servers that we're a part of, so you can join us there. Don't forget to drop us a follow, guys. Myself, Latsy Klein, Jedi, AJ, Creation Bear, Heretic, Matrix. We're all hanging out with you, but definitely love to have a conversation with you. Sometimes it gets heated, like you heard before, but that's the nature of the thing. So don't worry about that. But we do appreciate everybody that's in here listening to us and keeping us on like a podcast. We definitely do appreciate that. So, yeah, if you guys want to come in here and talk to us or just kick it with us or whatever, ask us some questions if you'd like. If you're on the fence or if you're considering the idea, or if you just want to ask us anything about Flat Earth, go ahead and come up. But further than that, I'm just going to kick it back to the panel so we can just have a conversation amongst ourselves if nobody wants to come up. Back to you guys.
W's in the chat. I still think we need a chat, like a live chat somewhere.
Yeah, that would be an X problem, not an us problem.
What do you? I was thinking of maybe we can sort that out by maybe just create a space, or not a space, a Discord channel. So once we are in here, I could just put it on my profile and then we can just use that as a chat. I don't know, just something different. Then everybody can jump in. I could just refer them to that channel I created. Just a thought.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea if they wanted, but if they don't have Discord, then they can't go in. Then Discord is so great because you can share files and share information, like source information with citation, and that is what I really love about Discord, and that's why we've stayed on there for so long and didn't branch out over here. Probably it's because this place isn't really fit for that unless you buy the membership to X. So
anyways, yeah, the space starts to hop around this time, so 5 to 6 or like from 4 to 6 for me. We're at 46 deep in the space, so welcome everybody. We got a few people on YouTube listening in. Definitely want to have a conversation with you guys if you're kind of questioning or brand new to the topic. We bring a different vibe to the space, so definitely want to speak to people that are kind of brand new to Flat Earth and are kind of questioning how they can go ask for arguments. You know, we'll definitely give you some pro tips on how to handle the information. It gets difficult out there, man. So yeah, want to help you guys out.
yeah, I think that I don't think I've said it, but if somebody goes back and listens to it, you know, really, you just need tools to be able to discern what is true or not. And those tools are things that, you know, require the physical and natural world and the way that it works is only based upon like cause and effect. If you're going to try to figure out like the cause of something with cause and effect, you need to be able to isolate the cause. That would be the scientific method. So these things are all, and mathematics and symbols and languages are all derived from the laws that we use to govern reasoning, because those also have laws, because information is a phenomenon that we can't explain because it's not matter nor energy. You don't have either of those to explain what information is. So there are laws to the way that these things are disseminated and thought about. So that's where the laws that govern the principles of logic come from. You need to be able to learn these things, learn the laws of the principles of logic, so that you can actually use the word logical correctly, instead of just because you think something's logical, it's probably a logical fallacy. You need to learn logical fallacies and and cognitive biases. Like, these things are what's causing people not to be able to discern what is true and what is false out there. And these laws have given us the scientific method. So we use the scientific method to adjudicate cause and effect relationships in nature. Like, they haven't failed us yet, we're here at this beautiful information age where now you've got to be able to wade through all of that. So if you don't have the right tools, how can you do that?
All right, we got Nate White that just joined the speaking panel. Welcome, Nate White.
Hey, thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot see who is speaking. It just everybody seems to be speaking at the same time when one person speaks. So forgive me if I don't know who I'm talking to here, but to the woman who was just speaking.
FlatsyClon.
Flats. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well said. And I would just point out, though, that I think this is kind of a given, but unfortunately, some people can't do the logic thing. There is unfortunately a vast difference in intelligence within our population, and some people really do lack the faculties to reason well or to reason deeply. So that's one thing. Just because they're wrong doesn't mean they're, how would you say, trying to play you for a fool. Some people.
Exactly. I get
Yeah.
that. And the only thing that we can do in this scenario would be to challenge what they think, right? So if it's impossible to do, then it's really kind of it's a disappointment, because you want to be able to reach people, and you don't even have to tell them that the earth is flat at this point that I'm even getting at. It's just about being able to discern what is true and what is false, right? So I think that this is what really matters the most, and to really challenge people on what they think and what they believe to be true. And if they actually know anything that they propagate, or if they just believe it and propagate something that could not be true.
So what do you generally say to people when it comes up? Like, what's your sort of on the strong side, some of the arguments you present?
Well, it just depends. It's a case by case scenario, especially with an individual and whatever they're bringing up. So there's a lot of different. You have to be able to adjust to a lot of different things all at once.
Okay, so I'll go with one of the classics: watching a boat sail over the horizon. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I would say
Waterhill.
Sorry. Go ahead, Jedi.
You carry on, Flatsy. I was just ad-libbing. You carry on.
Okay, yeah, sure. So boats going over a horizon, those are specific words that you're using that aren't actually observed. The boat that is sailing away from you, and you're on the coastline and you're watching it go, you're not watching it go over a horizon. You're watching it go far enough out that it will be not visible at some point, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But what we see is an obstruction from bottom up. That's not surprising, given the fact that we have gases that are most prevalent at the surface, because gases are they come from at or near the surface of the earth. So you have a lot of that going on near, especially very near the surface, which is where you're trying to resolve something going away from you. So you have a lot of compounding variables. Not only that, but not even like centering your focus on that one aspect, which is a very big aspect to consider, because air is not completely transparent. It's actually opaque. So it is harder to see through the denser gas. And where it is the densest would be at or near the surface of the earth, because that's where it's formed, where hydrogen bonds are broken up for water, and the evaporation process happens at the surface of the water. You get what I'm saying? So that would be an aspect to
Yeah.
really, you could dive into just that. You can also dive into the way perspective works. On a flat surface, obstruction bottom up happens on flat surfaces given enough distance and a minimal angle of the vision with the Rayleigh criterion. And those are governed by laws too. So you've got these, the Rayleigh criterion would cover a lot of aspects of optics and the way that we see things in the world. We also have, I think right now I'm blanking.
Yeah, let me just.
Maybe I just really covered.
Yeah, let me just ask the gentleman because it's a very simple way to go about presenting this to you. Bottom-up obstruction can happen due to the fact that the angle that you have from the surface of the Earth. So let's say however high you are, 6 foot observer or whatever, you can get lower down to the ground. But the lower you go, the less angle you have to see off into the distance. Because you decrease that angle, you also decrease the amount of what you can see off into the distance. But there's, like she was saying, a lot of compounding variables that are added to this. So this is one of the factors as to reason why you can't see something or disappears from the bottom up. You can demonstrate this on a flat surface just by changing the angle at which you see the object at a distance, right? We have like an image of a coffee can that's presented like at a angle that's above an elevation a little bit of, like, the camera height is above the coffee can, and as it lowers down to the ground level, it actually sees the bottom half of that little, like, there's a little metal part to the coffee can. It disappears. You don't see that anymore. Part of the bottom piece of the coffee can, like the labeling, disappears. So this happens just on a flat surface just fine. It's the angle at view that you have closer to the surface.
I posted an example in the
Is that in
nest.
Is that in the nest? Yeah, Nate, why don't you take a look at that real quick? There's an example that can show you what I'm talking about up on the nest.
Okay. But basically,
check it out.
There's a couple of really basic answers if you want to cut that off at the knee, and the fact of the matter is that if they're claiming something's going over a physical geometric horizon, they need to prove in some way that we're on a sphere to begin with, yeah?
Boom. There you go. That's what I was forgetting. I was like, I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, that's the first point. The second point I would raise would be that you would require a geometric horizon. We don't have a geometric horizon. We have an apparent horizon where the sky appears to meet the ocean or the ground, and that this moves daily. It's not a geometric location that you can go to. As you head towards it, it's always going to be moving away from you. Okay, so that's another very simple point. And to further what Alpha was saying, objects disappearing bottom up on a flat surface is due to a combination of different things. Yeah, so your perspective, visual acuity limits, atmospheric effects that are occurring. And as I was describing, as you move further away from an object, even on a flat surface, the angle at which you're viewing that object decreases. So the lower parts of the object that are close to the ground will merge with the ground in your field of vision, causing them to disappear from the bottom up. Okay.
So,
called the angle of incidence in the Rayleigh criterion.
if I might respond to that, I'm not trying to.
No, go ahead. I just
kind of playing
wanted to
devil's
insert
advocate.
that.
Oh, yeah, I'll say this, Nate. In regards to devil's advocate or anything that you're playing, I'd say this. Just be honest about your position. If you think the Earth's a globe, we're not going to all jump on you like, oh, he's a glober. Like, what we want to do is we want to challenge you. Even if you think the Earth's a globe, man, it doesn't matter to us. The only thing that matters is that you're able to hold a challenge and not just like spiral out of control. So you could, confront this like you would if you think the Earth's a globe. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. But I don't actually have an opinion either way. I'm kind of new to this whole thing, and I'm not set one way or the other. I'm open to switching my position given sufficient evidence, and always learning. So I'm not trying to argue it's flat or it's round. I'm just here to kind of learn. But I do have a little bit of a pushback, I guess, given what was said. If you're open to hearing it.
Now, what you got, man?
I would start with, I have been on a topography where in Europe, where at the top of a small mountain, about 2,000 feet, we were able to see a ship, and it was coming towards us. And we then hiked down, which took about 40 minutes. And at the bottom, we could not see the ship, but shortly thereafter, it came into view. And I heard what the woman was saying about all sorts of gases and stuff.
Also, angle of incidence
Yeah,
due to the Rayleigh criterion. Yeah, so
of
you
course.
up on the mountain, you have a
Yeah,
wider angle
that's
of view,
correct. Yeah.
and when you get closer to the surface of that, you're seeing like the surface of water, so
Yeah.
that would be closer to like the absolute surface. That you sea level is what we would call that. That angle of incidence is being minimized when you go down the mountain. So yeah, of course, it only makes sense that that would happen, given a flat surface as well. So that's yeah,
But I don't follow how that would happen on a flat surface.
because of your angle of incidence
Yeah. So
due to the Rayleigh
let me just say this.
criterion.
Yeah. The example was the coffee can in the example up in the nest, and that needs to be understood. Like we can't move from that point until you realize what's happening in that
Yeah,
image. So the image
that's a
itself,
scale down.
yeah, the image,
Yeah.
even if it's scaled down, the image there depicts what we're saying, exemplifies what we're saying actually. So let's see if we can talk about the image. Nate, can you click on that image up on the nest? Because this needs to
Right.
hit home. It does need to hit
Yeah,
home.
I can try, but I am having a lot of problems with Twitter. And the Nest, I think, is the same as the Jumbotron, like up above where I see all the
Yeah.
stickers.
Yeah, where the coffee can, it's where Flats shared by Flatsy Klein.
It says that AV Overdrive right now. There's
Yeah, swap it over.
Swap it over
swap
to the left.
Yeah, unfortunately,
these newest.
my Twitter's not responding much, but I do know what angle of incidence is. It's to do with reflection.
Yeah, this right here, no, this image is going to clear it up for you. Like it'll be the thing that makes it, oh, I get what you're saying. It's the aha moment that you need actually.
Yeah, it's not just reflection. That is
Okay,
a
well-
part of it.
well-
With your angle of incidence, you do see, you can have, with an angle of incidence, a surface will display its reflective properties.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well-
but that's not the only thing going
Okay,
on.
let me do it this way. I reposted it on my account. Just click on my name. Like it should be a post that I reposted.
Oh, what's your name?
Alpha Veritas. I'm the purple icon. AV, the Veritas.
Okay.
He's the host.
Yeah, I've just reposted it, so I don't know how long
No,
it takes to actually get there. but-
The problem is I can't. Whenever somebody speaks, it looks like everybody's speaking at the same time. It's kind of
I'm
weird.
just AV purple
Okay,
icon.
I see it.
Yeah.
So classic decaf.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay,
Got
the
it.
top image is the one where it's showing above at a specific angle above
Got it.
vertically.
Yeah.
As it comes back down, look at the bottom of that coffee can.
Yeah, you're at level. So I see it. This isn't technically angle of
Scaled down
Dude,
version.
it is exactly
Well,
that. It is
unless you're looking.
It is
unless you're
listen,
looking in
Nate.
a
This is what's
mirror.
happening to the mind right now. I can tell you because
You
it
guys
happens to
aren't
all
really
people.
letting me speak.
No,
I
but
mean,
this is
you
what's
kinda-
happening to the mind right now, man. You're not realizing that you're seeing truth actually in real time, and you're trying to explain it away. It seems like you don't want to know that that's exactly what's happening. It is on a flat surface.
Well, I
this
don't
is
know
what
what you
happens.
mean. Like
This is what's happening in real time. The coffee can.
I can't get a word in here.
No,
You
I
guys
just
are
feel like you're not
attacking.
seeing what's happening here, and you're avoiding the fact that the
Okay,
truth
but
is
you
being
might-
shown to you.
Okay, so let's say you're right. I don't see what you're saying. So I've got a question.
Disappearance
but
from
you
the
don't let me
bottom
get
up
it out
is
of my
happening
mouth.
on a flat surface. That's what I'm saying right here. This coffee can example on my profile that anybody can click on. That's what it is. Disappearance from the bottom up is occurring on a flat surface.
Can I speak?
I don't know if you're seeing that. What I'm seeing, I'm showing. This is like what? Where else can we go from it? This is it's a perfect example. Like, what
I'm
are
not
we not
denying that
getting
you-
like from this?
Well, I think you're confused because you're not letting me speak.
I'm confused.
Well, it sounds like it. You're
How?
attacking and asking questions, and
Do you
don't
know
even
that bottom
what
up
the problem is.
bottom up obstruction is happening on a flat surface? Do you see that? What I see on that coffee can example?
Well, I'll tell you what I see.
What do you see?
Okay, I see a coffee can up against a wall, and I see two pictures. And the first picture is taken looking down at the coffee can, and the second picture is taken assuming the surface is flat, and it appears to be. It looks like you're taking the picture as close to the ground as you can, but there's in neither of these images is the base of the can obstructed.
What?
I can see the base of the can.
Yes, it is in the second one. If you have a close look,
What are you
dude,
talking about?
all you can see is a very slither of the green label, which is well above the silver rim in the first image. So it's obstructed up to the cup nearly.
Oh, okay, you're right. You're right. My bad. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, the green is missing on the bottom. Okay, sorry. I thought that was the rim at the bottom. Okay. Well, look, I don't know. You can do a lot of stuff with photo.
No, oh my God,
No,
dude. Are you
buddy.
serious, Nate? Are you for real right now, dude?
Hold on, I've got something else.
No, hold up, man. Like, wait a second. No. We're not going to jump to it. Wait just a minute here. Wait just a damn minute. Now, you've been shown something that clearly states that there's no way around this. The only option is for you to accept what's being shown to you, because this is not no photo camera tricks at all. This is just.
I haven't said.
You
I've
just
not
finished saying that it wasn't. How things could be manipulated. Like you're insinuating like this was some kind of CGI photographic manipulation, dude. Nothing. Listen, there's nobody here that's invested in tricking anyone for whatever reason you might think. There's nobody thinking that. We're not out to get anybody. This is just clearly what's been taken in two photos, one above, one below, and the obvious effect that occurs. Now, you, sir, need to reconcile that within your own frame of mind and stop skating around the topic and just go straight into it. Yeah, bottom-up obstruction occurs on a flat surface. I don't see the bottom that should be noted that's there according to these images. And it's as plain as day as that can be. I don't get it. Like what?
Let me try and give you another practical
just
example
dipped.
that you can do
He
for
dipped.
yourself, dude.
He dipped. He dipped, dude. But it's like, dude, what? I mean, seriously.
By the sounds of it, most of them have been, since I got in anyway, most of them have been flat earthers you've been debating with, yeah?
Pretty much.
Or claimed flat earthers.
But the majority, though, it's like, we're not going to get into this thing where we're going to divert from this example. This is the perfect example. Now, he's claiming photo manipulation. That's what he said. We're not going to accept that because anyone can do this anywhere that you are. So it's not that. It's, if anything, this is a method. You can replicate this anytime you want. So we're showing something that can occur if you can go do it yourself. You can go do it yourself and find out for yourself. Like, I don't see what the problem is.
I don't know. It seems my Twitter just cuts off sometimes, so apologies for that. But if you can hear me, can you just say hi, Nate?
We hear you, dude. But like, once again,
thanks.
if we're gonna go back to, we cannot leave from this specific topic.
Is this Alpha speaking?
Yeah, it's me.
And the topic you're referring to is the can in
Yes.
the picture?
Yes.
Okay, can I touch on
If
that?
you touch on it saying it's photo manipulation, that's gonna be me interrupting because it's not.
As in an edited photo?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's an edited photo.
So what were you saying then about photo manipulation?
Well, that was my first contention before I realized. So initially when I looked at it, on the bottom of the can, there's like a green stripe surrounding the can.
It looks blue to me, so I don't know.
Or blue. Okay, so there's like white with an image, and on the base there's like a centimeter of blue around the can, and then there's the metal trim on the bottom. Hello?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I'm agreeing with you, of course.
Okay. So when I initially looked at it, I saw that in the top image. I looked down, and for some reason my brain skipped, and I just saw the metal trim on the bottom colored kind of blue, and I was like, oh, well, I see the metal trim in both. What's the point? But then when you pointed it out, I was like, oh yeah, the entire blue strip on the bottom is missing. So thank you for pointing that out.
Right.
So I don't think it's been edited per se, but what I would say is I think there's a hump in the floor. And the reason I say that, and I just ask you'll give me the time to speak here before you laugh and criticize.
We're not laughing and criticizing, Nate.
Someone just did.
No, I don't know. Listen, listen,
Nate, I can tell you. Sorry, I know exactly what he's going to say. Yeah, because I'm looking at the image right now, and it does appear that there's some type of curve there in front of the can that you're saying looks like a hump. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. Now, all I can say to you is that it's not. This is, again, just due to our perspective here. And this is something that you can go and do for yourself with your phone. Just go and stick a can on your kitchen bench up against the wall, and then put the phone camera level with the bench and see what you can see. Yeah, this is repeatable every time.
I don't know who the speaker was here, but I would like to respond to you. And I think I can point out where you guys actually are mistaken here, but you have to give me the chance to do that. So first I would ask, can you hear me? And secondly, can you give me 30 seconds, 40 seconds to explain this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So if you compare the top image and the bottom image, my contention here is there's a hump on the floor that you don't see in the first image, but when you put the camera very low down, the hump obscures some of the can, but also some of the wall. And you can verify this not by looking at the can, but actually by looking at the wall, particularly where the floor trim meets and there's a slit down there. What you'll see, if you look closely, is there's actually a clear white strip along the bottom of the trim that where the floor trim meets, there's a line vertically. And that line is about 1 centimeter from the floor in the first image. And in the second image, it's much closer. You can also verify that by looking on the left side of the can, the floor trim, where those dark marks are on the floor trim.
We know all of what you're saying. You're basically telling, we're reiterating.
If you didn't cut me off.
You don't need to. We get the point. We know what you're saying. It's basically the reason.
Is this alpha?
It's the reason why we're showing you this, Nate. The reason why we're showing you is because bottom-up obstruction is occurring throughout this image from a lower angle. We've already told you this. So you're basically stating the obvious. The obvious thing is, yes, you don't see the rest of that bottom of the stripe, the white stripe on the wall. Of course you don't, because it's being obstructed from the angle of the perspective of the person taking the image with a camera that's lower down onto the ground that AJ told you can actually do for yourself. It's not just us telling you this or showing you this image, but you can actually go and do this for yourself. So the frustrating thing is listening to somebody trying to reconcile this information, making it sound like there's a hump on the floor, when all you have to do is go do it for yourself and then find out.
Okay.
Well, Alpha, I don't have a floor.
What you're talking about, Nate, is I can see exactly. Hang on, Nate. I can see exactly what you're speaking about.
Okay, thank you.
There's a gap under the trim on the left-hand side of the top can. There's a slight gap along the edge of the floor. So you're saying that there's a hump. Now, if that was the case, the camera would have to be facing from the direction of the side of the can for that to be a hump in front of the camera lens. The camera is in front of the can, and that's a clear view to the can where there is no hump, yeah?
Sorry, sir, I don't...
You would have to have the camera to the left along that side where there's that little dip. Now, that little dip is just a little imperfection in the floor or in the bench top or wherever this is sitting. On the floor, I'd assume, and that's a mil or two, a couple of millimeters. We're seeing like a whole 5-10 millimeters of that can and the bottom quarter of that trim completely disappearing in the second image. But that little gap that you're claiming, for that to be affecting it, you would have to have the camera to the side where that dip is.
Are you claiming when you say the little gap, you're talking about the gap where the vertical gap between the two pieces of trim?
Yeah, that's what you're explaining, that there's a gap there and that when the camera's moved down, we don't see it anymore.
No. I think we're arguing.
You're making too much.
Regardless, dude, you know what? We're not going to argue.
He's making too much of this. He's making way too much of this.
It's repeatable, dude.
You
So
guys
just go
don't
and set it up
listen.
for yourself. Go
So
grab a can out of your.
you
Go grab.
wonder
I did
why
listen.
people
I
think
don't
you're
wonder
nuts.
why,
It's
dude.
'cause you
I
don't
understand
listen
why
to
you're
anybody.
refuting this because in your paradigm
No,
you have an identity
nobody's
crisis.
listening. You
No, we
guys
do
are
listen.
all
We absolutely
emotionally
do listen.
engaging
You are
thinking, like,
having an
if you're
identity crisis,
angry,
dude. You want to
you're
make it
somehow
sound
gonna
like you
win
have a
people
weight.
over.
This is what's going to happen. You have an identity crisis. You think that by able to reason with yourself that this is not something that's happening, that it, yeah, I know he left. But it's funny though, right? Because this is what they all do. They want to like reason with themselves that it just can't happen. Bottom up obstruction can't happen on a flat surface. But guess what? Newsflash, it does happen on a flat surface and it's doing just fine. All you got to do is go test it out and find out for yourself. Why are you meandering around the fact that you can do it for yourself? These methods that we show are not just so we can say, hey guys, believe me, the earth is flat. Look at this coffee can. No, go and do it for yourself and find out. Then you'll realize, hey, it's not what I've been taught. I mean, my
Yeah, I
God.
listened to every word he said. I like. He did or did he not try and describe the gap between the trim and the floor, and claimed it was a hump? Yeah, that's exactly what I addressed.
Yeah,
and
he's
completely
he's
changed.
But
It's actually a perfect example of what we view on the nothing is always having to deal with some sort of margin of error here and there.
Yep.
That isn't going to be a justification to say that somebody's floor is curved enough to where the curvature of the floor come on,
yeah,
dude.
exactly. It's him justifying in his mind that the earth is a globe and we're wrong. So he's looking for every gimmick in the book and angle so that he can defeat this argument. And on basis of him saying that the floor is curved, but you know what's going to defeat him? It's going and testing the shit. Simple, easy, over and done with. It doesn't need to meander. Well, let's hear him for another 40 seconds. Don't need to hear that shit. All you got to do is test it out. That's simple. That's easy. That's clean. That's fast. That's doable. My God. Like, no, we don't need to hear anymore. You wonder why people don't listen to Dude, we don't need to hear that. All we need is some hard facts, some evidence, some demonstrations. All you got to do is do the shit and find out for yourself. Like, quit stalling and go and do it.
Okay, well, I also posted up in the Nest or Jumbotron, whatever it's called, that test that shows that given a platform, a flat platform, you could see it in the first one, and it shows you the materials and the methods that's used to show that a flat surface, given an angle of incidence, especially with some heat that's given to that plate, will show you the progression that obstruction bottom up happens on a flat surface.
You can justify it for him, Flatsy, but he's gonna see right through that and he's not even gonna know where it's at. He's all situationally unaware. What are you talking about? Where is the information? Where is it at? What's going? Like he's playing the part. Like all really you have to do is he saw the coffee can, go and do it. Go and test it out for yourself. Quit acting like you're going to argue until the cows come home about how it's the floor curving and, oh, maybe it's the person wasn't feeling right. The camera wasn't placed right. Like, dude, shut up, man. This spaces are filled with people making excuses. Don't make excuses. Go out and find a solution. Like, quit being somebody that's just bickering. Just go out and do the shit. Like, and that's irritating to me. I hate that, man. People in here just stalling and trying to create an argument. Just go do it. You'll see for yourself. Fuck's sake, dude. We got Mr. Uncle Semite coming up. But I mean, we do well when it comes to like presenting the information. That's for sure. Whether or not somebody wants to come to that reconciliation, that's up to them.
You know what we're not getting? We're not getting the same kind of vigor, or no one's actually challenging the globe paradigm the way that they are us. And
Exactly.
it's so funny because if you just a rigor is what I meant to say. So, if you just apply the same amount of rigor to the globe paradigm versus whatever we're the only one presenting anything, which is pretty funny. You could also present something, but there is no rigor applied to what they already know. It's always challenging what is challenging them. This is
Interesting.
not a two-way street. This is the burden of proof is on the globe. We don't experience a globe. We have no measurements of a globe. We don't have any of these things.
Yep.
So the burden of proof is not on us. We're just showing you just
Notice,
descriptive
yeah,
things.
notice this.
We're the descriptors.
But they make
You're
these
the ones
excuses.
looking for explanatory things.
Yeah, notice this.
You want something explained.
Yeah,
to you
notice
next,
this. He
Sarko.
came in here without a position. I don't know what the Earth is. I'm agnostic. Bullshit, dude. You believe the Earth is a globe because you know why? You're fighting so hard for it to be a globe with this excuse of how you're trying to find curvature on this example that we're showing you. So that tells me that you have a position. You weasel. You're fucking hiding it behind the fact that you're not saying that you're making a position for the Earth being a globe because that is your true nature. Bullshit you're hiding. I don't take that shit. Listen, if you were truly agnostic, you'd be like, hey, let me check this out. I don't know. Let me look into it. But you didn't take that. You were like looking for every reason how this photo can be manipulated, how maybe the curve could be floored, the floor could be curved, all kinds of shit, dude. You were looking for every excuse under the sun just so that you won't face the facts that what we're saying is true because you think the Earth is a globe. 100%.
Yeah, and they all do this, Alpha. I actually had a guy challenge me on this on Facebook years ago, and I put a box on the floor, tied a string to it. I had a big factory, and I walked about 20 meters backwards, and I had my phone on the floor with the camera. So, in fact, my phone was above the surface, the camera was. And as I was walking backwards, because I had a long string on what I was pulling and I was moving it backwards, I was trying to stay out of the shot. My feet disappeared bottom up first, so then they claimed that the factory floor was curving and dropping away due to the fact that I was walking backwards first. But the fact of the matter is the floor was flat. Yeah, I had all my machinery in there, and it was just demonstrating again bottom up obstruction because it was my feet that went, then the box. But then that.
Are you sure Nate wasn't working for them?
Sorry,
Yeah,
the whole margin of error thing. Some things can be within a certain range of the margin of error when it comes to constructing a building, and you have to still have a flat foundation, or these buildings cannot pass. What do they call that? Inspection for
I had
livable conditions. Like these things are just.
I had a CNC machine set up on there that has to be perfectly level. Yeah, we're cutting like 0.00 something of a millimeter, and it has to be precise. And then I'm told that my floor's curving because of the bottom up disappearance over, well, I don't know, what was it, 30 meters? I could fit a semi in there like a full truck.
Damn. Hey, we got Mr. Uncle in here. I don't know if we want to hand him the mic real quick. Mr. Uncle.
Hey, is my mic working?
Yeah,
yeah. Just before you speak, Mr. Uncle, I got a dip, guys. I got a few things I got to do tonight, but I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, AJ. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
No worries. Thanks, mate. See ya. See you, Flat C. See you, everyone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I found that within each person, the argument is not between the flatty and the bally. The conflict is inside each bally that comes along and won't let go. It's the
Did he cut out for you, Flatsy?
Yes.
Yeah, he dropped out. He's requesting to speak again. Let's see. It's a bit glitchy, I guess. Yeah, we got you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I look at it like this. Within each person, they have to be willing to take their belief system and their ego and get in a tag team match against their courage and their intellect. And many people lack the courage and or the intellect to get in that cage match against their beliefs and their ego. And it's just it's like a muscle group that you work out. You know, mine started with 9/11, and you know, you have to be willing to admit that you have been wrong about something for many years, and maybe your whole life. I'm an old guy. I'm like 59. I've been into the flat earth for like 3 years now. I mean, some people just don't have the courage, or they don't have the intellect. They've never taken their belief system and challenged it with new information. Some people just don't have the fucking ability.
Well, I say it's really sad because I want to be able to challenge people and also share what I know. Like I don't know a lot, but what I do know, I can demonstrate. You know what I'm saying? So it's really just it's what I think is a very good description that Alpha calls it. It's called the mind virus. The mind virus of like the 99 percenters, but you can dive deeper into it. It's also the way that they reason things, and the reasoning is what's flawed. They need to be able to have the tools, like I've said a bunch of times in the stream, that I'm sounding like a broken record, and I'm sorry to anyone listening, but we always have new people coming in, so these flaws are happening at a basic level of reasoning, and they don't have those tools to reason through any information that they're given, and they will commit logical fallacies, which is the opposite of logic. That is the opposite of what you should do. You should not be taking on information in an illogical form. So we've got a lot of that going on, and it's being challenged today with a lot of narratives happening out there. That the only thing I see, I don't care about whether or not somebody wants to be whatever they want to identify as here and there, whatever. I see it as they're challenging the law of identity. You get what I'm saying? Like these are
Yes.
basic things,
Yeah.
forms that we, well, I would say that they're basic understandings of how the laws of reasoning work. They're challenging that, and they're getting you so befuddled and wanting you to argue over the identities instead of address the source, which is the law of identity. Information is neither matter or nor energy, so you don't have anything like that to place it against, but it has laws. That's the way that we formed languages, symbols, mathematics, syllogisms, and yes, even the scientific method has been derived from these laws. So you, not you, but the royal you, like anyone listening, would need to be able to have these tools for discernment of information. If you don't have them, then you're just going to do like this guy was doing and challenge everything that goes against his own belief system, and never challenge his own belief system to the point that he is what is challenged. Like the thing that is challenging his belief system will get the most rigor, and not the actual belief system that's being challenged, right?
Right.
Exactly. Well, we got Soul Wisdom that joined the panel. Welcome, Soul Wisdom, to the speaking panel. Soul Wisdom, are you there? Soul
Hello?
Wisdom.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing great. What brings you to the panel, sir?
I want to know what your credentials are.
Or what?
Your credentials.
Credentials? I don't have any credentials, sir.
I didn't even get my associate's degree in music. So I almost did.
I'm not. I
was
don't.
very close.
I'm not a
It was
credentialed.
just missing.
I'm just an everyday person. That's all. That's acquired a vastly large amount of knowledge. That's all I am.
You don't think my country has landed or
What?
done anything?
Did
You
I-
don't think my country has done anything? In India, we've gone to Mars.
What?
I don't understand.
You haven't figured out how to use plumbing. How in the fuck would you go to Mars?
Mr. Uncle, you're fucking direct as hell.
Who said that?
Just relax, dude. Like that was sideways. Like let me.
That was sideways.
Yeah, we didn't expect you actually going to say that. But Soul Wisdom, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
What is
sir?
your credentials, guy?
No, don't worry about that. Listen, we're concerned.
don't worry about him.
We're concerned with Mr. Uncle. Let's just keep it to the arguments. What do you have to provide, Soul Wisdom, in the way of evidence of the Earth being a globe?
I don't, but I know that there are people that do.
Okay, and who do you think knows, in your opinion?
The people in my space.
MySpace?
The people that run the space program.
Okay. Have you spoken to any one of these guys?
I have not.
Okay, so how do you know that they know what you think they know? Sorry, I had to say it that way.
Well, I don't, but I don't think they're lying to me.
Yeah, I know, but not thinking somebody's lying to you and actually being able to verify something that they've said or something very different, right? You have to actually have a standard of evidence, Soul Wisdom. And when you lack that, you don't have the way to understand whether or not somebody is, lying to you or actually telling you the truth.
Trying to get Author B Flat up here to talk to him.
Yeah. We got another gentleman from India. He could probably give you some wisdom, but I don't know if he's got time to do that, but
okay.
Yeah, he's a flat earther, by the way. But
I threw him a mic. It would be better because I feel like there's so much of a language barrier. But also, do you think that we aren't challenging what your supposed authority is propagating to you, just like we are ours here in the U.S.? We're doing the same. Go ahead, Arthur.
Let Arthur talk. Go ahead, Arthur.
Hey, Soul Wisdom. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
So, all I wanted to know is, have you seen the footages that they show of the moon landings called Chandrayaan 3 landings in India? Have you seen the
I have.
footages that they have to show?
Yes, I have.
And you find them really convincing, do you?
Yes, I do. Why
So
would
here
I
we are
not
talking about
believe that?
exactly. So I do not want to bring this to this level because it is subjective. You may get the feeling that there's nothing wrong with those footages, but people from your own country, me being one, are very skeptical of the things that they have to show. I do not see any evidence by the videos that they show that the earth is a globe. It's just a video which could have easily been shot in any other studio and shown to us like it is the moon or the Mars. But what brings you to the conclusion that they are actually going there?
Well,
Is
then
there anything?
that would mean that everybody is lying. That I don't understand. Why would they all be lying?
Yeah, that.
I don't.
Go
I
ahead,
don't
Flatsy.
understand.
He's giving it to you, Flatsy, because he's a bit busy. Arthur might be busy.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, we hear you're busy, Arthur. Thank you for chiming in.
Sorry about that. Thank you for chiming in. Such a good point of view that you have.
Yeah, he's
from
a gentleman of gentlemen. So yeah.
Yeah, and I would say you don't if you can't verify something to be true because you don't have firsthand knowledge, then you need to apply some other method of figuring out whether or not it's true. See, you don't have another way or method other than just trusting the authority and sources that you're hearing this from or seeing it from. You have to be able to run it through what so you can't know, you don't know, you did admit that you don't know, you just some other people that are in your country are saying that they know. Well, how do they know is what you need to be asking. How do they know that what they're doing and what they're contributing to is your end result, that the earth is a globe and all of these things in the sky can be landed on, which is crazy. It's a wild claim. So these extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And the extraordinary evidence can't just stop at images. And it's going to require much more than that because there's fundamental things that are underlying that will need to be true for that to be true. Does that make sense?
Yes, but what are they not providing?
They're not providing you the evidence that gas pressure can be obtained without a container. They're not providing you the evidence of that. That's the most fundamental. Okay. So you need that to be your base. You've got to take it back to source. So they're saying they're going to these places. They're giving you images of these places and they're telling you that we landed here on something in the sky. Well, that would require that the second law of thermodynamics can actually